chemically brought down on its knees. With every breath that I breathe, clenched fists and gritting teeth. Tonight the energy flowing in me is waiting for release. Thunder beneath my feet, a sight feel it in my bones. A spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I light the way before me? It's coursing through my soul. A road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? I feel it in my bones. A spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I light the way before me? It's coursing through my soul. A road to guide us through the sorrow.
The battle for first place is on and is the main topic of this week's Saturday showdown. Hanwha Life Esports and D+ do battle for that coveted second spot. Welcome to the space. It's your boy Digon back, and I'll be breaking down all the action alongside Ox and the Vald analyst, Mr. Brendan Valdez. What's on your mind, Ox?
Saying welcome back. You know, missed you obviously. Mao, more dedicated. He stayed here, even though he said he was going away. He's been here the whole time. Thank you, Mao, for your dedication.
Yes. Thank you, Mao, for holding it down. Do you have any thoughts?
So insightful.
Wow. Well, let's get to it as we break down this matchup, Hanwha Life Esports and D+. Two teams aiming for second place. With aiming on one of those teams, they must overcome each other. The verb and the player name.
Yeah, so right now, Hanwha Life Esports is one series ahead of D+ Kia. Even if D+ Kia do win this one, they are still behind Hanwha Life Esports, but these are the two teams that are actually vying for that second place by the end of the season, so still makes sense, and absolutely, if D+ Kia go on a roll here, they could overtake Hanwha Life Esports by the end of summer.
Yeah, obviously, winning against your main competition when it comes to these spots, you know, the difference is +1 for you, -1 for them, essentially, so if Hanwha Life Esports claim this, it's going to be almost impossible for D+ to catch up unless something crazy happens. A lot of weight on this series, and further down the line, when we do find out who finishes second, I think we'll sort of pin it back to this series as being so impactful as to that.
Yeah, and it's been pretty close when we take a look at the matchup between these squads since 2023. Game score almost bang even, slight edge to D+, and slight edge in the match score as well.
Yeah, and it's very back and forth. You know, it's not like, oh, in this era this team was super strong. It's more so just like, you know, D+ Kia had their number in spring, but then Hanwha Life Esports were able to come back in playoffs and in that spring, and you know, Worlds qualifier, regional finals. Like, these two teams have had a lot of big series against each other.
And it was actually even coming into this summer, and that round 1 win from D+ is actually what's given them the edge in the matchup. When we look at the match results overall, Hanwha Life Esports on a massive hot streak, but start of the split was a bit rough. You know, they lost to D+ 2-1, and then they also dropped a game to DRX, which had a lot of people questioning their form. I feel like they've really bounced back. They're in good form now. But D+, the only team to take a game of Gen G, which is a huge achievement in its own right.
Yeah, and they're on a roll right now in terms of kind of finding their form and knowing exactly what they want to pick in terms of the drafts, which we'll get into a little bit later. But certainly, you know, a line of big matches for both of these teams that they absolutely need to win.
Yeah, Hanwha Life in the midst of it right now, and D+, they're starting their killer's row right there. I like we highlighted their BNK on the come up, so
big team.
Well, one of those squads that they have to face and take down here. As we again, it's been a lot on the back of some key players for Hanwha Life. Viper, Delight, and Doran. Viper reclaiming his title as best AD carry in the world, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've had a meta where particularly the Ezreal has been a pick where the best AD carries have just shown how far ahead they are of the competition. You can take over games single-handedly, which is a rare thing for AD carries. Obviously, AD carry a very impactful role, but normally it's very team-oriented. This has just been, I am going to solo carry the game, and Viper definitely been doing that.
He absolutely does on the Ezreal. He doesn't always play the Ezreal. He actually also made the Jhin look strong, which is somewhat surprising in our region. Also, you know, there was a little bit of a fun moment in the interview when Delight was like, yeah, if you want to get carried, just play the Jhin. And, well, he did, and he played it really well. And then Delight, you know, went on to also carry really hard, especially in this moment where he hits the 4-man. They did kind of run into him, but, man, it just shows that Hanwha Life Esports definitely one of our best team fighting teams here in the LCK.
Yeah, I think just the level of play has been super high across the board. Multiple members really showing up. And Delight, I think spring, his form wasn't super solid, but he's really come into his own. This meta suits him so well.
Yeah, given the fact that both these teams are in striking distance of solidifying the second place spot, it does have like standout portions. All the players are playing well, but now on the opposite side for D+, we take a look at the top, jungle, and mid, the upper side of the map.
Yeah, I feel for me, such a massive part of the success of this team has been Showmaker and Lucid working together, this mid-jungle duo, when they play these strong combos, they're just capable of taking over the game. And it's such a glow up from Lucid, who obviously joined the league in spring, was kind of relegated to these low econ tanks. And now they've given him the trust to play these carries, things like the Lee Sin coming out, and he's just been completely taken over with the backing of Showmaker.
Yeah, he's been excellent. Kingen as well, having a bunch of big games on the Gnar. Did win eventually here up against Gen G, so he's been another key player for this one. But certainly, as you were highlighting, Ox, it does feel like the mid-jungle duo has been a big one for the side of D plus Kia. Showmaker just playing all sorts of different AP champs in a meta where there's a lot of AD champs, and picks up the LeBlanc, and he's honestly been our best LeBlanc so far.
Yeah, and I feel like when Showmaker's bringing out picks that no one else is really playing that heavily, when he's got his pocket picks, when he's making them work, and he's playing hard around the mid-jungle, that's when he's at his best, and that's why he has so many fans, and he's just taking names.
Yeah, it's been draft diversity for both these guys, but as we take a look at the mid lane champ pools, more specifically on the side of Showmaker, as you said earlier, Valdez, a lot of AP mid coming out, given the fact that Yone is now on the table, Lucian on the opposite side for Zek as well.
Yeah, the two big ones are the TF and the LeBlanc. The TF is really, it's only Showmakers still playing that in the mid lane, or even just playing the champ nowadays, to be honest, after it got some nerfs on AD in the top lane, and also LeBlanc playing it to a really high level. He picked it more than anyone else, and Zeka, he's very much more focused in on that Yone, and he was playing a lot of Tristana, the Corki as well, the AD Corki. He has looked good on that.
Yeah, it feels like the champion pool in the meta has suited him. He's been leading on these AD picks. He's always been pretty good at like the AD carry picks mid, like Tristana. Corki's not the sort of poke Corki that he struggled with. It's more AD carry focused, and obviously Yone. And it's kind of a difference in, we've seen so many AP junglers with AD mids be the general meta, whereas we've seen D+ lean more on AP mids and then go AD jungles a lot.
Yeah, look at that. Bang even, 17-17 all time. So after today's series, one of these guys is going to have the lead heading on over to playoffs, because both these teams are going to make playoffs, right, Valdez?
Yes. I mean, they're vying for second, so they're both making playoffs. It's not 100% mathematically set in stone, but they will. It's going to happen.
All right, so we move now from the mid lane to the jungle, because it's been justice for jungle in terms of POG votes. And these two guys have key champs that you have to ban out every time you play against them.
Yeah, and it feels like it's just soaking a ban consistently. Teams have shown so much respect towards it, and you can see why it's completely justified. Peanut, the Maokai, has just seemed unstoppable. Only been let through 3 times and won all those. Just a monstrous pick for him. And on the other side, Lucid has said he is the best Vi player in the LCK.
He did say that.
And after his performances, I think is honestly really fair. It's not just, obviously, Vi is often picked for that point-and-click CC when you're playing against like a Zeri. You can do your job just by pressing R, but I feel like he does so much more. Often finding big leads, solid ganks, becomes this real massive bruiser threat in team fights, and the disruption and damage he can do beyond just pressing R on a key target is really great to see.
All right, and so with that, we look at the jungles. Got it? Yep, everyone. Okay, good. Peanut, Lucid in. Now it's time to go down to the bottom side of the map, because we hyped up Viper at the top side, but Aiming also has had a good season when you look at the stats. But how do you feel about Valdez?
Yeah, I mean, the thing here is that stats, they can only tell so much of the story. I think that one stat that I really like from this is the damage percentage for Viper. The fact that he's LCK first on a team that has a lot of different carries on it, just How Life Esports, anyone can really carry on the day. He really does a lot of the damage. He's played a lot of Ezreal, so it does make sense. He's also picked up OPGG Player of the Week twice, which is, I feel like, a really important kind of thing to get for you. He is the clutch master of the LCK, whereas Aiming, he's had good moments, but he hasn't been nearly as clutch as Viper.
Yeah, there's been some hiccups from Aiming, obviously. I feel like the meta is really good for him. A lot of picks that he's really comfortable on, which has worked well. And the team does give him resources. He fulfills that cleanup role really well. But I think when you look at the person who is the main carry for the team, Viper represents that a lot more for Honor Life Esports. I feel like without Viper, Honor Life Esports would look nowhere near as good.
Well, both of them have enjoyed their play on Ezreal and have something to say about it. That's right, XDD, they say the same exact thing. I think I'm the best Ezreal. Yeah, to the point where we just turned it into one quote. And I love all the photoshops we do here at the LCK. This one's great.
Well, how about you, Valdez? Are you a Viper best Ezreal or an Aiming best Ezreal?
I don't think it's close, actually. I think Aiming is good at the champ, but Viper is on another level. He might be the best AD carry in the world right now. So In terms of his Ezreal, he is the best, and it's not a competition. Sorry, aiming.
No, this was one of those times, Valdez, where he asked you because he wanted you to ask him what he thought.
So, Ox, what do you think?
I think it's very clearly Viper, you know. I think maybe Deft had some good games as well, but I think Viper first, aiming is definitely not first, you know. Maybe not even second, you know. We've had some good performances.
Where are we going? How you know, do we got a third?
We don't have time to go.
All right.
He's good at Ezreal, but we've seen better. You know, Viper is that guy. He is the guy.
All right, Viper is the guy. Let's see what the coaches have to say about this matchup here on the Saturday Showdown. Always good to hear from the coaches. We'll make sure to get revenge from our round 1 loss from Coach Dandy. Since it's an important match, we won't let our guards down and take the win just like this. Round 1. Rate this one, Valdez, because you always love breaking down these quotes.
This is actually better than average for Dandy. He's gone up, but I still give it a 3 out of 10. On the side of Zephyr, he's kind of gone the way of Dandy, what Dandy usually says, which is we're going to try our best and not let them get revenge.
Yeah, usually it's try our best, guards up, guards down kind of thing. So, you know, always tough to glean information from the coaches in that one little quote. Now it's time to take a look at our Preds for the week, as there's only one person with the opportunity for the perfect 10 out of 10 that we still have not hit yet this split. And it is birthday boy Ox, or I guess what we will call Box, spelled with B and an Ox.
Post birthday. It's actually the longest time till my birthday out of anyone. You know, it's 364 days, so I'm feeling less birthday than anyone else right now.
So how would you feel about this? I mean, this feels like pretty cut and dry. You got the KTT one correct. 10 out of 10?
How would I feel if D+, in my opinion, upset Hunter Life Esports and deny even the 10 out of 10? That would feel pretty bad, but I could see it happening because it's just D+ have a habit of hamstringing my predictions. This wouldn't be the first time, and it certainly won't be the last.
Also, nobody on the Korean side voted for DK. So, Digon, you got off a plane, you slept for 1 hour, and you're the only person who voted for DK, so they must win today.
It was mainly because we had to do our Preds for Pog State, and for the way my Preds to make sense, DK has to win today. So there you go. That's the how the cookie crumbles. We'll see how it works out today in the Saturday Showdown. D+ Hanwha Life for second place right now.
I've seen the darkest of the days, where the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of the shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow, even when the storm hits and hell is abound.
개인적으로 저의 폼이 많이 오른 게 제일 만족스러운 것 같아요. 신호 선수보다 교전을 더 잘하는 것 같습니다.
Peanut is going to take over this game.
Peanut to break the record!
제 개인적으로는 요 3년간 플러스 기아전을 거진 다 이겼던 걸로 기억하고 있어서 아직도 계속 이기는 모습 이어나갈 수 있도록 잘 준비해 보겠습니다.
플러스기아 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Saturday Showdown here at LCK Summer 2024. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf once again. 2 days in a row, the Atlas-Wolf combo, and we're here to bring you some of the bangers. In fact, today is a huge day, starting off with the battle for second place. Thank you so much to Digon, the man with only a couple of minutes sleep, really nailing that pre-show. It's good to have him back, and it's now time to get into this series, Wolf.
It is. It is a very contentious one, a battle for second place. Not technically today, because there is no way that actually they will pass Hanwha Life with the game score differential right now. If you take a look at it, even if they take a 2-0, that will put D+ and Hanwha Life Esports both at 9 and 3, and Hanwha Life would have +11, D+ would have +10. They are ahead in the head-to-head, however, and would have won it because of the 2-0. So if D+ are able to take the 2-0 or even just win the series in general, it does have huge implications depending on how the rest of the season fans out because of that head-to-head win. It gets really interesting. So D+ here fighting for what could be second place if they win it. I think slight underdogs here, but they have such a good read on the meta. They have their play style, and I think Hanwha Life Esports, on the other hand, have been very strong in this meta in general on what's basically S tier. Zeka on the Yone, right? Viper, another Ezreal abuser, our best Ezreal abuser, right? Like, he is the best Ezreal in the LCK by far. And you have Delight, who's setting up his engages on Misfortune, for example. Peanut, one of our top junglers. But if you look at the draft reads and all the endless possibilities of different ways that Showmaker can play with Lucid on D+, that's the angle I think you're looking for here if you're a D+ fan, is the drafts being what gives them the advantage.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that Hanwha Life Esports certainly come in as the consistent team, is what it sort of feels like to me. They know how they play to the meta. You know, it's a lot of these 80 mids and tank junglers for Peanut mostly, if he's going to be winning. Of course, hasn't lost on Sejuani or the Maokai just yet. Viper and aiming here, I mean, Viper has been extraordinarily consistent in his own right. But like you say, the drafts are going to be very, very important. We'll see whether D+ are going to be able to get their hands on some of these really eclectic picks that have been working so incredibly well for them. I want to see some Twisted Fate, for example, from Showmaker in the mid lane. But there are just so many storylines in this particular matchup. Intensely tight head-to-head between Delight and Kellen. We already illustrated the fact that Zeka and Showmaker are 17 and 17 right now. We're going to be breaking those ties. There's a whole lot riding on this one, and this is an understandable prediction. We know D+ fans, very, very enthusiastic, and there's a whole lot more of them, I think, than Hanwha Life Esports. It has been certainly growing in power as far as the fandom is concerned, but
think this
not
is
quite there.
The closest fan prediction for a Saturday Showdown I've ever seen, and I think it is, as you say, because Hanwha are massive favorites by the analyst perspective. It's the D+ fan base that pushes it closer to 50-50. I would say, based on predictions, that if D+ take this, it would be an upset, but it doesn't feel like that's the case, especially when you consider D+ did win the very first series of LCK Summer against them with a dominant, near-perfect game in Game 1. And they are a team that has pushed teams like Genji to the brink that Hanwha Life has not, right? So Hanwha Life will walk out first. They will have side selection moving into this series. And Atlas, all I want is I want a clean series here between these two. I want to see the best that Hanwha Life can offer. I don't want to see any incidents, any Doran mishaps. I don't want to see any Xayah. I don't want Viper on Ezreal. And I love watching Viper on Ezreal, but you can't give this champ to this guy, or it's just not a fair game.
Yeah,
so just don't do it.
It's too easy. It feels like it becomes too easy if Viper is able to carry like that. I don't think that is going to be something that they will allow through, of course, Hanwha Life Esports on blue side to start this one off.
does mean that if there are any snafus when it comes to the bans, that Ezreal could just be snapped up and we could just be waiting for a game number 2. But hopefully that isn't going to happen, or hopefully there is some sort of plan by this team right here. I do want to clarify something for D+ as well, because as you mentioned, it's impossible for them to get second place right here. However, they've already faced Gen G.
Yes.
And Humble Life Esports has not. That's a guaranteed loss. That's just how that one is. I'm sorry. That's not happening.
It's true, yeah.
And so D+ have already got through it. They've got smooth sailing for the rest of the season. This is the most important matchup on their docket before playoffs.
It is a skip of the first round of playoffs. That is really what they're fighting for here. Ultimately, assuming no big errors or trip-ups or an upset win for Hanwha over Gen G seems unlikely at this point, considering no one has beaten Gen G. D+ got the closest, that is to say. However, and you can see all the Hanwha Predators here, but Showmaker says no. As we'll take a look at the mid matchup here between these two, a lot of what you'll see here are stats that are incredible for Showmaker in terms of his damage per gold. That LeBlanc game pushing those numbers up in a big way. Gold difference here, both players getting leads in lane. You see the CS difference a little bit higher for Zeka. He's had a little bit of a stronger laning phase, but Showmaker's used the gold well. But the big story, which isn't on this graphic but was discussed a lot on the pre-show, is the difference in champion pools. The focus on AD mids and meta picks for Zeka. Showmaker playing his own style, trying to set up Lucid for success, trying to make plays around the map on his TF, on his Talia, his Azir, that has been so strong, so popular. The Grasp Azir he popularized, he's still using to great success in matchups like the one into the Yone. I think there's a pretty good chance we'll be seeing Azir into Yone at some point in this best of 3, considering how good Showmaker is on the Azir and how prevalent the Yone is on the meta and how strong Zeka is at the champion. We talked about the Ezreal briefly, but I feel like unless there is something that really creeps up suddenly in this series, it should be played in none of the up to 3 games that we have today. I think it will be banned in each and every game because you've got Viper on one side, you've got Aiming on the other. It's just a champ that will warp this series in such a massive way that I just do not think either team will ever let it through.
The problem is that you have Peanut on one side and Lucid on the other. And so that's 4 bans gone already. That's just straight out of the gate. You have to ban Sejuani Maokai from Peanut. That is just how it goes. And Vi and Vi Lee Sin.
Vi Lee Sin, yes.
Definitely the ones that Lucid needs to just not be able to play because he's exceptional at those 2 picks. I almost didn't want to say Lee Sin because we saw it yesterday and it didn't look like a ban-worthy champion necessarily. But the way this team plays around these more aggressive picks, it utilizes the mid-jungle so beautifully. It's just not something that you want to allow through. Aiming. As 500 games for Aiming. Yeah, we were talking about this last time around. If they had have gone to 3, Aiming would have got there, but didn't actually manage to.
Yeah, very close to passing the X80 carry of Damwon in Ghost. Just 11 games away. Viper also nearing 1,500 kills. We'll see if he is able to reach that today or not, but he is very close, and with how he's been playing, he is racking up a lot, so we'll be keeping our eyes on that one as well. Delight, I feel like, has really turned his season around. Not to say he was having a poor season, but it was, for Delight standards, I feel like a little bit of a quiet one. And his last few series, he has looked absolutely phenomenal, especially when Viper is on Misfortune.
Yeah, I think that also ties into Kellen continuing to have a pretty decent season. This is a guy that was copping so much criticism in previous seasons, really hadn't managed to sort of mesh with the team and figure out what his role was going to be. He seemed a little bit off as far as being on the same page, but he has been phenomenal so far this season. Only a couple of those hiccups, and so I think in the previous matchup between these 2 squads, one of the reasons why D+ got over the edge is because, like you say, Delight wasn't necessarily at full form. Well, he is now, and that's what's going to be scary. I think that the bottom lane, there is a lot weighing on D+ to be able to stand their ground against Delight.
We're playing the jungle tax.
And Viper, yes. And yeah, this is what we were talking about. The Renekton is going to be taken away, though. And that is dangerous because now there's the other 2 bans, like the Maokai, the Sejuani.
I think they're going to give.
Lose on.
I think they're going to give the Maokai up in this draft. I would imagine. Now this does empower the Jace if it is going to go through, but I'd rather face Peanuts Maokai if you trust your jungler. And Lucid has been so strong this season, especially with Showmaker and the champion pools they can utilize to actually find that synergy. I'd rather face Peanuts Maokai than Viper's Ezreal. And
I'd rather face Peanuts Sejuani than Maokai. I think, because he just doesn't
Also
lose. He just never loses on it. And he looks like he doesn't have to even try when he plays Maokai. He just presses the R button, everyone dies. I don't understand it. We've seen it lose, right? But when Peanut's playing it, it looks impossible for the Maokai to lose.
it should be an Ezreal ban. It should be. In my opinion, anything else, I mean, you have to pay the price of it, but anything else is just, it's not worth it to give this champion over to a player who has insane numbers. I mean, we've put the stats up so many times, it feels like it's almost boring to talk about, but it shouldn't be allowed. They will ban the Maokai instead.
And I completely understand this ban, but you don't have to ban Renekton. I don't think the Renekton ban was necessary. I think that they could still just go for Sejuani here. Because, Ezreal, Sejuani, both of these champions equal win for Humble Life Esports at the moment.
I would definitely say go Ezreal, and they are going to do it. This does, of course, leave the Sejuani open, and that is a strong point here for Lucid.
Ooh, but I don't like it. When Lucid plays Sejuani, I feel like their early game slows down so much, Wolf. So maybe it's a trap here for Humble Life Esports. Maybe they're doing double duty by the fact that this Sejuani slipped through the bans.
I think there's definitely a lot of different picks you can grab here. The Corki is something that Showmaker has avoided, and it would be really interesting if he was so bold to grab the Yone himself, but they're going to take the Poppy away from Peanut. Now, if you're going to ban the Maokai instead of the Ezreal, I think you do need to have something where you can have a little bit more pressure. They're not going to commit to it, though. And I thought perhaps this was going to end up being one of those flex picks of the Poppy. The problem is if you show it this early, it does give a lot of... Okay, they're just teasing Peanut. That's what they were doing. It was kind of strange to pick it that early if you're going to flex it because it makes it really easy to ban in the second phase for Hanwha. Will just be the Azir to come through here instead. And Ivern is the consideration. This double 80 carry setup with the Ivern brushes, with the shields, has been so popular. Peanut's been very good at this pick.
Oh, man, and it feels like such a checkmate as well because it's already with Sejuani face up in the draft, so you can't just pick the brand and burn it all down, right? We saw that yesterday with Ivan being pretty unanswerable until, it colossally lost the early game. Ivan is a very, very strong champion unless you have some of these answers. And right now, with the Sejuani locked in, it's going to be difficult to find a few of those unless Showmaker can find some really good angles. But Corki going to be locked in here for Zeka, an understandable one.
Considering the Tristana, but 0 and 2 on this patch right now. It's only been played in those 2 games. Its prio went way down.
Yeah.
And I think that the Corki is definitely the stronger option. And if you want to get some Permafrost synergy, the Jax needs to be locked in now. It looks like they're going to look for the Gnar here instead. And this has been something that's been heavily criticized here on the global side as the Sejuani Gnar, but you cannot really overstate the value of having this extremely strong, blind, pickable top lane champion that really weakens a lot of the other meta picks, especially a frontline.
Yeah.
When you go for the Ivern, you have less frontline because you didn't opt into one of the tankier jungles. You don't have, necessarily the same sort of tank options and support because Leona's going to get banned away here. We may even see an Alistar ban. So if you want to play Cassante, you're going to have a losing lane up there on the top side. It's King and Gnar. He's been so good on this pick this season. We saw it in the pre-show. Some of those highlights, if you've been watching this season, it's one of his all-time best picks. So, yeah, not Permafrost synergy, not the Jax, but still very strong in isolation and what it does for this draft.
Well, I imagine a Kalista ban will be considered. I wonder whether Aiming is happy to move towards a Senna. And I know before people get upset, Senna is not a champion that people like too much at the moment. It will allow them to theoretically flex Sejuani.
Yeah, it is possible.
And I would like that, not because it's a good lane, but because it lets them pick brand.
Yeah, I actually think it's a pretty reasonable option. It's not going to be a fun time in the laning phase, and you will have to really rely on scaling and the Gnar actually getting ahead in whatever matchup it's going to be to then side lane. The Aphelios is one that definitely makes you raise your eyebrows here. It's been an old Aiming favorite.
Yeah.
They have a decent front line for it with the likely tank Azir to come through here for Showmaker. I think in this composition you have the Sejuani, but it is a very risky pick, and it's been a very polarizing Aiming pick because it usually means that he's going to suck up a lot of resources. He is going to try to be that late game hyper carry, and it is going to be all about him. As they will just opt into this Cassante pick because they need a front line, and this is why the Gnar is so strong.
I mean, this is like the standard, right? You're always just going to try and put a meatball in that top lane. Delight's pick could just be a Rakan, just because he's so incredibly good at it. It does synergize relatively well with the composition as well, give them that extra layer of engage. But Rel is another option.
Yeah, Rel feels really good for D+'s comp as well.
Oh, true.
And so I think it's kind of a double whammy to take that away. And this may be, like, I really hope it's not a Lulu. It's pretty good with the Sejuani. It's been a classic lane with the Aphelios, gives them a little bit more sticking power. But the Leona is gone, the Alistar is gone. The Rel feels so free when the Alistar is taken away. It was taken away by D+. This is a really tricky one. And the Renata we've seen a few times and has been very good at anti-dive. And Kellen has been one of the only players who's been able to consistently use it kind of like an engaged pick with his flash handshakes. But it is very risky, I feel, into the Ivern because it's not tanky. It's hard to get into those brushes. If they have better setup and they're poking you down with the Ezreal, doesn't feel great there. Another option would have been to try to go old school, like for like Emilio or something like that. A little buffed on this patch, but I really don't think that would have been the right way to go about things. I think that in a lot of ways, this Rel pick was very intelligent for Hanwha Life. They have this Corki that's going to scale, going to hit a 2-item power spike. The Ezreal's going to have a really strong 2-item spike. If D+ can't get control of the map or take an early dragon before then, it's so oppressive what they're playing into. They have a low-range AD carry. They don't have a classic engage support, and it is going to be trying to walk towards brushes when the best Ezreal in the LCK, possibly the world, is chunking you down with Mystic shots. I'm going to have to lean pretty heavily towards the side of Hanwha Life in this first draft.
I would too. I think that this is a draft that they have piloted very well in the past, and I don't think that this is an example of what D+ have looked the best on, right? Like, I feel like this is more of that cookie-cutter stock standard draft, and D+ haven't necessarily, I don't know, earned the same level of confidence on these sort of picks, despite the fact that some of them are historically some of their best. I'm willing to let them come back and show us that they are going to be capable, but it's looking a little bit dangerous. Let's get on the riff, game one.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Wow. D+ fans out in force today.
미니언 생성까지 30초
And I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to do with a similar draft to what they kind of lost to Gen G on, right? Like, they came out, they showed the really cool stuff with the Twisted Fate, and then came in with, you know, the Azirs and the Sejuanis, and it just didn't really hit the same.
Yeah, this is the kind. There's two schools of thought, right? There's the concept of D+ playing their style with the TF, right? The Vi and the Talia kind of setups for Lucid and Showmaker. Those types of drafts, as we are looking to have a potential lane swap set up here. And then there's the play as standard meta and give aiming all the money. And here on the global side, we're more leaning towards the first type of D+ draft. This one is definitely not that one. It is a standard draft where aiming is going to get money. And the Aphelios is not as standard, but standard for D+ and standard for aiming. As Viper and Delight are able to get here safely, unseen. Doran also unseen, and Kingan's going to get the news very soon.
Yeah. Kingan might also... yeah, I think he smells something, and they spot that the Cassante is moving towards Lucid's jungle. Lucid going to be able to take his Raptor camp. And Flash actually burnt from Doran.
Look at this. Instantly a back channeled from Kellen. It's like we might see that support going top. Again, we've seen this a little bit more recently, where you kind of protect your top laner for a little bit, but he actually stops the channel. And they are just going to send the Gnar to roam around the map and follow Doran. Now, this will technically favor the Aphelios in terms of the plate clear because of the, not backdoor protection, but the lane swap protection that the top lane plates have. As we will go back over to this. I didn't actually see.
Did he just flash Q to get the popcorn chickens? He did.
Okay.
He actually just did that to try and deny Lucid.
And I mean, I think that's reasonable considering also how low eco this Cassante is going to be. That's some money he's going to get as well.
Yeah, there you go.
And he's not going to be flashing on any plays in the near future either. So I think that's a fair play.
If he teleports to this bottom lane, that's when I'll be a little bit worried. But instead, he's just going to walk up top and try and get the push in. 5 win streak here for the Rel as well, who's really been having a pretty good time. Down towards the bottom side, go D+ though.
They have
the just going to clear out the jungle.
They have a lot of push power, especially when the Crescendum comes out, and that's going to rip through this turret, but it's going to be a while before he can cycle through those guns. The Ezreal has his Empowered W. They have Demolish as well on the top side, so it's not as bad of a race, but you can see that lane swap protection really at work here. And this does allow Doran to avoid losing the Gnar matchup, but I think that's more about what this is going to be, the reason why they swapped, than losing lane to an Aphelios in the bottom side for your Ezreal. But it does kind of warp this game in a very funky way. Now they're going to swap back.
Ooh, Showmaker actually taking a bit of damage into Zeka here. Does get that Conqueror proc and is able to actually even things out relatively well. The added range of these Sand Soldiers, but he's going through a whole host of mana as Lucid is going to turn up. Spotted on the ward here as Peanut is just going to lope away. We'll be able to take this Rift Scuttler as well after he's finished preparing it.
Tougher to get grasp stacks into the Corki. He did go for Conqueror's Peanut, now also going to harass here.
Yeah, Rucola does come down as Peanut just wanting to try and make friends with these Raptors. It'll take him a little bit of time, but there he goes. Just going to smite that one away. Top of the morning to you, Lucid.
Yeah, so for those who don't know, Ivern, once he captures the camp, it takes time for him to then actually get the money for it and actually complete the take, but he can instantly smite a camp to secure all of it after it's been captured. So Ivern can be very annoying like this. Come over, slowly capture the camp, and then smite the whole thing away instantly. So there's not really anything Lucid can do about that. Showmaker low on mana, isn't able to come over there, is pushed in, so couldn't actually help out. So Lucid losing some additional farm here, finds himself very far behind the Ivern.
Yeah, and this is the first time I've seen an Ivern just like control the jungle quite this much. And look, it is an example of how the early game went. The fact that Doran did put Lucid behind just a little bit, sort of delaying that level 2 for that little bit of time by taking all of the little Raptors. Can be quite frustrating to deal with. We'll see how Lucid's going to go trying to catch back up in this one. Does have a bottom side of his jungle to clear through, and that should at least get him within touching distance of the camps that Peanut's been able to lock down for himself. But now, Peanut is free to get around the map and start making things happen, as he's just going to grow some things in this Tri-Brush. Lucid in the area, and will be able to assist this bottom lane that have now agreed to an actual laning phase now that they've got a few levels in them.
Just plate the advantage to Aiming and Kellen right now, but otherwise relatively even. I mean, the CS is dead even.
Oh, in comes Lucid. They're going to look for Viper here. Just Arcane shifts over the top. That's a straight-up leapfrog. You love to see it.
Very clean. You got the Gnar doing the little bouncies up on the top lane, and you got the Ezreal doing it in the bottom lane.
Hey, there we go. 2 leapfrogging champions, 1 on each side. Oh my goodness. Doran taking a lot of damage. That boomerang.
Yeah, this is why he didn't want to lane into the Gnar, but ultimately you will have to eventually do so.
Yep.
Zeka has really been, I think, the main reason why Peanut has had this much freedom to annoy Lucid, why Showmaker hasn't been able to help out, why the bottom side gank is relatively easy to just stave off. You have the Arcane Shift, like they can kind of keep putting that pressure on, and it's just a lot of this is down to the fact that Corki has maintained constant prio, has a pretty massive CS advantage over Showmaker. They both already teleported, and he's stacked up 10 CS advantage, has a Cull purchased as well.
Light taking a lot of damage here, as Aiming with that bailout, boosting up the attack speed a little bit, really helping out here, and just utilizing the Gravitum very, very well. It is going to be Lucid securing that first grub. Peanut going to come on over, and now the Mega Gnar and the Sejuani and Bristle just going to make their way over the back wall. And so it is going to be 1 grub going to Peanut here. Be able to collect that for at least the experience, but
helping out. Aiming's getting the plates here again. Another plate to the Aphelios, and he's the Gold King, man. He gets the money. He's getting a lot of it already early in this game. No kills or anything like that, but he's stacking it up. And, you know, this is going to potentially be a big problem later on if he wins some of those early skirmishes, even before he's quite strong.
Sometimes your support's better than you expect them to be.
Yeah.
As Kellen does manage to nail the handshake, therefore Aiming misses the Q. A little bit sad, but that's all right. And have managed to secure, like you say, all of those plates. Still, it is going to be a gold advantage for Humble Life Esports. I think largely due to the fact that Peanut is a little bit ahead in the jungle, but also Zeka just laning exceptionally well on this Corki into the Azir right now. 10 CS going to be the gap, and you can see he's still putting that pressure on. Has this wave actually in his favor as he sends Showmaker back home. So Showmaker going to have to try and make up some ground as we head towards the mid lane, the mid game. And it's not, like, oftentimes you do see Showmaker with a whole lot of lane pressure, right? Like, this is not the thing that I was expecting necessarily. It's not a lane where you're like, oh, well, Corki should smash it anyway. Like, yes, things did get a little bit better from, like, the old Corki Azir matchup, but we have seen it go better for Azir in the past.
Yeah, and it's tough to gank a Corki as the Sejuani pre-6 because it's really easy for the Corki to just Valkyrie. Oh, this is a little bit rough. So that's furthering the problem here. Remember, Showmaker does not have teleport.
He does have a blanket, though.
Yeah.
And that is pretty cool, keeping himself warm. It's not that chilly here at Low Park, just to let you guys know if you were worried about Showmaker being too cold.
The grub advantage here could be a problem with the Gnar side laning, right, with the Azir side laning, but with the Cassante in the game, he's not going to be able to itemize for that fast Nashor's Tooth we sometimes see, which would have been great for the Conqueror as well. Kellen's going to take some damage here. Showmaker's just really going to have a rough time. He's just trying to get his Leandries out slowly. He's trying to just farm, but he's significantly behind. Lucid comes over here to try to relieve the pressure, but Zeka knows this is the one angle where he could actually be in danger, and he's just going to back off. So tough to gank this Corki, and now Viper's starting to take control of the bottom lane. It was dead even in CS, and he was behind on plate gold, but now with the Sheen, a few of these longswords in his inventory and these Qs starting to connect, he is really starting to take control here bottom side as well. And the Cassante has weathered the storm top too. And Hanwha Life are really just generating, it's a small gold lead, but it's starting to add up here across the lanes. You can see the Aphelios, who had the plate advantage, is actually now kind of losing his lead.
Yeah, and I just love how well this Sejuani pick has been punished by this Ivan composition. Lucid going to try and cancel my words, as that was a flash. That was so sick from Doran. Just going to be able to flash ulti his way out. Of course, that's some big cooldowns that needed to be invested. That's a really cool way of doing it.
Yeah, that was very slick. You know, it's definitely not what you're going to expect if you are Lucid in this case. Kind of hard to outplay when he flashes.
The thing is as well is that it's Doran. So even after the flash, you're thinking, oh, that's a Doran thing to do. But then he all-outs, and then it's beautiful. Yeah, I love it. Keeps people on their toes, because Doran is known to use flash in weird and wonderful ways.
But this show of the Sejuani topside is another way to then punish and go bottom here and take this dragon. It was a Chemtech dragon here to start things off, so not the highest value, which is I think why we haven't seen either team really prioritize it very much. D+ went for the grubs. They ended up getting 2-1 there. But now when we see the jungler topside, yes, Doran lost his flash, had to use his ultimate, but it means you get a guaranteed Drake stack here. Will be Infernal second, so also a high value dragon. We don't know what the soul is going to be just yet, but you know, Doran's flash usage there was not in vain.
Yeah. And with Infernal coming up, what are we expecting? I'm hoping for a Cloud. It could still be a Hex tech, which would be fantastic. I think the sadness would be Ocean.
Worst case, I think, for D+ is if it's a Mountain with this Cassante, you know, on the other side. Very tanky with all these shields as well, which are already empowered by the solo Chemtech Dragon itself. Is Kellen's hiding over here?
Kellen is behind enemy lines right now. He's going to be able to pick up the handshake, and Delight just crashes down. Showmaker not going to be investing anything into trying to pick up the Rel, but it is going to guarantee some grubs.
This is, you know, again, significant with Gnar and Azir in sides. Can actually be a big problem later on in the game, but
not to mention Aphelios, who, if he does get red-white, especially white, you can really cut through the turrets. Zeka taking a lot of damage here from Kingin. Just standing his ground, though. Takes a fossil to the back of the head. Still pretty sure that's a fossil with this skin. And Daisy going to pop on up. It's a couple of grubs being fought for here as 2 plates down in the mid lane. And Hanwha Life have just brute forced this one back as Glacial Prison not quite going to land. Almost hit aiming, but that's the same team, so that one's not going to work out. So Lucid is going to have to slink back into the jungle.
This is really rough for D+, because they kind of hard force trying to guarantee they end up with this massive grub advantage. They don't get it, and they were trying to set up that Kellen play where he has his ultimate available, he has the handshake, and in that choke point they set up maybe a hostile takeover into Azir ult.
Oh, Daisy going to face check. That's going to be dangerous for Daisy, but probably not for the rest of Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah,
she will be taking out 50 gold to Kellen.
Yeah.
Aiming, the Gold King is very upset about that.
This is rough for D+, because they committed so much to that topside play, didn't end up getting a big grub advantage, lost plates in mid, as you mentioned. Viper picks up more gold. He's going to go ahead and back right now. Might actually have that Triforce ready, which would be insane this early. Okay, 1250. He does have that picked up despite actually being the one who lost out on the plates with the lane swap. Ends up picking up some gold there. And, you know, he's very far away from that 2-item spike, but still feeling very happy about how this all went down. Traded even on Grubs. And Kellen's Gambit there, it doesn't end up costing him his summoners or anything like that. There's no punish there, but they don't actually find the fight they were looking for. Hanwha Life suss it out, hold firm on the Grubs, and end up winning out on the map. I mean, no kills in this game, but Hanwha is just playing the map so much better. They're 1,000 gold, 1,200 ahead.
And this is also not one of these stories that's going to get better for D+ as the game goes on, right? We know that these Ivan compositions like just scale pretty beautifully with the way they're able to set up around objectives and really get these 5v5s working the way they want. Like, this is a very traditional front-to-back composition, double carry, good front line, an actual enchanter support in the Ivern, and then the engage from the Rel. This is like everything that you'd want for team fighting in the late game. D+, no slouches either, but it's just not quite the same as having, you know, the Ivan with the team. As Kellen going to be discovered by said Ivan. And he's going to now look to try and turn this one around. Lucid in position, just waiting for that moment. They wanted to bait it out. But Kellen, they just smelt that there was possibly something fishy in the air. Or something bory in the air.
Now, this
not your cat.
No.
I meant Bristle.
Bori is very rarely in the air. She's usually just on the floor.
Yeah. Or on the couch.
Or on the couch, or in my lap. But I do think that despite the significant lead here for Hanwha Life, this game will really be... I'm going to hold my breath on this for a second. The first fight win is really going to determine who gets map control for these next few objectives. And that fight is going to happen over this Infernal Dragon. And if Hanwha Life win it, then they can actually be so oppressive with the comp. I mean, even before we get to the late game, this comp is going to be so annoying to deal with. Yeah. But if they lose it, and D+ can maintain map control and constantly threaten, and Lucid actually gets a little bit unlocked for the first time in this game, then this composition for the Ivern is less easy to pilot, you know, especially when you consider the Gnar in the side lane, into the Cassante. The map kind of opens up in a big way for D+. So, you know, if you're a D+ fan, don't panic just yet. Yes, it's a significant lead. Yes, this top turret did go down. It's actually first turret. But first team fight, that's where D+ can strike back. And Hanwha may even, just before these 2-item spikes are hit for their double AD carry, avoid that fight. They already have a 1 Drake lead. And if they don't get a fight they don't want, they could just say, nah, we don't need to actually force this because our Ivern composition, if we're not there first, we can't set it up. Red-White's here for aiming. He's perfectly set for this. And they're just going to say, no, we'll take Herald instead. This is a great decision by Hanwha Life.
I love the way that they're playing out this early game. Not only do they lane swap just to make sure that the Ivern gets off the ground in the right way, but then they also sacrifice where they need to be sacrificing. They understand that they're the composition that doesn't have the pressure on them to get things moving in the early stages. And it's good for D+ to be able to get themselves this dragon. Absolutely fantastic. Ocean is going to be the soul that comes in. Even more brushes. We've got an Ivern and an Ocean Rift. My goodness, there's just plants everywhere. We're going to need that guy from YouTube that cleans up people's houses for free. You know the one? I for some reason went on a vortex of his videos more than recently as, okay, Showmaker going to be able to take down the outer turret on the bottom side. Yeah, he just mows lawns. It's just a lot of lawn mowing. And we're going to need a fair bit of that here on this Rift if Peanut has anything to say about it.
Yeah. You know, when they... Okay, King and...
he is walking the wrong direction as Daisy's going to come up. There's an all-out to interrupt the hop. And this could just be first blood right here, and there it is. It's Doran that locks it out. And his flash, by the way, was back up and available. This guy's used it already a couple of times this game in unorthodox ways. Didn't even need it to secure first blood.
Yeah, and Kingen used his flash and is still going to die. And just, yes, you got the dragon here as D+. That's valuable stats for aiming for Showmaker, but it just doesn't feel that great when everything else is going so Hanwha's way. They have a ton of vision bottom side for a dragon that Hanwha just didn't even really care about. And yes, it helped secure the turret for Showmaker, who is got a big injection of gold, you know, has been behind in lane, but will have that Nashor's Tooth fairly soon. They're going to try to TP in and defend this turret, but feels like a pipe dream.
Well, it is at least going to be Shelly getting a charge. It's now down to basically no health, as the cannon also going to be eaten by the turret. Not great. Viper just walking up with impunity, understanding that he has the range advantage, and they just don't really have too many options when Viper has Cleanse.
Exactly, he has Cleanse, he doesn't care. Now Showmaker's just going to get caught.
I've seen this movie before. It in fact just happened. Magnus Storm going to come on through. That is going to be the Emperor's Divide, but Zeka's going to turn up, and Showmaker realizes that he's been checkmated.
Hanwha Life are just running circles around D+ this game. It's insane. Lucid looking for this, but guess what? He's got Cleanse.
That is not a bad Cleanse.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what you were saying, though, just moments before. Viper just doesn't care about your Sejuani engage. You've got a Renata Glass. You're not going to catch this Ezreal. Best Ezreal in the LCK, by the way. That's there's no minions there, Viper. You're going to take a little bit more than that one.
Yeah.
But Zeka punishes Showmaker because it was such an easy set play for D+. Like, it's so obvious what they're going to do. They're just going to send Showmaker top. Doran isn't TPing. You can see that because he's got the wave stacked over there, and he's like, oh, I'm safe. But Doran is walking up. And this is what happens to King, and again, moments before. This one a little bit less egregious, but I don't really agree with the Flash choice here, especially considering how he did it. I'm not sure about that one, but
the all-out interruption was absolutely fantastic there from Doran.
This one is the one that's really rough because you know Zeka has TP. Doran doesn't even need to TP for this, comes over here, and Showmaker was just greeting to try to get the turret, wanted to get his Nashor's Tooth. He doesn't have it just yet, but that's his first death of the game. 2 kills here for Hanwha, not even in the team fights yet. You know, we haven't even seen the oppressive pushes yet.
And Delight able to just walk up and press Hex Splash, which is just pretty crazy. Peanut goes down to about 50%. As D+ still trying to find some angles here. Daisy getting amongst it. Good handshake there onto Delight, who's taking a lot of damage. Aiming has some really good guns for this moment. Peanut going to get taken down low. Showmaker with the flash. Doesn't actually press the ulti button just yet, as he doesn't even have it available, but Peanut's still so incredibly low. There is an all-out from Doran, though, as King is just going to crush his way out of there, and no one is dead.
Such a good setup for D+ because they had the Emperor's Divide set up that they could use defensively. Viper.
There is the Emperor's Divide. He finally uses it into the handshake. And Aiming is going to be delivered some money.
All right, well, that's a huge win here for D+. That was such a good setup for D+ because they had Red-White, they had Emperor's Divide, they had a really nice front line there. Kingan's Gnar. Uh-oh, speaking of Kingan.
Oh, dear. Well, Zeka is going to look for the mini Gnar once again. He's charging up towards the Mega, but he's on about 200 health. And there he goes, not even able to get the Mega Gnar. And solo kill here for Zeka, pulling ahead even further in that metric.
Yeah, Dragon wasn't even up when they had that big scuffle over Vision moments before. And yes, they got the kill on the Viper, but D+ aren't able to turn into a Dragon. And it feels like 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Look at the brushes, the Ivern brushes you mentioned, the Ocean Soul brushes. This is where you start to see the oppression of this composition, but Lucid's in good position here. Narbar's getting set up by Kingan, and going in this deep as Delight really costs you. He does get out despite the ultimate here from Kellen, but Showmaker and crew just control the area so well, and they have that Mega Gnar. Red-White expires for Aiming, but the damage is done. And then Viper, unfortunately, gets a little bit greedy here, just goes straight back to mid, ease forward, and this is what we always look for in an Ezreal is when do you E in? What are you going for? What are you doing? And a rare miss here from Viper, using that in Showmaker, it instantly punishes. Ezreal is so critical in this meta. The flash here from Zeka is great also to make sure Kingan can't get his Narbar. It's so critical to be able to punish quickly, and Showmaker did just that.
Well, Doran is, speaking of punishing, is going to find Kellen and then realizes there's no one here to do damage because Ezreal was a little bit far away in the mid lane. So therefore just going to let Kellen walk that one off. Aiming with a couple of items, Kraken Slayer and the Bloodthirster both now completed. Bloodthirster, for when they get into some of these red-white fights, Aiming is going to be really, really dangerous. But probably wants to get to about 3 items before he's going to be really scary.
The LDR is going to be the critical one to cut through that Cassante health bar. They already have Showmaker on Nashor's Tooth plus Leandri's, so Doran is not going to be very tanky. Well, he will be, but he will not last very long against those items, obviously. And yeah,
this is a tank-killing AD carry, absolutely.
Yeah, the setup here for D+ a little bit rocky.
Yeah, blue buff is just going to be pulled back there by Daisy. Kingan with teleport available. Doesn't quite have a Mega Gnar bar just yet, but he's going to be getting towards it relatively soon. Aiming, just parking himself here in mid. This is what we see our Ezreals do all the time. That is just take control of the K-Ram.
Yeah, I'm just going to shove through so easily. Corki 2 item, Ezreal 2 item. Very difficult for D+ to kind of sit on Baron and say, come at me, because they will come at you and they will poke you, and you cannot start the Baron. Even with this Nashor's Tooth as Year, you have so much damage, but it's not enough to actually deny entry there for Hanwha Life. They have the poke advantage in this composition. You can offer very little back in terms of poke. I mean, basically zero. So that's one of the issues here of this composition for D+. It needs to be ahead. It needs to be in full control. And when you're trying to force control by walking towards objectives, that's Hanwha's wheelhouse. That's what they want you to do. That's where they want you to tussle in this game state where Viper can say, all right, well, people are in range of my Q. That's where I want to be.
Yeah. One thing that D+ has going for them is an extraordinarily fast Baron. If they ever get some spare time, the Azir Aphelios are going to rip it to shreds. I just don't know whether that's ever going to be possible with the amount of vision control you can see Hanwha Life Esports has. A lot of it very defensive at the moment. Having a look there, especially towards the top side, their avenue towards this Baron is entirely lit up. Bottom side of the map, though, 2.5 minutes until the Drake. That is going to be sole point for Hanwha Life Esports. They might move some of that vision down as we get closer and closer to that moment. But right now, it is just making sure that, like we say, they don't give D+ that opportunity to head towards Baron. And in fact, they're just going to start it themselves. Lucid is currently backing, and Delight is spotted on a ward. I imagine D+ has an inkling as to what's going on here, but can they actually get over is the question. Lucid does cancel the back, but can they actually get in time is the question, as King is going to have to flash over, but it's not even going to be possible. The Baron, it's just highway robbery here for Hanwha Life Esports, and they're thinking that maybe they'll look for a fight as well as Viper. That Mystic Shot somehow weaving through and connecting onto aiming, and D+ looking lost.
Yeah, very short arcane shift to get him into that exact trajectory he was looking for there to hit aiming. Very clean. Aiming will be able to take out the Sundis turret in return, but D+ did not have any close wards. They knew that it was likely happening. They didn't have full vision, and they didn't have great ways to teleport both of their solo laners who were very far away. So very awkwardly do teleport them in, but it's too slow, and they end up losing the Baron here, losing a turret. Showmaker?
Yeah, Zeka is just going to come on over. Showmaker has to go golden. Hostile takeover is good defensively, but the big one is massive. Bailout. Oh no, Showmaker, can he actually get a kill? Here's the question. He throws down the ulti. Doran's flashing over the wall and aiming. Nowhere for him to go. Smashed back with a third Q. And this is looking like a shellacking. Well, yes, it's a methodical one, but Hanwha Life Esports are just cruising towards the first victory in this Saturday showdown.
Straight up win here for Hanwha Life. Better macro, way better objective control. A classic double 80 carry Ivankov. The lane swap was clean. Peanuts early pathing, amazing. He's 6 out of 8 KP. And D+ get absolutely crushed. A near complete reversal of what we saw the first time these two teams met at the beginning of the season. And Hanwha Life strike in a very, very strong win here.
Yeah.
Viper got Ezreal again, but that wasn't even the biggest issue here, I feel like.
Yeah, I feel like he could have been a lot of different 80 carries at this moment in time, but I swear, like, Peanut just has an affinity with trees. I think if he gets a tree, he just looks so incredibly good. And it's not even necessarily that. It's when he decides to bring out the Ivan as well. They see the Sejuani composition. They're like, oh, well, you're not going to be able to punish this. Like, the Nidalee yesterday we saw did such a great job keeping Ivan out of his jungle, but if it's a Sejuani, what's she going to do?
And you had the pressure lane top, but the lane swap happened. You had mid lane, which Showmaker was actually getting crushed by Zeka in, and then aiming got some edges and gold early, but was then eventually pushed out by how strong Ezreal is in this meta and how good Viper is at poking him out. And so you didn't have a lot of prio, you didn't have a lot of ways to control the map. They tried to make those two topside rotations to get turret, were punished twice. Hanwha, like I said, I feel literally ran circles around D+ in this first one.
They really did. It was just an out mind game in the draft, and then it was an outplay on the Rift. Really beautifully done here for Hanwha Life Esports. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the Space is going to break that one down. We'll have game number 2. We'll see you there.
아질은 탈볼게 아질 좋냐? 나 괜찮아 딜 봐, 쌤 좋아 나한테만 살짝 봐줘 아질 높을 천천히 현준이 형 천천히
괜찮아. 완전 더 해도 돼.
스테이지 높을
야, 큐 맞춰서 앞에.
앞에 내가 볼수 있는 사람? 내가 다
탑 가면 끝나.
탑 빠져 내가 다 나이스 프로키 캔을 줘 나이스 타임 잘 봤다
근데 이거
우리 요정 초반에 섹시했는데?
이거 정글을 그냥 띄워놨어.
현준이 형 나이스 했다
현준이 잘했다.
내가
나이스.
현준이 형이 잘했다
위에서 하고. 이거 다음에 이거 끝나.
나이스 3판 자르자
You're actually so good.
Welcome back to the space where you have three Daniels, myself, Daniel Digon Gonzalez, joined by Daniel Ox Harrison and Bryn Daniel Valdez. Welcome. That was a game of League of Legends that we just had with, it was a lot of kind of hanging out for the first 16, 17 minutes, and then it ended in a flash.
Wasn't a very interesting game, to be perfectly honest. Not a lot happened, but it was very good for Life Esports that not much happened because they sat there with their double AD carry with the Ivern, and they got Ezreal again for Viper. Didn't really matter, actually, in the end, as the casters were saying, what AD carry he was playing, just because by the end of the day, it was just one Baron, and they had like a slight lead, and then they took the Baron, and then they took one team fight, and the game ended.
Yeah, I wasn't a huge fan of the D+ draft. You know, the Aphelios Renata playing into the Ezreal Corki, they're going to outrange you, they're going to be able to poke you from a distance, and also the 2-item spike in the mid game, really going to feel bad. And it felt like at times, you know, they were very reliant on like the Azir shuffle or the Renata for engage. I think the big reason they went for the Renata, other than Kellen being great at it, is they wanted good lane matchups. You know, you have the Nara, the Cassante, you have the Aphelios Renata into the Ezreal Rel, but then Life Esports just lane swapped, you know, avoided those tough early levels, and then really managed to navigate it quite well. I think also a big issue, they left the Ezreal open, traded it for the Sejuani, but then they ended up putting Showmaker and Azir, and I feel like Lucian Showmaker have been a big driving force of this roster, and they've looked best when it's like AD jungle, AP mid, but not really like the tank junglers, you know? And I think the problem they got themselves into is they couldn't give over Ezreal and Sejuani, and so they felt forced to pick it, but like, Lucian has seen so much better on things like the Vi, like the Lee Sin, and those sort of ballpark picks.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting because it felt like you've got some tools to engage other than Sejuani, not a hard engage. And as they missed, you know, no handshakes there by Kellen, a couple of shuffles that didn't really pan out. They're like, okay, we'll just handshake into scaling. And then we had one big fight. So let's take a look at the early game, though. We had a couple of fights on the top side of the map where Life get a slight lead.
Yeah, the thing about this is that, you know, it is a slight lead, as you mentioned. It's like 2,000 gold, but the fact that they're just getting by with Ivern, with double AD carry, and everything's just going smooth and there's not that much action. Also, the fact that Doran got through this laning phase very smoothly, like all of his teammates were even congratulating him and commenting on how well he did. And Zeka's getting fed all the while he gets that kill in top lane. He's able to get this kill down in the bottom lane, and it just puts them in such a fantastic and comfortable spot.
Yeah, and we had one setup around Dragon where D+ answered back a bit, but it felt like the general flow of the game was Life Esports getting gold advantages. We obviously saw the kills there, but also just getting advantages based on farm. Both Zeka and Viper had CS Bounty coming out just from having a big farm lead over their opponents. So it felt like as the game played out slowly, more and more advantage was going to Life Esports.
Yeah, and we know that Aiming doesn't like to not have his Gold King title, so it felt like they started farming a little bit too much, focused on the wave states. Then Life steal away a Baron uncontested, which then led to this quick push, and Showmaker getting caught here was just the doom of everything.
Yeah, once again, Delight, the playmaker. You know, you give him Rel, you give him an awesome spot to pick the Rel. The Renata not able to help on time, and Showmaker just took way too much damage. The poke comes out from Corki, and
oh no, the ult. Oh,
and he's dead.
And they just really never had a fighting chance in this specific fight because they were so far behind, and also Showmaker was basically dead off the bat. You know, didn't immediately go down thanks to the bailout, but wasn't able to do anything. Aiming joins late, just gets cleaned up, and this felt like such a straightforward game for Life Esports. It never really felt like they had to come out of like second gear on this one. It felt like they had a lot of control, and I think part of it's a draft, part of it's just solid play.
All right, well, let's take a look at the POG for game number 1 here for Life. Esports, as it could go to anyone. Oh, goes to Dorn on the top side, as you said. Made it through this tough laning phase, but you made a little face there, Valdez.
Yeah, a little bit of a spoiler. Me and Ox did go for Zeka in this one. Just thought he was able to do very well in his own lane, but I can understand the Dorn angle as well. You know, able to set up a bunch of kills. There was that really slick escape that he had on the top side, even trying to pull in the enemy jungler Lucid at that one point, but at the end of the day, it was kind of hard to pick for POG just because it was just a small lead that they were able to get.
I honestly could imagine us having some split votes. You know, Doran obviously was praised by his teammates, had a good game. I feel like Zeka picked up some good kills. Peanut had a lot of control of the game, good play from Ivan, and then, you know, a couple of good engages from Delight. I basically think anyone but Viper is a pretty valid vote on this one. Viper didn't have his best game despite having the Ezreal. And no Delight, but yeah, a pretty solid spread of the top side.
Space Dogs, again, you've just been on point with all the Preds. Now you're Predding what the POG voters would say.
Pred the Preds, you know, it's a level above.
I don't get it. I'm not on the same level. I don't understand.
That's all right. Well, 5 of 11. Still, it was a comprehensive victory here for Hanwha Life Esports. Good stuff there. I think part of it for me just feels like you had so many options towards starting a fight and having so many players be able to do it. And in this case, I look at Showmaker here and just, you had a couple of shuffles that didn't look good. The river setup that you were talking about, he chased Ivern up into mid lane. They got nothing from that on the TP. Just not used to seeing him not find an angle.
Well, I think a big advantage D+ are going to have in this game is blue side, because it felt like they were really having to weigh up what they want to let through. In this side, they have so much more freedom to target ban. There's going to be a bunch of bans that Hanwha Life Esports will have to do on red side to deny. So I'm hoping they get a better draft on this side and just a strong mid jungle for Lucid and Showmaker, because when they're on a powerful duo, they are the driving force.
All right, well, let's see how Game 2 shakes up here for our Saturday showdown. Will it be done and dusted after 2? Let's find out.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of game number 1. Yeah, pretty cut and dry for that one. I think Doran, well-deserved, but I also like the shout-outs to both Peanut and Zeka as far as the votes are concerned. I think, honestly, this was a team effort from Hanwha Life Esports. When you have these Ivern drafts, I think so many things have to fit together well for it to look as oppressive as it does, and this was the perfect execution of that in game number 1. Probably not going to happen for game number 2, Wolf.
I don't think so. D+ should have blue side here, and it's going to look very different. They will not have to worry about as many of these power picks to come through in B1. They'll have that edge, but I really do think it's a mentality shift we also need to see from D+, because again, those two sides of the D+ coin, right? Playing their style or playing to aiming, and that is, you know, aiming has been such a reliable late game AD carry at certain parts of the last 2 years, but you know, sometimes he can't get it done alone if the rest of the map is on fire, if you're fighting into Ivern brushes. So let's see what the draft is going to look like here as we see the Renekton get taken away from Doran again.
Yeah, on the blue side as well, which is quite interesting, seeing that ban come through here. But maybe it's just there to shore up the fact that they can possibly get themselves a Rumble. Lee Sin going to be taken away. I think the Vi probably going to be removed as well. Maybe Double Tree to be taken off the board here by D+. As, yeah, the Vi, pretty comfortable one. And do they just ban Sejuani or Ivern here is the question that I have. Because, of course, they want to angle towards the Ezreal first pick themselves.
Corki also could be a strong ban here if Showmaker has no intention of playing it, but they will take the Ivern instead. And that is going to at least allow D+ to play League of Legends in Game 2.
There we go.
So I do appreciate that ban. Let's see if Hanwha Life... I mean, this feels like it has to be a Rumble ban.
Yeah.
But let's see if the Ezreal is going to be banned instead.
Oh,
so this
wow.
is a lot of respect to aiming's Ezreal. Again, considering Viper is the stronger Ezreal player, but they have B1, they're willing to give this Rumble up. And that tells me that Doran has something prepared here.
Its name is Cassante.
I hope it's not Cassante. But it could be a lane swap.
Sante. Yeah. Something like that could be possible. Let's see what Hanwha Life Esports actually do go for as far as this first couple of picks is concerned. Zeri pick away from aiming is a decent one. Peanut, of course, feels a lot more solid on this Sejuani pickup.
And the thing is, like, Showmaker doesn't want to play Yone. You know, he's tried away from that. Zeka loves to play Yone, so they actually will get a power pick with this Sejuani. Very likely, because there's no way to deny it here as D+, besides picking away the Yone, which they will not do. Lucid looking for the Poppy potentially here would be really interesting to pick up at this stage of the draft.
Wukong's the old classic into the Sejuani. You can strip down some of those defenses, but Poppy, we've seen handshook into this many times before, can deny the Arctic Assault. I kind of like it.
Yeah, Wukong is very sticky on the Zeri, but okay, this is D+ doing the D+ that we like, right? Right, D+?
I want the Talon. That seemed like a fun option. But I think it's probably twisted for fun. Yeah, that's another one. Yeah, Showmaker just cycling through some things before he picks TF, I think.
Could be LeBlanc here.
Oh, okay, there we go.
All right, well, that's going to, I think, shy us away from that Corki mid here for Zeka. And it will look like he's going for the Azir himself. This is an older matchup that we've seen a lot in the LCK, but not as much recently. And this is one that...
I like this a lot more.
Now, playing the Yone... Okay, this is getting weird. Playing the Yone into the LeBlanc is a little bit uncomfortable often for the Yone, especially with the electrocute power on this patch. It's really easy to trade away from the Q3s, and you know the LeBlanc, as we were joking about yesterday, can go back, and you know you have the control of when you go back. The Yone kind of always has to go back in some of those parts of the matchup. And they'll prioritize the Cassante here for Doran instead into a Rumble, and that just screams like they've got a lane swap prepared.
Oh yeah. I don't know whether they really want to go into just a regular 1v1 in that particular matchup, but it was something that Doran managed to navigate pretty beautifully last time around.
You can ban both the Azir and the Yone here, and it feels really strong. I think they will likely do that.
Yeah, I would agree. Kalista Ashe, a pretty understandable one there as well, given the fact that the 80 carry pool was relatively untouched outside of the Ezreal. And so I think, yeah, Zephyr still having a little bit of a think about who to take away here. We are getting down to the last few seconds.
Could be like also considering a Senna ban. Lulu also another consideration. You know, if we were going to do some crazy stuff with this Zeri, you know.
Yeah.
We've seen Cassante, but we've seen Sion mid into LeBlanc. And there is some flexibility in this draft, but I feel like really throwing darts to the board to try to do that one. They'll take away the Lulu instead for the laning phase. Great with the Sejuani, and this is just going to push Zeka onto the Corki, which, when you consider, you know, he didn't want to play Yone into this LeBlanc. They took the Azir away from him. This still doesn't feel that bad, to be honest, into the LeBlanc.
I mean, I guess, but it is a lot of AD. Poppy will be difficult to get through, but of course, with a Rumble, it's not like an actual tank.
Yeah, he's not building MR.
Yeah,
or, sorry, armor.
Yeah, so it's not as much of a big deal, but still, you know, damage profile is somewhat important. Aiming, thinking about going back towards his Kai'Sa.
He is very well known for this pick and has given us some fantastic games, especially when AP Kai'Sa was a little bit over-tuned. He was very strong in that meta. Great into Zeri in the isolated 1v1. The played well, can be quite strong here. The question is, what does he take with this? Basically, everything is up. I mean, you could go Leona here, you could go for the Alistar, you could go for a Rakan if you really think you're going to have enough setup. As Poppy is also an option.
All right. That is just Wukong for the jungle, and we're going to have a Poppy support. A little bit of Mickey X flavor for the bottom lane. You like to see it.
It could also weirdly, unlikely, but maybe be Rumble in the support role as well, but I don't think that they will do that. That's
true.
That's not as common as it used to be, but we'll wait and see.
But also, Rumble is a good matchup into Cassante.
Yeah, so I think they'll probably keep that one top. The Janna, though, considered
a little
here.
bit of reckless flavor? Oh, man, no, it's just going to be Brom. So never mind. Delight going to bring that one out. They do have a bit of engage with the Sejuani, but this does put them on the low ebb when it comes to being able to start fights.
The Rumble here in the top side of the map is going to have a really strong matchup into the Cassante. We may see a lane swap, though, and while you're scouting lane swaps, the Braum at level 1 can actually turn a lane swap into a deadly situation if you are just trying to face check, trying to figure out where Viper is going. It's actually quite dangerous, so even if they don't end up lane swapping here, it's a very strong setup at level 1 for Hanwha Life. The Wukong is great into Zeri, pretty good into Corki as well. Lots of damage. You mentioned, obviously, the matchup as well, where he's been picked a lot historically when Wukong was very strong.
Yeah.
Back in the Sylvie era. But we'll see how this draft plays out for D+, because it feels like, while it has a lot of strong pieces to it, it's not very standard. It's very much like leaning into the, we're saying, play your style, play your own weird game for D+. But I don't know if it really works out against what is otherwise just a great team fighting composition here for the side of Hanwha Life.
Yeah, I think Hanwha Life Esports not doing as much funny business as what D+ have pulled out. But the thing that I look at is Wukong that does some damage, has some playmaking in the jungle, and there's LeBlanc for Showmaker. This is the kind of draft that D+ have historically looked good on. I think Kingin has been a great Rumble as well, even in games that they don't necessarily win. I think that his Rumble has always been phenomenal in the laning phase, so they could possibly leverage that. See whether we get 3 games for this Saturday Showdown as we jump into the Rift for the second one.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Oh man, everyone is just kind of losing their minds here at Lopak. You love to see it. The Showmaker is going to scout out the fact that Home Life Esports are going to be moving into their bottom side jungle.
Strong Braum level 1 will be respected here. And it's great for Showmaker to be the one who can come in there and check that out, because he could just distort away before any disasters do occur. And let's see where they go, as they are going towards the top side of the map right now. At least Delight is.
Yeah. Delight moving up there. It is going to be Doran at least still sticking around in this Tribrush. But we'll see whether this does confirm some sort of lane swap situation. And that is going to be happening.
Yes.
Zeri and the Braum up here alongside Doran, who's now just going to be moving into the enemy jungle. Kingen was just scouting around to see who was hanging out here. And I think with the fact that he just saw Doran, I mean that he doesn't necessarily 100% know, but never mind, he does.
Yeah, I think they're starting to really suss this out, and with no Braum pressure in the jungle either, does seem pretty likely that's going to be the case. Kingen sticks around, and they're going to push bottom side. Demolish, not on the Poppy here, but on the Braum, so that's going to help them, win out against, or at least try to even out against the lane swap protection.
Yeah, Kingen just going to be annoying some of the jungle camps as he moves towards mid lane, and Lucid moves on over to discover that there is no Sejuani on this blue buff. And so we'll at least now get confirmation that Peanut is in this area, because we've got a bit of a 2v2 in mid lane with Zeka and Doran being the ones to defend as this shove does come in. This time around, though, in the lane swap scenario, Showmaker has control of the lane.
Yes, and Lucid is already putting the pressure on. He's taking away the Gromp right now. He's trying to get some advantages here and may be able to take some of Peanut's jungle away, deny him from crossing. As Braum is losing a lot at the moment.
Yeah.
Well, that's okay, because he also won a lot. He just lost a lot in a row, so I think he's still very strong. I wouldn't read too much into that.
Yeah, I think Braum angles, something that some teams have sort of failed to appropriately identify. I don't know whether this is the best one, to be perfectly honest, but you can block a fair bit of stuff that's coming in. And that could be important here. Although it doesn't really feel like the checkmate Braum type scenario outside of having a very strong level 1, like you were talking about previously.
Yeah, I think it's great for what they're trying to do with the lane swap, and they are going to deny a lot of farm here. We'll be able to grab this plate as well. And yes, plates are going down bottom side here, but D+ are kind of paralyzed right now, and Doran's just going to TP, and against the solo Kai'Sa, there's no punish, no one to stun him. They drop the ward down too late. He shows up, and Viper picks up a ton of gold here that I think he shouldn't have been able to get, but D+ just really struggling to respond here to the power of this Braum early, struggling to get close to the turret. This Poppy gets a little bit abused, and Lucid was able to take some jungle away, but it isn't going to be a massive advantage he picks up here over Peanut. In fact, it's just kind of catching up at the moment.
Yeah, Peanut just going to walk past Showmaker here and over into the enemy Raptor camp. Not actually back up and available just yet, but like you say, Double Scuttle going to come through from Peanut, who has just been running the jungle. He is like, you young whippersnapper, I will show you how it's done.
And I think that
he's really dominating these early games.
We've seen some of Peanut's mechanical mishaps, somebody's missing his Sejuani ults and stuff like that, but when it comes to early pathing, I mean, the only person who's really close to him is Canyon, right? And
yeah,
Canyon, you could argue, is the full package. Peanut sometimes isn't able to live up to Canyon's current mechanics, but I mean, Peanut is very clearly number 2 right now, I feel like, in our league, and he is really showcasing in this series just why, with his early pathing, use of pressure on the map. And this Rumble will still win the lane after we swap back, and that's still going to be an advantage, but it won't be as accelerated for Kingen as it would have been otherwise.
Yeah, the way that Hanwha have been utilizing these lane swaps has been really beautifully done. And let's see what can actually happen here as Kellen looking for a bit of an angle. Viper taking a bit of damage, and Lucid was skulking around, but isn't actually able to find an avenue in.
So 2 games in a row, Doran gets the lane swap, avoids the early levels, will try to stabilize, and they get even plates, Viper and aiming, right, in this lane swap, and Viper's looking for a second one down here in the bottom lane. It looks like he is going to get it here. Very close, not on this wave, but on the next.
Heroic Charge is going to push Delight into the wall here. His steadfast presence means that no stand behind Braum is going to be possible.
Still getting the dragon as well, Atlas, all while this is happening. And this is just Viper setting up domination in this game already. Like, it's a tough matchup into the Kai'Sa, but not at level 5. You know, not when Viper can actually just 1v2 and not care about this underleveled Poppy. And that's just straight up a dragon.
Yeah. Doran now up here towards the top side is still losing out like you were talking about, but I imagine that especially after game number 1 where things went a whole lot better than expected for Humble Life Esports, he's going to be filled with confidence. Luce is going to come on over and answer with some grubs. We'll see whether there is going to be any response, but with the fact that mid lane is still under control by D+, it is going to be a possibility here as Delight going to get pushed into the turret, but Kellen is Poppy, so it doesn't have a massive amount of damage potential.
Yeah, Viper picks up that plate. Split gold, of course, between him and Delight, but Lucid, in return, will get these grubs.
Yep.
And this is significant, obviously, for what it can mean later on when you get control or the LeBlanc is hard to deal with in the side. Remember, Rumble's Q is nerfed on this patch, so...
Yeah, I was about to say, like, nerfed, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't really look very nerfed.
But at the same time, it does mean Doran should not really be afraid of this Ignite Rumble all too much, considering the lane swap. And the lack of teleport really hurt Kingan's ability to actually respond to the lane swap or try to do anything tricky. He just kind of had to sit there and have his team come up, and that's why he doesn't have as big of a lead as he would have otherwise. But this Ignite is going to be something we'll be talking about in 20 minutes time, you know, when we get to the late game, when we get to the points where Kingan has to rotate over and Doran can outspeed him.
Well, now the all-out's going to come in, and Kingan has to flash to get himself out of the way. Almost the concussive blows stacked up there as Equalizer just to clear out the wave.
And he doesn't have teleport, so this is pretty frustrating. Not going to be a huge wave to crash in or anything like that. He's actually even going to stay.
Yeah, the cannon doesn't actually get taken down.
Yeah, you love to see these roams from Delight because Viper is still fine down here. He's got the all-in angle.
Yeah, he is actually going to look for it. Does press the ultimate button as there's a killer instinct from aiming. Is going to be able to prop the plasma as in goes Kellen. Viper surviving for the moment, but the Acathian rain comes down and Kellen will fall. It's a 1-for-1, but first blood over to aiming.
And I think Viper was not really expecting he's going to end up getting the kill there, but wanted to actually chunk aiming's health down and then be able to back off to the turret because he knows the support is, of course, away. It wasn't down there just yet, but ends up trading the kill back with a really nice extendo beam there. His cleanse was pretty instant, flashes back behind the turret, and he's able to get some gold back here on the play. Still, aiming with a good outplay there. That's why you pick the Kai'Sa into the Zeri. She wants to play that game, you absolutely can. Just turn the all-in around with your killer instinct.
Yeah, nicely done there from aiming. Does have to invest his flash, but they get cleanse and flash out from Viper here. And so that means some respite for a few minutes' time.
And the first blood, of course,
yeah,
to go over as well.
Somewhat extra money. They also deny a bunch of farm, right? Like, the 1-for-1 trade was Viper for Kellen. And I don't think D+ really minds if Kellen's going to be going down relatively early on, as he just gets on in there. It's a great cleanse, like you were saying, but it doesn't actually matter in the grand scheme of things. Aiming is the one there to pick up the experience.
Exactly.
Oh.
Not too happy that he died. But he just got outplayed by Viper in that situation. He had to flash in and use his charge, so there's really nothing he can do. He can't flash away. Like, he's just maybe if he sidesteps the extendo beam, which is quite tough to do in that situation.
The response was very cute, though, from Kellen, so there's at least that. The Showmaker and Zeka still just hanging out in this lane. Showmaker still with that slight advantage, as we can see there in the CS. Having a look at the gold as well. It is going to be just blue across the board. Was almost Peanut with an advantage, but with the fact that Lucid still has some camps to clear, he is going to be able to pull out ahead. So looking for that Trinity Force on the Wukong.
I do think part of the reason Kellen is so frustrated is because he also used his flash for that play. It's a double flash for one in cleanse, but the cleanse is on a much lower cooldown. I don't know if there will be any reason for Kellen to be worried about that or, you know.
He's got Hex Flash.
He has Hex Flash, so he still has some engage opportunity himself. But it is frustrating. Nonetheless, especially when you consider the rest of the game state, like, Viper is still getting money. He got the money from the kill. He was the one who got that. And the light wasn't there. He gets a kill. He gets more plate gold. And this Kai'Sa lead is very slight. And it just feels like the inevitability of this comp later on because the Rumble also didn't get massive advantages, doesn't have teleport. Speaking of...
Yeah, Peanut going to find the Glacial Prison. Kingan just looking to try and get himself out of here. Does have the Equalizer, puts it down. Beautiful position as Dorn is just going to burn down. Kingan looking for more as well as Peanut's going to take that harpoon to the back of the head and Flame Spitter takes him down. A double for the Rumble. That's why this champion has to be banned and Kingan demonstrates it beautifully.
And on the other side of the map, they're pushing using the pressure in here as well because Lucid knows Peanut was topside, he's dead, and they can zone Viper out of experience. So in one fell swoop, Kingen turns this game on its head. The equalizer placement there, just fantastic. And I think for Doran and Peanut, really hard forcing there. They know the Rumble doesn't have TP. If they get that kill, it's so huge for them. But if the Rumble gets 2 kills and Viper is zoned out of CS and Aiming gets a plate, it's a disaster. And this is D+ going from strength to strength in this one. They had a slight lead, but it's pretty massive now.
Yeah. And I just love it. Like, they adjust, they move towards one of the compositions that actually works for them as, okay, Aiming, looking for an angle here. Extender Beam doesn't really do too much. The door is going to say no, though. And Delight just going to be able to walk out of there. He was on fire, but isn't going to die just yet.
And this is not even like, the frustrating part about this, too, for Doran has got to be that in game 1, you know, you staved off the pressure. You were able to escape a lot of the tough
that
points.
Equalizer could not be better positioned.
Literally perfect, right? But if you're Doran in this game, as he is going to be able to get it with the Harpoon. If you're Doran in this game, you're like, we actually staved off the pressure, but then we got too greedy. We pushed too hard here, and we got outplayed. And now this Cassante is going to feel really horrible. It was already feeling like kind of tough, but you know, we scale up. We've got the Zera, we've got the front line, we've got the double 80 carry. Now it's just like, okay, Rumble domination.
Yeah, and now it's looking like Showmaker going to find some domination as well. Connects a couple of chains. And Peanut able to get himself out of there, so not going to be too much of a follow-up on that one. 3 grubs up on the table, though, and what Showmaker just claimed was probably some control over the Herald / Baron / Grub Pit, and he is now going to be able to move himself in there. So 6 grubs to go over to D+ as well.
Yeah. Viper, you know, here in this game, he picked up a Shiv. He will be able to continue to farm, but it is, okay, Delight also in a bit of an unfortunate situation. He is going to be able to farm pretty freely here because LeBlanc will go to sides, but if they lose that mid turret, that's when it gets really scary. When Showmaker has side lane control, Kingen has side lane control, and then you just can't farm freely because your turret is gone, and Showmaker, when he's off the minimap, and when he pushes a wave, and you're like, I could die at any moment. You know,
yeah.
He could be in any brush.
And look at his items. He's got the Ludens now completed, as well as some shoes. Like, there's no Trinity Force yet for Zeka. He's still stacking up that tier. No cull this time around in this game. Showmaker, in this moment, is so much more powerful.
Absolutely. And you can see it, well, when he hits his...
Yeah, if he hits the chain, then yeah, just have to hold up 1 second while we wait for that to be back.
Pretty easy to itemize as Doran in this game, at least, you know, with the LeBlanc and the Rumble being the big problems. The Kaisa will likely build the 3rd item Nashers in this game.
Could be. We have seen a little bit more of the AD Kaisa in some of these more AP-heavy comps, but it is aiming, so looking for, you know, an inspired build is not often what you see.
Yeah, no, I we'll see what he does, but
yeah,
I think the poke is going to be more relevant if it's an even game state for that 3rd item. When you're this far ahead, though, as D+, maybe you feel like you just want to greed it and actually just be some more 80 damage into the tank Cassante that isn't able to itemize very much armor. He's playing into Rumble, so we'll see what he opts into. As Kingen's not going to quite be able to get this plate, but Zeka is just out of the lane, man.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Showmaker as well, just so safe when he moves up as well with the distortion. Just giving him all that ability to get himself back. Is Chain going to connect onto Viper as well? As Showmaker, I mean, this is his moment, right? Like, we're hitting the mid game as Aiming does find a bunch of damage with the Void Seeker. Glacial Prison going to be cleansed immediately, and the Keeper's verdict is you're going home.
I love the concept of how D+ set this up to this. Leave the LeBlanc in the lane, knowing Viper's like, okay, it's time for me to farm mid. I've got my Shiv. And he's like, no, I'm going to push you out of the lane. Aiming's still got a turret he can grab here bottom side. And we have 6 grubs, so it goes down so quickly. They just have this lane set that's so strong. Zeka's forced to TP. They punish him also pretty quickly. And, I mean, now he's going to get this turret bottom side. Viper trying to trade something back here, but he is so vulnerable. And he's keeping this turret alive, but Showmaker is about to get unlocked.
Yeah, Lucid as well, able to take the Rift Herald, just unimpeded. I do want to say as well, I just realized why this Poppy is so good. I'm going to have to hold the thought, though, because Zeka is moving towards his bottom lane. And Kellen's going to turn up. There's the flash, the heroic charge, and Aiming is going to be able to put this Corki down. Delight puts up the door. Aiming says, all right, not going to fight you. But I want to talk about this bottom lane, because the thing that's beautiful about Poppy is that, oh, never mind, Viper is just in so much trouble. The chain's going to connect the flash forward from Showmaker, but it's not quite enough. And in comes Lucid just to try and get another charge. He will be able to get it. Warrior Trickster to try and get him out of there, but the Winter's Bite will connect. The Christmas trees come up. There's a Cyclone as Lucid going to get stunned up. Some chains are going to connect here as now Kellen gets in. Another heroic charge. Aiming, going to be able to pick up another kill. And it was all a cunning ruse. It was all a bait. It's a double kill for Aiming. And my God, I thought that maybe this Saturday Showdown wouldn't deliver. But here it is, it turns up.
King gets the top turret as well, they get the bottom turret. Aiming is just so fed he can kill the Corki in the side lane here with, of course, help of his support. But he's only a level down on Zeka, right? And look at this setup. I mean, Corki is not online just yet. The Kaisa is so huge in this game. They end up getting this pick. And then Showmaker's like, I've got a Herald here, and now that turn of safety I was talking about, it's gone, and Viper is gone with it. Now Showmaker flashes and doesn't get the kill here, so we know he's building Majai's this game. Like, you know, we're probably going to go back to live, and he's going to have it in his inventory already. But, I mean, this is just a phenomenal setup here for D+. And then Hanwha Life really want to punish this Wukong, but it turns out he has Cyclone, and he is going to be able to self-heal pretty well, and this sets up just enough time for Aiming to rotate over here. This Kaisa is so
Flash as well from Kellen, just in the brush. He's making sure that all the information is denied from Hanwha Life Esports, and I have to say, like, Kellen has just been studying Mickey X and like the stuff that he was doing on the international stage prior, and this is looking like a bit of a masterclass here from the man with a new champion in his wheelhouse.
Yeah, a little bit disappointed we don't have any Darkseal or anything for Showmakers. Kellen's not done.
Yeah, Doran is going to be able to deny the heroic charge as he brings the Poppy with him.
That's an inner turret in bottom lane, and on the top side, they're not able to trade anything back. I mean, they can push King out of the lane.
It's 7,000 gold.
The Gold King.
Yeah, the Gold King.
He's like, I'm staying in lane, I'm killing the whole turret, I ain't going mid. I'm going to kill the champions, I'm going to kill the turret, I'm going to take all the money.
Remember, if he gets another one, he is the Gold King for 2024, by the way. As Viper, he's probably not, as he's going to have to get out of here as best he can. Kellen's coming on over. Oh, the buckler to the back of the noggin, but he is going to be okay for the moment. Kingen wants to find, he's just, okay, almost survives as the Keeper's Verdict comes in. The rest of D+ making their way over. Killer Instinct gets Aiming in there, and yes, the Rumble goes down, but that's a great knockup, so never mind. It is just a 1-for-1 in the end.
What a fantastic game here from D+. They're pushing their advantage so incredibly well with the dive composition that they have, and can't even blame Kingen for that one because you're able to follow up so well as D+. Even if he dies there, which he did, the follow-up is going to be there. As look at the damage in this game. Like, okay, Gold King be damned. Showmaker says, I'm the damage king.
Yeah, he is the damage king.
Horizon focus already. As we go back to this, I mean, you can see it on display. Showmaker, double distortion here. Chains come through. The root is there. Viper very, very low. Kellen not quite able to kill him. The buckler to get the flash. Kingen wants to set up for this, but unfortunately he's caught by Peanut. There isn't any follow-up just yet. Showmaker already used his ult, so can't actually come over here very quickly, but he still shows up.
Yep. We're going to have a look at this fight, or, okay, Viper actually not able to be killed, but Showmaker gets back to the distortion and will survive. At least, you know, just barely. Only 40 health remaining, as Aiming is just going to solo kill the Braum. I think that was a Voidseeker landing problem. And now he's going to look for Peanut. That Voidseeker did not land, and so he is going to back away. And I don't actually think it was. I think because Aiming didn't have Killer Instinct. So never mind. That's just a dead delight.
Just saying, Atlas.
Yeah.
Our assessment of D+, you know, when they play their style,
I know.
When they play the other style, looking like an L.
It's precisely what we were saying in the setup. Like, it's the team that's the most easy to analyze. You just look at the draft. You're like, is this the D+ win draft? Yeah. And this is an example of one of them that does. This was pretty close, though, from Viper.
Yeah, Showmaker gets the Electrocute proc here, and Viper actually dashes out of his chains. He loses his clone, but he does get him here in the end. That final Q going to come through. And this is, yeah, he just didn't
just
even get hit by a Void Seeker. He just walked in. Yeah, unfortunate.
I think he did get hit by a Void Seeker, but it didn't have anything to do with how it
wasn't a snipe. Yeah, it wasn't like he got caught by it. He,
I just wanted to give myself a bit of a technically right for that one, but
Baron,
not what I was thinking happened at all.
On spawn, Showmaker's holding the door. He may get punished.
Yeah, Glacier Prison going to come down. Keeper's verdict is that Peanut is not allowed in here, but Showmaker might be taken down. He's trying to distort his way out of there. Viper is able to help take him down, but the Baron is the trade. And I think that if you were going to check the, the receipts at the end, that's probably working out for D+.
Yeah, well, Showmaker's died now, so surely he'll get a Magi soon, right?
You are very invested in this Magi.
Come on, it's one of those games. Like, Showmaker, don't let me down.
If only it's still built out of an amp tome, then he could just build it now. But
he needs a little bit more money before he can actually purchase that. He is going to get punished here, but as you say, with Kellen coming in, tossing out the ult, there's just no one who can get anywhere close to the Baron. Showmaker, I don't want to say he almost gets out there, but he certainly buys plenty of time as over here.
All right, some bounty gold going on over to Humble Life Esports, as that means that the Baron power play is going to be negative, but that might be changing pretty soon as Showmaker's teleported in. Doran is teleporting out via the Death Chamber. And D+ now with a 5v4 scenario should be able to amplify their Baron power play relatively well.
Yeah, that's also a negative, let's say. Negative Baron power play going back to the positive, and Doran dying there. We'll say it's a negative for Humble Life. We're still looking at the receipts, we're still doing some accounting on this game as...
Man, like, Showmaker's LeBlanc has the most main character energy ever. As we're going to go into this team fight, Delight is going to get taken down pretty quickly here. Showmaker just needs another couple of spells, but never mind. Delight will survive. And, Voidseeker is actually going to be the thing that kills him this time. Justice for Atlas wanting to know how people die this game, because there's just so much there's so much action all over the map. Breaking my brain, Wolf.
There's a lot of Atlas, because when there's a lot of action, you got to play-by-play it.
That is true. I might have to do it again here as Zeka, trying to get some damage down, does throw out the Frost Bomb. And D+, I think, just going to back away.
It's so wild that in a game like this where aiming has 8 kills, you still have all eyes on Showmaker's.
Yeah, he is just the main character. That's just what it is.
It's just so wild. It's such a good point you make about the main character energy. He's just making so many plays here, and Viper he can't farm anywhere. That's been a big focal point of this game. Is Viper's like, I'm farming mid, and Showmaker's like, no, you're not. He's like, I'm farming bottom, and aiming says, no, you're not. And he's like, I'm trying to get gold. He has more minions than aiming has in this game. He has more minions killed than Showmaker. He's CSing, but he is not getting any kills. He's sitting on 2 items right now. Aiming is on 3.5. He has a ton of money, and the burst potential is just so real that Doran, he just doesn't have a prayer. Even though he's Cassante, he's sitting on 2 items, he's got Merc Treads, he just doesn't live very long.
Well, Equalizer is going to deny this push, so Humble Life Esports not going to be able to find this inner turret, as the Drake is going to be secured here by D+. Cloud Soul feels fantastic. Haven't actually spoken about it just yet.
The other thing about this Baron power play being so low is there's just not a lot of stuff to kill. They kind of killed it already. There's
suffering from success a little bit here, as aiming is going to find a Voidseeker. Peanut says top of the morning to you, and then he's going to die. Aiming going to get his 9th.
He's really aiming for the 1,500 kills, I don't actually know where we're at.
Yeah, he might get that many in this game if it keeps going the way that it is.
Yeah, he is. He's quite wealthy. He's on 13,000 gold in this game.
Would you say that he is the king of gold?
Yes, I would.
He's getting a lot.
I think even Wuri is raising their eyebrows at this one.
Yeah.
It is kind of crazy, too. I mean, they didn't get that much gold out of the Baron in terms of structures because they killed so many earlier on with this LeBlanc that with all the turrets gone, has free reign to do whatever she wants. And it was a 20-minute Baron. Like, they did it on spawn, essentially. It was like 2010. And so, it's not going to be game-ending. It's not going to be like they walk down and kill the Nexus because we're not at that stage of the game. But the game is, by all means, over. It is done. It is done, if you had any doubts.
And they just have so many answers to everything as well, because from ahead, Poppy is so powerful, right? Like, the enemy team tries to get any sort of vision. Keeper's Verdict can really ruin that if you have control of areas. And then, like, that's not even mentioning face-checking LeBlanc when she's ahead of you is pretty much a death wish. And aiming is just going to dive in on top as well. So if she doesn't have enough damage, then aiming's always going to be there with the Killer Instinct to help lock this one down. Rumble is broken, and Lucid's pretty good. He's now on this Wukong. It's the flavor of champion that we really enjoy seeing this player on.
There's such a butterfly effect impact that we had from those 2 kills that Kingen got early as well were...
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's where things really start to be disastrous. But I mean, even outside of that, Showmaker's laning, aiming, putting the pressure on Viper in the bottom lane. These other things happened independent of that. But once the Rumble also was just like, I'm freely killing the turrets, I'm doing whatever I want, and then Showmaker's like, well, all the turrets disappeared. There's no safety on the map.
It really reminds me of that DRX series earlier where Yehu like goes for that dive under the turret, and from that point on, they just, there's no way into the game at all. It's just one isolated moment. I think you're exactly right. Like, Kingen gets that double kill. Have we seen HLE Esports make any positive move on the map since then? I don't think so, really.
I mean, it's just been Viper finally being allowed to farm a little bit as all the turrets are gone, so the minions are closer to him, right? He took the CS advantage. He has farmed, again, significantly more than aiming, I guess. It turns out that 9 kills is worth more than 15.
Yeah, there's
CS.
a lot of money in the 9 kill situation.
But he has like just sat back and farmed, and that's all they can do, and they have to hope for Doran to be a frontline in this game, but he's not even really a frontline into a LeBlanc. He's certainly not a front line into a Rumble, and they can just circumvent him with the dive that they have, and they will, and they have already. And that's why from behind, HLE, I mean, this far behind, it's not even just a deficit, it's just a 10,000 gold hole. There's just not much that this comp can do, unfortunately. Just that's how League of Legends works. Look at the item diff here.
They're in a void, a gold void, as Doran is not feeling as tanky as he was in the last game, especially against aiming with his 9 kills. HLE Esports looking to try and pressure, stop him from just walking down the mid lane and taking down an inhibitor turret. All right, he's just going to chase down Peanut here as well. Nicathian Rain, pretty scary. And the more this plasma stacks up, the more dangerous it gets. As Harpoon, even that is looking a bit scary. As Showmaker diving forward. Oh, Kellen just takes that prison to the noggin, but he's still able to keep them on this equalizer for quite some time. Cyclone comes in, and now Kingen is just flashing for Viper. They take down Delight to start this one off. Doran is limping into his jungle. Zeka going to be taken down by Lucid. Nimbus Strike's going to sort that one out. Peanut is flashing away, and Showmaker is searching for Viper, wanting to kill him just one more time in this game. Is definitely a very slippery champion. So that's going to be a tough one, as he does manage to at least tag in there with that burst fire. But there goes the Zeri, and there goes game number 2, and we get a decider in today's Saturday Showdown. An absolutely fantastic one. This, remember guys, this is for second place for all intents and purposes. D+, they managed to do it last time around. They're seeing whether they can do it again. Game 1 wasn't close. Neither was game 2, but we're still going to a game number 3. It's absolutely fantastic. Bit of fun here on the Nexus as the equalizer is going to come down one more time. They can kill this if they would like to, but they want to get more kills for aiming. 10, 0, and 2 now on this Kai'Sa, as now they're going to back away because respawns have come in. Okay, let's see what we can actually find here as Lucid's on about 10 health. Burning. There's a Cyclone to try and stop it. It's Killer Instinct into the backline, and aiming just kills everyone. It's the triple, and I guess it was a bait all along. I don't know.
13 kills for the Kai'Sa. The Gold King will take out the Nexus, and we're going to a third one.
You best believe he's taking this kill as well, and there it is. 14 in the end of the day, or at the end of this game, and he is not wasting any time. Straight to the coach's booth. Let's get into game number 3. D+, even out the series. HLE Esports will have side selection moving into game 3, but this is a huge momentum shift for D+.
It certainly is, and I think D+, it wasn't looking like they had full control. They didn't have massive advantages yet until that big topside play where Kingen was able to equalize 2 people, kill 2, and then the map opens up and Showmaker can actually turn his advantage not into just a slight lane lead, but then a lot of map control. And then they push bottom side. That kill on the Viper is huge. He then can't lane. He goes mid, but he's laning into a LeBlanc. I really love the lane setups there in the mid game for D+. They knew how to play this draft so well, and they're so confident with these picks that you can just really feel that this is a D+ comp. You know, even Lucid on the Wukong feels unusual, but it suits their comp. It suits the dive. It's so strong into Zeri. And D+, they really bounced back after what was a rocky draft in game 1. This one was risky, but the execution backs it up.
Do you know what as well? I'm looking at this and I'm thinking it's probably supposed to be an aiming 12 out of 12. But if I still had a vote, I'd vote for Kellen 12 out of 12 times.
I voted
would
for
try to
Showmaker.
vote for everyone.
I voted for Showmaker in this one.
But it is going to be time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the space is going to break it down. Then we'll have the deciding game number 3. We'll see you there.
타워 찍게 타워. 나 3 쳐줘. 타워. 나 이거 5초.
안 보면
야 그냥
천천히
앞라인
해.
싸면 앞라인 싸면 침착하게 해봐. 앞라인 싸면. 나궁 2초. 나 내 포르키 나오거든.
아니 봐줘.
안 돼. 나. 야 포르키 나왔어. 야 빼라. 안 될 듯.
내가 크나 잡았어 크나테.
안 될 듯. 야 빼면서 보자. 빼면서.
얘들아 봐줘.
나 궁 10초. 봐줘. 궁 10초. 봐줘. 나 빼봐.
나 던져
앞발키리. 나 9초. 야 천천히. 야 이제 빼라. 제리가 간다.
나궁 궁대.
야 들어가.
볼게.
자. 포르키. 나 죽었고. 제리 나왔다.
야 볼래?
얘 노플에. 야 벽공개하래. 터져 빨리. W 5초. 야 폴 줄여봐 일단. W 2초. 노플이야.
야 타워 찍게 타워.
야 벽공 막아줄게. 야 얘 그냥 벽공 해줄게. 끝났다. 나이스. 맞다.
Welcome back to the space. 1-1 is your score as we finally had it tied on up by D+. We're worried that maybe it would go long yet again without any action. No, my friends, D+ really took the handle on that one. D gone alongside Ox and Valdez, and you know, you said when we flip over to the blue side, we'd have a much better look here for D+, and that look is the Rumble. You heard the music that we picked.
Yeah, I feel like once again, there's so much heavyweight on these bans towards the junglers that when Hanwha Life Esports end up on the red side, they have to let someone go. They let the Rumble go, and it proved to be a mistake, and it proved to cause some big issues. Generally, though, with that draft, I feel like one of the issues I have is D+. I love the Poppy flex to support. You know, I don't think the Poppy was like necessarily like a really impactful pick, but it meant they freed up the Wukong, which I think had a ton of value. Having that Wukong LeBlanc come a lot more threatening mid-jungle and the sort of things we expect to see from Lucent Showmaker. And then the composition Hanwha Life Esports, you have 3 tanks, your only engage really is the Sejuani, and you have Corki and Zeri as your only carries, and when you're dealing with a LeBlanc, a Kai'Sa, a Wukong, and a Rumble, it's so hard to keep those carries safe and doing damage, and I just think they were off to a rough start, just off the back of the draft, and when D+ got momentum, it became so difficult to play the 5v5s and keep Corki and Zeri safe.
Yeah, it was definitely a big issue for them. I would say it's really rough for Hanwha Life Esports to ban from the red side. Like, it's either Rumble or Ezreal. And we know that Aiming can play Ezreal to a high level. Yes, he does make some mistakes, but he is really good at it, and Ezreal's really strong. So they're like, well, Rumble got nerfed. Let's see if it works. It doesn't work when you give 2 kills over to the Rumble on Kingen, and they get super far ahead, and this comp from the side of DK is so good from ahead.
Yep, perfect transition to said dive in. I feel like we've seen a lot of this from Kingen lately. It's the absorbing pressure, turning around on the opposition.
And they just don't have the damage. You know, only Doran has the damage once he's ulted, and he obviously ends up ulting after the CC comes in. Doesn't have the damage to 100-0. The Rumble gets the turnaround, and it ends up backfiring so massively. This is a really nice play. The flash to get the slam on a Zeka. And it just felt like D+ were getting these picks across the map, giving themselves an edge and getting that carry strong.
Yeah, I mean, that was just kind of the follow-up after, you know, Aiming was able to get a kill early on as well. And yes, Viper got the trade kill, but it was kind of the beginning of Aiming's redemption arc in this game number 2, where he just became so out of control strong. It was kind of insane.
So after those picks, then in the mid lane, you're thinking, oh no, what could ruin things? A good old Herald bait. As Lucid rode the Herald on in, and you're thinking, okay, they're going to base it off that. Showmaker gets the pick, but the angle was not there.
But I don't understand what they're doing, because Zek is dead, Viper is 0 HP, so both your carries are out the fight, and then they opt into this fight with Braum, Sejuani, Cassante. I don't understand what the thought process. Look at him. Look at Lucid. Oh no, he's almost half HP.
I mean, Cassante is very strong.
But he's not got the damage for 4 people. And he gets shut down by the Poppy, and then he's, okay, Peanut's dead. And they're like, wait guys, why aren't we doing any damage? Oh, I wonder where your damage is.
Yeah, I don't actually think Cassante is strong enough to 1v4 in that situation, as the other 2 were just enablers, and they did enable the team to go in and all kind of die and continue DK's snowball that they had already continued. And like I said before, from that kind of position with this draft, you're just always going in, you're very far ahead, and the 2 carries from the side of Hanwha Life Esports are behind, and the game was just kind of over from there.
What they also enabled was our POG, as we take a look at the POG for game number 2. And it's Aiming on the Kai'Sa. You said in the draft you're a little worried about split damage here, but Aiming made it work based off of what was presented in front of him from Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah, I know. When they had the first 3 picks of the Rumble, the Poppy, and the LeBlanc, I was a bit concerned because I thought Kai'Sa would be a good pick for Aiming. He's really strong in it. But flexing the Wukong in the jungle, well, flexing the Poppy support, bringing the Wukong in the jungle gave them some AD. And, I mean, Aiming just managed to take over this game. Plenty of opportunities where he's just getting on top of key targets, blowing them up, and a pretty flawless performance from him, honestly. I think we definitely can sort of call back to last year on KT when they had that big win streak and he was just playing Kai'Sa on repeat. This kind of felt like that again.
Yeah, Kai'Sa, Zeri, even Ezreal for Aiming. I mean, you put that into his hands. He's so good with AD carries that have escapes, and especially from ahead, there's not a lot of escaping that he has to do, so he's just utilizing that to continuously go into the backline, continue to further his lead, and we see some of the other votes here for mid and top, and even one for Kellen, which I don't mind.
The Endcast, really? He must have heard what we said. He's just changed the tune completely.
Too much bot lane voting. Now we're gonna vote support.
Now just not voting bot lane at all. I don't think I've seen him vote bot lane like the past 2 days. So a change of tune. We're following the developing meta of the VNcast votes with great interest.
Yeah. Anyone but Lucid in that one, apparently, by our voters, is now Hanwha Life on the back foot. And we'll head on over to blue side. I like the fact that they tried banning away Ezreal, seeing like, all right, can we take the Rumble there? And when you make a mistake, it just snowballs out of control.
Yeah, I mean, I think the greatest play the Hanwha Life Esports made was losing that game so they can go on blue side. I think that's a really solid one to do. And now, you know, it's kind of like in tennis when it's your serve, when you have that advantage. We're looking at that from Hanwha Life Esports. They have the edge being on blue side again. D+ need to find a way to sort of navigate leaving all these power picks open.
Look at that. Feeling quite Olympic, throwing tennis in there. Look at that. Good stuff here, Ox. All right, let's send it on over to our casters again to game number 3.
Thank you so much, Digon and the boys. And I like the tennis reference quite a lot. Yes, it is going to be once again Hanwha Life Esports serve, and they're going to dive onto the blue side. But Wolf, you and I were having a conversation about this, and we were thinking that perhaps it'll be a more messy one here.
And messy doesn't necessarily have to be the way it is, but I'm hoping it's a little bit more back and forth because the first game was super oppressive from the side of Hanwha Life. Low kills, but very frustrating to play out as D+. They had control the whole time. Game 2, some errors made and some good proactive plays from Showmaker and from Kellen. End up getting them a huge lead, and then it's kind of unplayable for the rest of the game for the side of Hanwha. I'm hoping for maybe some games that end up going very close around some of those Barons and stuff like that, some cool setups. I think the key for D+, now that they're on red side, is to try to save some flexibility and use counter pick extremely well in that R5 spot. Stuff like the Poppy moving to support, that kind of tricky drafting that we've seen, maybe a swap from a pick that Showmaker's locked into a different role as well. It could be a way to really throw Hanwha off, because the ban tax of the jungle here that you have to pay to Peanut, the Ivern, and the Maokai, that means that Viper might get Ezreal again. It seems likely based on how D+ drafted in the first game.
Yeah.
And I think you just have such an insane edge on blue side. Let's see what D+ Kia's read is the second time around.
Well, the Rumble this time is going to be banned away, so not going to see that problem in the hands of Hanwha Life Esports. LeBlanc taken away from Showmaker as well. So we do get a bit of a zoom in on the man in the mid lane. That was an Ashe ban in game number 1. The Ivern, of course, wasn't banned away. Renekton was taken off the board on the red side as Ezreal, Ivern, and the Rumble as Maokai, the big one that is left open this time for Hanwha Life Esports.
And Maokai really opens up the Jace pick that we've seen, as a niche pick here in the LCK. It can be played mid, can be played top side. Sejuani is also available here if they want to go down the Yone route, as they're going to actually take the Zeri. Considering how good both of these AD carries are at scaling picks and now how safe the Zeri is with LeBlanc gone, I actually don't mind this at all. You can still play reactionary here. Lucid's Maokai has gotten mixed reviews over the course of this year, so not a pick that you're necessarily worried about D+ stealing away. Let's see what the answer is going to be, though, because the jungle pick is the pivotal one.
I'm not sure about the Sejuani walk away.
Ashe, though?
Yeah, you could Ashe, actually. That's a really good point. So that's a lot of engage power if they do decide to lock that one in. That's the only way that I'm kind of okay with the Sejuani being locked in here.
If it's Sejuani Gnar, then we all have to roll our eyes and get worried.
Yeah.
But I think it is going to be Sejuani Ashe because they have great synergy together.
Sejuani Renekton is another thing because Renekton is available, so they'll lock that one away instead.
And the Zeri's already locked, so you don't need to get the Ashe here.
Yeah, true.
And you can still lock it in that third spot. This does, of course, mean that Showmaker, you will have some bans tossed towards him. He already lost to LeBlanc, but he's such a flexible player with so many picks that feels very good. The question is, what do you get? Do you want to grab support here now? The Braum is also another thing that probably won't get picked in this third spot, but could be. The Maokai feels really obvious here. Is Maokai Jace? I think so, and that is exactly what they're going to hover here.
Zeka could also be playing the Jace theory, so it still keeps the draft quite flexible. If they do lock this one in, very high chance that it is just going to go over to Doran, of course. The Jace into Renekton matchup has been something we've seen many, many times, and instead, they're going to move on over to the prehistoric Yordle, and that's going to be locked in. So just trying to keep that top side as safe as possible, as Kai'Sa is the choice. And aiming, I mean, he had a pretty good game too. You may as well ride that momentum into game number 3.
Now, I think from a classical drafting standpoint, this is not as strong as the Ashe, especially to consider you have the Renekton here set up as well. But this is D+ playing to, let's play what we like, let's play what we're good at, let's play what we've mastered rather than just sticking to the meta. And that may come back to bite them, but it is definitely a good sign if you're a D+ fan that they've kind of indexed into this further. As I think some of the bans you're looking at here in the mid lane, the Talia is a big one. And then, you know, maybe here on the other side, the Jace mid could be a look for D+ Key. I think it's still very strong.
I wouldn't mind it. I also really want Showmaker to play something that's fun, that's interesting, you know, that also synergizes with the Sejuani, like a Kassadin or a Sylas, you know, one of these things that just does AP damage and does it in a melee variety. Could be difficult into some of the lanes, but if he does get counterpick, could be very fun.
There's the
Twisted
TF.
Fate, yeah, going to be taken away.
I think that's a very smart ban, as this will likely be support here, as we just don't know what Zeka is going to play, and it makes the Jace a little bit less pickable here for Zeka. If you don't know what the matchup is going to be just yet, could be punished by Showmaker. Still a tough call, though, to give support counterpick to Delight.
Yeah.
No great angle here for D+. This is the red side.
Oh.
They're just going to take the Jace away.
That's really fun, because now the Kai'Sa is very capable of building a whole bunch of magic damage, and so therefore you're not too worried about the damage profile of D+'s composition. Very, very cool here. But Tristana and the Maokai together has been something we've seen many, many times. This is just to say as well, Wolf, Renekton is a flex.
It is technically possible to be played mid, that's true. I don't know if you want to play it into Tristana, but you have a Sejuani there, and you could...
Showmaker's played it into Peanut in the past.
Yeah.
That was in the very famous game where someone lost all of their hair.
Yeah.
At least I think that was the same game. There's
Delight.
been a few of them. As Delight is going to lock away the Leona, that is a lot of power there, and now Kellen with counterpick alongside this Kai'Sa. What are they going to be picking up here? I'd like to see some more engage. I don't know about the Renata, but he is very good at it.
Rel feels like the only real angle here. If he wants to play the Renata, it's just so risky in this comp. Yeah, it's good into Tristana. Poppy,
Just do it again.
It's quite strong here. Very good into Leona. And, you know, I thought it was going to be a one-off, but it actually really does suit the composition and is going to be great at objective control later on, too. You have so much zoning with both the Jace and the Kai'Sa poke, and then you have this Keeper's Verdict to then try to get the numbers advantage. They have to play around Narbar, so that can get very tricky.
But also you have to play around Narbar and Steadfast Presence now, because the hop/crush into these fights can just be denied by the Poppy. So these big Nars that Doran has found in the past are going to be so much more difficult to find.
Volatile matchup in the top and mid lanes, though, and this is Peanut's Maokai, and Peanut has proven time and time again that, yes, Lucid is a very mechanically skilled player, he has great pathing, he has great game sense, and when he was on D+'s Challengers team, when they had Prio every game and they were crushing, he used that agency well, but Peanut's still a veteran. He's still the stronger jungler player, especially this season. Then he has that Gnar lane in the top side. He has a volatile mid lane he can play through. Bottom lane as well. We've seen Viper really crush these when he's on the Zeri with his cool all-ins. Wasn't able to do it, obviously, the last time around, was outnumbered. But I think Peanut is really going to be, if Hanwha Life take this series, the X Factor. And he got his Maokai the only time this series, and he has been so phenomenal on this pick. So, yes, Tristan is nerfed. Yes, it's a volatile matchup, but it's Peanut who's the one who's going to hold it all together here if HLE take this win.
Exactly right. I think that Tristana Maokai is still extraordinarily powerful. Showmaker as well, he can go into melee form, so there is plenty of power alongside this Sejuani. A much more even draft state, I reckon, moving into game number 3. Let's see how it goes.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Oh man, all right. Fans are very ready for this game number 3. We'll have to see how it is going to turn out as Lucid just going to face check Peanut here. And Peanut will wander away, as it looks like we might have our first game without a lane swap as well. That would be fun.
Yeah, I'm loving the lack of a big draft gap. I'm loving the lack of a lane swap.
Maybe the lane swap is going to come through from D+.
Could be.
That would be pretty weird.
Keeping it open
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
is preventing the Gnar into Renekton, but we have seen Renektons be able to get some advantage in the lane. It's just the range advantage that's frustrating.
Yep.
And it is going to be the swap. Down goes Kingen.
All right, so that's it's going to be the adjustment here, and of course you can punish a mini Gnar quite effectively with these lane swaps. As first Shock Blast goes wide, a little bit unfortunate. We mentioned this yesterday when BDD picked up the Jace mid. Actually had a great game on that one as well, despite the result. But Showmaker was another one of our mid-Jace players that did do exceptionally well, him and Chovy. Certainly two of the names that do come to mind as playing the mid-Jace very, very well.
Doran already sussed this out. He's playing super far back, isn't going to get pushed into any walls, isn't going to have to start hop. It's going to be completely fine here. We'll lose some CS, of course, as that's what happens in lane swaps, is you're just not allowed to farm minions.
Yep.
Look at these win rates, by the way. Peanut has been banned against him so many times. 3-0 Doran, also 2-0 on this pivotal Gnar.
And Kellen only just playing the Poppy in the last game, as you saw there. 1-0 already put together. As D+ with some tempo advantage coming out of this lane swap. As we're having a look at...
game win streak.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad here, Peanut. His win rates are very strange. It's like Maokai and Kha'Zix are like his highest win rate champions.
Yeah, very weird, but... if you're watching Peanut, you can understand as Kellen is going to be annoying here, and Peanut's not going to be able to take this farm for free.
Yeah, and in fact, Delight looking for a little bit of a answer here as the hop forward from Doran, leapfrogging over Zeka. That was some Yordle synergy. You love to see it as Kellen on vision right now, and Peanut is here as well. It is 4 people from Harmer Life Esports in this area. Lucid now going to be set up. But 3 versus 2 in this isolated scenario as they do manage to get... Oh, the heroic charge is so good. That is first blood going over to Kellen. And now it is a 2 versus 2. Jace is going to be here a little bit late, though, and Zeka gets the roam over. Now Lucid trying to turn it. Delight flashes away, and it's a 1-for-1 trade in the end.
Kill going over to the Tristana here versus going over to the Poppy. Definitely a trade up, even with the first blood. Going to D+, Hanwha Life winning out on this one in a big way. We saw the teleport from King and bot side during all of that. Wasn't able to help out or be involved. Didn't want Zeri to get those extra plates. He still gets 2. And HLE, definitely the big winners of this one. They will lose this topside scuttle. But I think that is definitely going to feel like a consolation prize more than anything else here for the side of D+. Really good way to turn a really tough situation into an okay one, though. Snap decision is Kingen will get the stun. Snap decision there from Kellen to guarantee they can blow up that Gnar instantly, because otherwise this could have gone even worse. I think that was really well played considering they were on the wrong side of the map to actually skirmish that.
Yeah, I think Showmaker as well, missing a few of these Shock Blasts really meant that the health bars were a lot higher than they could have otherwise been in some of these moments. So we'll see whether he does get his eye in as we move further into this game. But still, pretty even game state, all things considered. About 400 gold going to be the resulting advantage for Hanwha Life Esports.
Aiming missed a ton of farm. Obviously, he's going to find himself 10 CS behind. Also, didn't get any plates topside, whereas Viper gets 2 because of that lane swap protection. So Jace can't join this fight, right? So Lucid and Kellen either just have to retreat back and probably get caught and die, or they can at least trade a kill onto the Gnar. So that was really well played. Aiming comes down here, and then it feels like, okay, maybe this is winnable, but Showmaker is just not here fast enough. He didn't have any prio. Shock Blast not going to be high value. So ends up being a huge win for HLE, but especially for Viper, weirdly enough, who wasn't involved, ending up grabbing those 2 plates.
Yeah, the Zeri is a lot more on track this time around. We'll see whether Viper is going to have a good game in this one, because he wasn't really allowed to play last time around. Now that a lot of these waves have been picked up, though, D+ are feeling like they are kind of back into it. Showmaker going to push Zeka out, and you've just got a pretty even trade between the Tristana and the Jace. Still farming out pretty effectively on both sides of the mid lane matchup. We'll just have to keep tabs on it to see whether anyone is able to pick up any sort of advantage. As here in the bottom lane, just some honest 2v2ing after the lane swap has dissipated. It's good to see.
The difference, okay, this is just going to be a trade. The difference between the Jace and the Corki, or rather Jace, okay, I'm just so scared he's going to actually play. I'll wait on this one as Lucid scares him away. Jace versus Tristana, the health nerf isn't there for the Tristana, it's the changes to her Q, right? Whereas we saw yesterday BDD against Faker's Corki. Corki losing that health really means that you have a lot more all-in potential, you have real kill pressure. He's still a little bit less here in the mid lane in this matchup for Showmaker, so can trade aggressively as he is doing, and that's correct to do, but that extra kill is going to definitely make it easier for Zeka to play this one out, especially when you consider the counter first back here for Showmaker is just a tier in refillable.
Yeah, so not a whole lot of extra power being picked up as Delight roaming a little bit late. They want to actually challenge for these grubs. They are already starting to go down. Kingen, with the lane control that he did have, hit 6 before Doran was able to get there, because of course he did have his stint in the Death Chamber earlier on, and will finally hit level 6 now. Peanut coming on over and should be able to steal this. Yeah, it does so with the Smite up and available. Delight, Plasma going to get procced, so a fair bit of damage onto the Leona, but she's very tanky. Doran moving down towards the river here as Showmaker starting his back just to make sure that he's here to try and protect Lucid if possible. And he is going to be able to secure it there. We'll be able to take down the Rift Scuttle. So, a couple of grubs going on over. We've got a little bit of a fight here towards the bottom side as well. Shield of Daybreak comes in as Viper looking to try and chase after the Poppy. He does so. Can Aiming get the kill back? Killer Instinct comes in. One more auto will do it. There he finally finds it. And now looking to try and take down Delight as well, but the Leona's pretty scary. Supercharger, there it is, and it's a double for Aiming. Oh dear. And Life Esports fans should be worried.
It's not the first time that we've seen Viper look for the all-in and it backfire here because of Kellen on this Poppy. And, I mean, Aiming, there's no barrier for Viper in this situation. The cleanse isn't going to really be any value in this kind of awkward duel between the Zeri and the Kaisa, and Aiming has the ability to just ult in. Like, you can close that gap. You're not safe. You can flash, but not going to get away from him, and then unfortunately because Delight really committed to the play, he ends up getting taken out as well. There are limits to how tanky Leona can be, and even with low health bars there for Aiming, he just kites it out really well. Has the flash if he needed to flash for one more auto, but doesn't even need it, so doesn't have to expend that one. Viper's flash now down, and 2 kills go to Aiming. Kind of a disaster here for HLE, a big trade back here of gold to D+, putting us back into an advantageous position for them.
Yeah. Relatively even game state, but like you say, I feel like the tempo has switched. Steadfast Presence still proving to be very valuable into this Leona. Just doesn't seem to make these Zenith Blades work. And I just don't think that the good news is going to start for their battle with the Steadfast Presence, right? Like, Nara's going to struggle a whole lot with it as well. We're going to check out this bottom lane play from the perspective of the Gold King himself.
Yeah, look at this. Steadfast Presence, I mean, Viper is focusing on Aiming. Delight is just zoned here. Cleanse is fantastic, but, I mean, Delight can't do anything here. And then, look at this. Like, do I have to flash for this? Nope. Just barely enough.
Flash the whole time as well. It's kind of crazy.
It's actually crazy. And that really turns around the bad skirmish that happened topside.
Oh, there's another Steadfast Presence. Not actually there from Kellen. He's going to run away. Does have Lucid in the area. He was starting off this Dragon. And Extendo Beam almost clipping Kellen there as well as he makes his way out. So the Zenith Blade actually working this time for Delight. If the Poppy isn't there, that's when you have an avenue in.
Yeah, that was a really good punish of the Dragon attempt by the bottom lane of HLE. If everyone's set up there, then you can't make this play happen, but you not only know that they're on Dragon, but then can further deny it as Kellen loses all of his health bar there. So well played.
Yeah, Lucid actually pretty aware of what Peanut's doing here. The ward is good, but isn't actually going to be able to challenge the Maokai. It's just throwing saplings around the jungle. Showmaker going to give up a plate here, so Zeka is still doing some Tristana things despite the nerfs. And we'll be able to at least get a bit of extra money back. I think that Tristana is going to be a story for later on in this game. A couple of items probably need to come through, Kraken Slayer and the Fidget Spinner.
If the kill hadn't gone over, as Doran will have to hop away, if the kill hadn't gone over, the plated steel caps wouldn't necessarily be ready here for the Dirk that comes out for Showmaker. So we talked about, he got tier refillable, now he's got the Dirk, but Zeka's got the steel caps. So it's still really tough for Showmaker to actually get big advantages here or try to look for any all-ins or set up kill pressure without Lucid's help. And it is, of course, Tristana who can just hop away with a rocket jump if the Tristana, or rather if the Sejuani does come down. So Lucid's agency here pretty low in terms of setting Showmaker up. So really great start here for Zeka, and we'll see what he can do with sizes. Lucid's
Lucid is going to dive on forward. Does have the ulti. He's going to miss it. The Gnar does come out as Lucid's going to have to flash, and Doran just wandering his way through. That was just not exactly what Lucid was looking for there. These Glacial Prisons have been really hard to hit this week.
Yeah, it's kind of just been like every season of the LCK, there's a lot of missed ones. You can see Lucid on the player cam, they're looking kind of sheepish, feeling frustrated because if that hits 100% it's a kill, but you know, Doran, he weathers the storm. He has the flash. He's got his Narvar set, and he does survive here. Peanut also coming up, so if they had tried to stick around and try to set up another stacked wave, then it would have been disastrous with all that turret damage coming through. We'll watch it again here. Doran's Narvar is so close to completion, so they want to chain CC him here before he gets up, but the flash comes out, and then this just completely whiffs. I mean, it's just right below his hitbox there, and then he has Mega Gnar, and they cannot reach him.
Yeah, and Shomik is now in trouble as well. Buster Shot's going to come on through, and yeah, the Nature's Grasp, not even necessary. It's just a parade of cats for fun here from Home Life Esports. And look, fans just, it's another day in the office here. It's Peanuts, Maokai. Don't even need to worry about it. This is just what's expected, I guess. All right, there's a heroic charge. Great cleanse from Viper. Make sure that he is untouched. Zeka is going to invest the teleport into this one, though.
Yeah, but he already got the kill onto Showmaker. Showmaker has TP, so it will be a little bit awkward here, but it's not going to cost too much for Zeka for this play. Got the cleanse for Viper. Still a great proactive play there from Kellen, trying to find something.
Yep, Doran a little bit frustrated that the wave was actually pulled.
Yeah.
Still, D+ going to finally get some free time to take down this dragon.
Very late first dragon here at 12:30. The second one will be hidden to us for now, but Showmaker here just gets caught, fortunately baited into this trade with Zeka. Delight comes up. Great flash from Delight. Showmaker attempts the flash, but fortunately is still going to go down here. Really well played. Peanut has the ult here just in case. Yep. Right time, right place there. And this Tristana is going to be a big issue. Already has the Bork online now. Is going to be a side lane threat with 4 grubs. You know, could be more. Yeah. Worse, but still a huge issue that D+ is going to have to respond to, as you've got also a Gnar into a Renekton who will be a side lane problem later on too. And it's all coming up HLE in this one so far. Yes, 2 kills on the Kai'Sa, and we'll see what impact he can make later on. All it's going to take is one good objective fight here for D+ with some of the poke they have to get back into this game, but that's easier said than done.
Yeah, and there's some D+ fans, I could imagine, are feeling a little bit anxious, right? Because the eggs are starting to all fall and accumulate into the Gold King, the aiming basket. And I think that one thing that you can guarantee is that he's going to get a bunch of gold. It's just whether or not the 50 gold from the Nexus will actually go to D+. Because sometimes they can find themselves in these awkward scenarios where they haven't found very much map control. They send aiming off to just farm, and then they lose the game. We've seen this many times. In fact, we kind of saw it in game number 1. And this draft, I think, does give them a lot more leniency. However, this Tristana is still doing some Tristana things. We can see Explosive Charge going to help try and take down this outer turret on the bottom side. Plates just falling. And Zeka is going to be a side lane monster.
And Delight's just shadowing him to guarantee they get this. They might even be able to get more.
Yeah, there is Kellen in the area, aiming.
Peanut's
trying
here.
to do what he can. Yeah, Peanut comes around. That is going to be the turret falling, though, as there's the flash out. Steadfast Presence comes in. Some more cats parading through. But it isn't going to be able to lock anyone down. Still guarantees the turret, so that's totally still fine.
It's still a huge win for Hanwha Life, but Kellen is really making a case as a counter pick to Leona.
Yep, well, there's a Glacial Prison. This one's going to hit, but Delight, he has Eclipsed. It is going to wear off, though, so he's going to die. Aiming collects his 3rd killing spree for the Kai'Sa. But are they going to be able to get anything off the back end of the play is the question. It looks like there's not a whole lot there on the bottom side.
Yeah, you grab the Leona here. It's a 3rd kill for aiming. That's pretty massive, but as you say, there's nothing critical they can get. They're not able to go straight to Herald. Doran has full control of the top side. And Viper is just free farming. This is what he wasn't able to do on this area in game 2 because of the Kai'Sa issue, the LeBlanc issue. And Zeka is, like he was in game 1, just kind of going to sides trying to pick up farm, but there's no threat. There's no way to shut him down right now. So D+ have to be proactive. They have to be setting up stuff like this where they shadow Showmaker and allow him to get into a side. Remember in game 1 he tried to do this but failed.
Yeah, Kellen and Delight just hanging out with one another, doing some annoying things, but not a whole lot of damage is up and available. This turret is likely to fall down on the bottom side. Yeah, Showmaker is going to be able to secure it there. Does sacrifice a bit of his health bar, but the Rift Herald does come down, and that's looking to break open this outer turret in mid lane. Big tempo swing if they do manage to take it down, but it is just going to be put down to very, very low health. So only
Yeah.
a little bit of free time. And Zeka, speaking of free time, is here in the top lane.
He should be able to, after denying a significant amount of farm, just killing these minions, take this turret down. So despite not getting the full turret in mid lane, they are able to trade top and bottom turrets here. But it went over first. Showmaker.
Yeah, Kellen moving in, aiming actually going to have to flash out of that play, keep his verdict to try and keep Delight interested in this play as Viper does have to flash, gets himself out of the way of that one. The Shock Blast is going to connect, almost the last hit with the Glacial Prison, and it is the Winter's Wrath that's able to lock down the Leona now. Zeka is rocket jumping in. Lucid just going to stand his ground, but the AoE damage is just gigantic. Kellen tries to get Viper out of that fight. He almost picks up the kill, actually, as Kingen looking for Zeka. He flashes over. He is indeed a ruthless predator and will be able to take down the Tristana. And somehow the kill goes to aiming.
The fight there is on a knife's edge. Showmaker.
Yeah, Killer Instinct comes in, and that's a Fed Kai'Sa for you. Sets it up, and he's going to knock him down. Doran here, a little bit late to the party, turning up like Donald Glover, I think. Not having a great time. Still going to be able to chase them out some lower health bars, but they are not going to be dying anytime soon.
They don't want your pizza, Doran, but
yeah.
I mean, look, this was such on a knife's edge, the way that the everything went down. When you've got the commitment there to take out the turret, which looks like, okay, it's going to get punished. Then the overcommitment into the Maokai ultimate with a lack of vision. Almost looks like, okay, well, this is going to be a disaster for D+. They also lose the turret, but then they are able to, in the extended play, turn this one around again. So starts off with, we got to get this turret, and then, we're in a bad spot. Peanut is just going to rotate over, though, and as Showmaker decides he wants to go in after this pick onto Delight, that's when disaster strikes. Zeka's coming down here as well after taking that top side turret, and then this Maokai ultimate helps heal. But unfortunately, there's also a TP, and Kellen actually buys a lot of space here. Lucid gonna end up going extremely low and then go down, but Kingen shows up and they get the lockdown onto the schedule.
Buster shot was so weird there as well.
Yeah.
강남 해볼게.
Oh, this is Showmaker's point of view. I was like, is this Viper's point of view? He's asking for the ult.
Yep, he's just like, make sure that you can ult in, and we'll kill him.
정화도 뺐다.
And also say he got his flash as well. Very, very broken up fight, but a lot of twists and turns. This is the back and forth I was hoping for. It's a 5-kill Kai'Sa, a 4-kill Tristana.
Yeah, and like that looked like a winning play for D+, but if you look at the gold at the top of your screen, they were able to take down the outer turret in the mid lane. They were able to take out the top lane outer turret prior to that play as well. So Humble Life Esports still has a whole bunch of money. A Tristana, a Zeri, and they are pushing on an inner turret, and you can tell exactly why D+ are trying to defend this. Lucid going to be coming in. The Nature's Grasp comes down. Doran is really, really dead, but they get the Crocodile as well. Two top laners both lying on the ground as now D+ looking to chase out Hummer from this play. They weren't able to take down the turret, and Kellen looking for an angle. Delight moving forward might be a mistake. There is a heroic charge. Does push him towards the wall, but not into it, and Kellen's going to be punished. That's going to be the kill, and it's in fact Delight that grabs it. Some Portal Combat victory.
It's a 2-for-1 here for Hanwha Life, but just constantly putting that pressure on these turrets, constantly putting the pressure on the map, just not letting D+ sit back, because the only reason why they were able to even get the first brick, and actually do anything on the map moments before is because it was such a heads-up play from Showmaker, knowing where everybody was to actually be able to go down and get that bottom turret. But now they're not going to give anyone any time in a side, right? They have this Maokai ultimate, which is super frustrating to deal with. Doran goes way too deep for this, however, and it is kind of a disaster. But then chasing further down here to try to actually get some more gold into your carry, Showmaker, and aiming. So a bit of a bridge too far here as you're fighting into Viper in this choke point. There's the Leona front line, and Kellen, you've only got one steadfast presence, and there's a lot of other CC you're going to have to deal with here. So a bit of an over chase there.
And also, like, engaging onto a Leona, guys, is not something that we recommend ever. Especially, like, in a 2v2, you don't engage onto the Leona, but there are 280 carries in this scenario that just rain hell down on top of you.
Yeah, if she's by herself, sure. You kill her eventually. But if she's not, that's a problem. It's Gold King, once again, by the way, aiming at the top.
Aiming is likely to win another reward.
And they're going to
we'll see.
Go over and take this top turret, he and Showmaker, so he gets more gold. He is very large. He is going to have that Nashor's Tooth pretty soon. If he's not going to buy it on this back, he's got to be very close.
Oh my god, maybe they lost a game so that Aiming could have more time to make more gold.
And get more kills to hit 1,500, maybe.
That's crazy. That's a conspiracy. I'm going to take off the tinfoil hat and go back to the commentary. As inner turret is going to fall down, and D+ still find themselves on the back foot. as Doran turns Mega. And we got some pings around this Baron pit that only just spawned about a minute ago. But 1,000 gold lead is not really a massive one. It's a little bit over that, but Humble Life Esports probably not going to be looking at the Baron just yet, but they will have a lot of damage to it, especially with Leandre, who's picked up by Peanut, adding a fair bit there as well with the burn.
I also just need to tell everyone that I just realized that it was Vipers on the 15 and not aiming, because he was the one who got the game. Yeah, I said it backwards the whole time, and now I feel really embarrassed. But he's close to 1,500 kills in this series.
Yeah. I think aiming is also getting closer. I don't know whether he's actually behind. I think he's actually ahead. So unfortunately, we don't even have that to lean on.
Yeah,
but it's totally fine.
It's a lot. It's a lot. We're setting up for Baron here as Hanwha Life. They have the vision cleared out. They've got insane turn with this Maokai in this comp. They don't have a Tristana TP, but she's already here. She's on the top side of the map. This is a really good and clean setup. It's very difficult for D+ to actually break through. Now, they're not going to start it just yet, but the threat of this keeps so much attention on D+ towards the top side of the map.
Oh man, that's
and
a lot of items.
Look at all the vision that they have around this Baron pit. Like, Showmaker is fighting blind. They are going to just throw this shock blast in and say, all right, like, I'm checking this out, because they could be doing it. Very scary. Viper showing mid. Again, seems very unlikely. Aiming is huge in this game. He's going to have the poke. Showmaker's going to have the poke. They need to fight for vision so that they can actually land that poke and then slowly chip away so that they can ult somebody and kill them with all the money that Aiming has. And the fact that he has this third item now allows for that additional poke. So this is a huge spike for him for neutral objective fight setup.
Yeah,
see how this plays out.
The upgrade for the Void Seeker is going to be a big one here, as he does find another one there. Shock Blast connects onto Viper. Oh man, that was almost no damage at all, but did instead do a whole bunch. Is now Viper. He does have a Vamp Scepter, is building towards Bloodthirster third, I think, just to make sure that he can kind of mitigate some of this poke. I don't mind the idea, as Showmaker really has started to get his eye in, and it's about time as well, because if you can land like a few crucial Shock Blasts, that could just be Baron.
It definitely could be, and that's exactly what D+'s MO has to be for these fights. You land a few of those, then you put the Poppy ult in, and then bam.
Yeah.
That's all it takes. I mean, Peanut has the ability to mitigate the follow-up engage, so you really have to be wary of this Maokai ultimate, but it's the vision that's the most important. Now, I love this. Aiming has so much money. They can actually soul this dragon so quickly while they continue to contest Baron.
Oh, Lucid gonna get caught out of position here. 3 members, but that's a clean flash. That gets him out. Still, does mean that flash has to be burned. Humble Life Esports going to accept that one. Only investing the Ignite and the Solar Flare.
No Maokai ultimate now, though, and that is definitely a potential issue here as D+ just group up real quick, and Kingen does have the TP. This could be the moment where D+ start to, not the Baron, but start to actually control these brushes and look for poke and look for the re-engage here as Hanwha Life struggle to get in. And the Kai'Sa is so big that, you know, if she does get some additional time, if Hanwha Life, you're bluffing, they can actually do the Baron, but it's not going to be an easy start here, but the turn, very tricky to execute. They are going to start this up.
Yeah, it's going to go down very, very quickly as well. Aiming has so much DPS with this build as well, as Zeka is going to get tagged. They do back away, not wanting to trust any sort of 50-50 or anything like that, as Doran, he'd moved in as well.
I don't think they have enough control to start it. They have enough to you know, fight in the choke and poke, but to actually start it, even with the Maokai ultimate down, a little bit ambitious just because there's not enough time for that poke to land. If they had landed some poke and then they had that choke point set up, then I think absolutely they could start that. They were a little bit indecisive. And it's kind of rare to see one of these D+ calls, because we used to criticize them for this, especially in spring, all the time. For all decent early game, but then we go to decision making, it's not happening. For this season, it's really not been the case, but in this draft, it's such a tough call to make, and they're a little bit indecisive, but there's no punish here from Hanwha just yet. Zeka may be in danger.
Yeah, the Glacial Prison does go wide, but Zeka is jumping the wrong direction. That's a Killer Instinct, and that is a dead Tristana. Side lane pick comes in. A dangerous one, because they're aiming to the bottom lane. That's all of their money, very far away from the Baron. But they are able to get their prize. Zeka finally completes his Lord Dom's regard, but he is still with a gray screen. And Aiming actually going to look for a back here. I think that's smart, because otherwise they could look to try and get a bit of added setup. But without Zeka, it is hard to lock down the Baron.
Zeka does have TP, so I don't think D+ are going to be starting the Baron up either. The vision also went to Hanwha Life. This is a very close game, very back and forth. I love this call, as the focus is on clearing Baron vision right now for D+, and Zeka is unfortunately alone. And even though the ultimate doesn't land here, Aiming is so big, he just puts a shield up, presses R, and jumps on him. And He dies, and that's the end of the Tristana there. He's back alive now, will be heading topside. This Baron juggle, while we have Cloud Soul here, that's a little bit low impact in this game. It can be nice, obviously, into the poke of D+'s comp, but they were the ones who picked up the last one.
Yeah.
It's a very slow and steady game here, but I think some of the advantages that HLE had have kind of washed away a little bit here as the Jace is looking towards that third item. Sejuani's become very tanky. It's really just about vision and prio. That's more important than gold right now with this small advantage that Han will have there.
And there's also the fact that like aiming has so much safety on this Kai'Sa as well. Like so many times we're criticizing aiming of having poor positioning or something like that moving forward, but like he has to do so many things wrong in order to be in a really awful position, right? You can go invisible, you can use a Killer Instinct, get a big old shield and dash, you've got Flash, you've got Cleanse. There's lots of things. As Hanwha Life Esports are just going to say to hell with it and start off this Baron. It is under full information here of D+. They're going to have to look for a turn. Shock Blast not going to find the angle there, as even that Void Seeker, man, that was very, very close.
I do think this is a very good strategy here for HLE. Leave the Gnar on the side lane and repeatedly start this Baron, because D+ can't just insta-punish with this comp. They need time to poke. And if that poke doesn't land, you just stick to the Baron, you set up your Leona for the turn, you set up the Maokai ult, and you take it and get out.
And you have to be so scared about getting CC'd ever.
Yes.
If anyone hits you with that, then there's going to be the dive bombing Space Vane, and she is just going to land on your head and you're going to die because aiming is so incredibly far ahead.
He has the Seeker's Arm Guard teched in here as well, which allows him to have some added safety when he does commit to that, so he can actually end up with 2 rotations of spells in that team fight after he gets the big blow-up initial kill on the first CC target. There's no turn. Leona can't just slap him and stun him and then they blow him up. Not going to happen with that stopwatch here. It is very much a tightrope that D+ have to walk, though, in order to win a team fight, right? It has to either be that CC setup, which is mostly in the Sejuani ults that aren't hitting, or the poke. And the poke can't land if you don't have vision, and they keep losing vision of this Baron repeatedly. This Gnar is so valuable in the side.
Wow, Viper is actually much closer than I was expecting. Not in the damage numbers necessarily, definitely not in the kills. But keeping up in farm exactly, and only 1,000 gold behind. 3.5 items now completed for Viper. Wanting to get towards that Infinity Edge as quickly as possible.
That Scuttle is so huge to help clear out this vision quickly. Now Hanwha can control mid and then start to contest that Dragon. Exactly. And there's no way D+ can go, aha, I'm just going to go do Baron, because there's complete vision control over it. And the Baron, I feel, is much more valuable than this sole point here for D+. So Hanwha really have full control right now.
Yep. Aiming can move on over there. Of course, Killer Instinct gives him so much repositional power, but still, they are just going to start this one up. And Aiming will have to back off the Dragon. Let's see whether D+ can dissuade them from completing this, as there is vision up and available. Lucid going to go in, look for a 50-50, and there it is. The Keeper's Verdict gets the jungler out of there. Kellen tries to relieve them of any sort of re-engage, but Kingen now finds himself in a very unfortunate position. He is still just slicing and dicing, acting all cool, but he is still going to be put down. That is going to be Zeka locking that one up, and D+ are going to also claim themselves a Ocean Drake. That is going to be secured as well. So the Baron and everything else, and man, the Poppy, it only has to do like a couple of things, and it looks like a game-breaking pick.
No, it's so huge here. I mean, it's saving the play here for D+. They're able to take the Baron, yes, with some losses, but it's still a massive win, and without that, I mean, Peanut just puts up the Maokai ultimate, they get the Baron, maybe they lose one, but they have such an easy exit. And that's exactly why I was saying, they just run towards this, they set Peanut in the spot to actually deny this, and he gets the smite and it's over. Not going to be the case, because he's out. There's no smite in this fight. There's no secure here for Hanwha. They try their best to secure this one, but they will be unsuccessful. Huge play there from Lucid to get into the pit, gets out as well without having to flash, and then Kingen is going to be the sacrificial land here, as well as Kellen, who won the play for them. Lucid secures the smite, and D+ will be able to get some map control here, much needed to allow their poke composition to really come online. They've also denied now that second Ocean Drake, which is a lot of healing when that poke connects. That will be denied from Hanwha Life.
Yeah, and I actually feel like Ocean is going to be very good into all of the saplings that Peanut's throwing all over the place.
True.
Because they're starting to do a fair bit of damage with this Leandries. And can be quite frustrating to deal with, so Ocean Soul would just mean you just never need to care about it. Viper is now moved ahead of the damage. You can see as well, the saplings are indeed annoying, as Peanut is very, very close. We haven't really seen too many honest-to-goodness team fights, right? In this game, it's been a lot of posturing and vying for position as Lucid almost brought Delight right into the team.
And both of these team comps do a completely different thing, right? I mean, for D+, you have poke, and then you have follow-up to execute a single target with the Kai'Sa.
Yep.
Whereas for Hanwha, you have good side laning, and you have extremely strong 5v5 team fighting, where you have 280 carries that will win a longer fight, confront to back. So I think that's why both teams are like, ooh, this isn't the fight that's going to look good for my comp. I walk away, and there's a lot of posturing. But when you have Baron, you get to kind of dictate the map pacing a lot more, as D+ are doing here.
Well, Peanut wants to find it. Solar Flare is going to come through. Oh, okay. Keeper's Verdict going to go wide, as well as the Void Seeker. So not any sort of self-imposed engage here from aiming, as Doran spotted in the jungle.
They avoid that fight there mid. It looked like it was a potential problem, but they're not able to follow up on the engage, and now this turret is exposed.
Yeah, Showmaker does have teleport available. Doran just going to chase after King, and Keeper's Verdict going to be invested just to make sure that the Crocodile doesn't fall down. He slices. Is it going to be enough to get him out of the way of the Nature's Grasp? The answer is yes, because Kellen soaks it for him. Steadfast Presence is brilliant to deny Delight the engage. That's a Glacial Prison. It didn't really do too much there. Shock Blast actually going to land on both of the carries. Extendo Beam almost connecting. And the engages, re-engages, everyone trying to do everything that they can to start some sort of fight. And both teams just say no.
Doran getting closer to an R, but very far forward.
Yeah, Doran actually going to get engaged on here just a little bit. Kellen going to be the one punished for it, though. And Viper, he collects that kill, and now is it the Zeri moment? Have we waited 32 minutes for it? We have indeed. It's a double. Kingen wasn't even there. He's just in this mid lane trying to tidy up some turrets.
Yeah, okay, Delight also a little bit exposed here, but I don't think he can follow up on that. That's way too risky, even with his cleanse available. Showmaker's going to take a shot at him. We'll miss. They don't have Baron buff anymore, but Kingen still gets a lot of pressure done in that mid lane onto the turret. And it's the Bloodthirster value for both these 80 carries that's so real in this game, and you can feel it because we saw that accelerated shock blast hit earlier, and the Viper's like, yeah, okay, whatever, because you guys can't can't follow up. You need a few of those. If you're fighting around a Baron where Viper can't auto anything, or it doesn't have a shield set, then it doesn't matter as much when you get hit by it. With that you have the Bloodthirster because you can't heal off of anything. But when you're in these types of scenarios where the fight is being started off by Hanwha, he just doesn't care about your shock blast. He really doesn't care. And now Tristana has one too, and she's going to carry even less. Viper's also been doing such a great job of using his Extendo Beam to take off the edge of Night Shield from Showmaker constantly, which means he's always got to stay way back. He's really concerned about getting caught, as there's the 1500.
Yeah, he only needed that double kill, so 1,500 kills for Viper. Congratulations. See whether they can augment that with a victory here as well. Currently 2.5k ahead as far as gold, but at 34 minutes, who cares about that much? It is just not enough.
It's not the real difference maker. It's just setup. Aiming's level 18.
30 seconds, Wolf, on this Dragon.
And they have Prio here. They need to hit some poke. That's what needs to happen. Otherwise, Hanwha Life just come in and say, well, we have the better 5v5. You didn't get enough poke done. Look at the shields here for Zeka and Viper. They don't care about the poke.
Yeah. See whether D+ can actually get themselves into a position to make this one work. The flanking Renekton going to be a dangerous one as Extendo Beam trying to soften them up, and aiming actually just taking so much damage. I think that was a sapling and an Extendo Beam from Viper, who I think has just put his Infinity Edge together as well. That's a powerful one. Oh dear, I don't know about that one, Delight, as he goes way too far, but Keeper's Verdict gets him out of there, and Viper is just by himself. Oh my goodness, these Poppy ults have been absolutely gigantic. Still, Hanwha Life Esports on this Dragon, and the health bars are getting lower and lower. Showmaker, the one that can sort of stand up front, as Peanut's able to lock this one down despite the fact that they lost their main character. They're still able to do it.
Yeah, Delight with a really big mistake here in terms of the engage, but it may not necessarily matter in these team fights because there's a double 80 carry composition here. Delight actually lives because he has Aftershock, he has Eclipse, he has a Locket, and then he actually walks away. He's like, I got more Mogs and I'm back to full health, so it doesn't matter. They end up losing Viper, but they're able to lock down the Dragon, so definitely worth here. Now, Baron is live. Viper isn't up for 10, and that's enough time here now for D+ to go over here. So yeah, you got the Dragon. You don't have map control here.
Yeah, and that should mean that D+ can just stand here and take it. Keeper's Verdict isn't up and available though, so there is a 50-50 opportunity. Peanut getting towards the pit, but it is going to be the Baron going down. Can they win the team fight though is the question, as Kellen The first one to explode. Killer Instinct into the backline is aiming, trying to get it done. There goes Zeka. It's a double for Doran though. And he's trying to get some work done, but it's just not working because aiming is just too big on this Kai'Sa. Doran with double buffs looking to try and run away. And he will make it out successfully, but Viper just wasn't there.
Yeah, he wasn't there. Showmaker lives for so long. I think if Viper is there, this fight looks completely different, but Showmaker lives for so long that actually the Kai'Sa gets to go in, layer that damage through Zhonya's, and then set that second rotation of spells up. And this was a big mistake, but not necessarily one that ended up being too disastrous in terms of Dragon. But what it sets up here for D+ is, yeah, not able to secure the Drake, but they do end up getting full Baron control with Viper just spawning in Fountain now. It's a good attempt here. Doran's doing tons of damage, but it's the turn here. Kellen sacrifices himself. Showmaker lives for so long, but aiming just basically 3-taps Zeka, goes to the Zhonya's, and he's like, watch me do it again. Takes the light out. The Baron is down. This is
telling
aiming.
to turn.
Telling him to win the turn.
Yeah. Go for the Triss. Go for the Triss. And he gets into the brush. Nice work from King in there to make sure that they had the vision.
And then telling everybody to top after that with the Baron buff. Man, what a close game this has been. It's been the small things, you know, the big keeper's verdicts that have given numbers advantages, the overextension there from Delight. These very small mistakes have really been capitalized on well by both teams. And now D+ with another Baron here to actually control the map further. And the more map control they have, the better this poke can feel. I think the poke is kind of negligible into the 80 carries with that shielding that we've been discussing a lot with the Bloodthirster, but you hit a few of those, it can be impactful. You hit Peanut a few times, obviously he's starting to get tankier, but can be an angle with the Kai'Sa having Death Cap and the Zephyr as well. Like, he is full build.
Yeah, he is an absolute monster. Aiming, he's probably one of the only players that we've had that's got to a build like this so far this season. We just don't see too many Zephyrs being put together, and Aiming's the one that's needed to look for more things to buy because he just has so much money on average here in the LCK. 2,000 gold is the lead. That's largely to do with this Rebel Baron power play. You can see ticking over 4,000 right now. 3k more damage, but you can see these damage numbers are getting higher and higher between these 280 carries. Viper keeping up the farm very, very well. Aiming, transitioning to killing champions in this one.
Yeah, he's doing a ton of damage in the poke. It's going to show up in that graph. It's not always effective damage, but it's the big ults from him and the follow-up killing the Tristana in the 1v1 isolated. That's the scary thing you see.
Yeah.
He's got the Zhonya's for extra survivability. The punish is really difficult. And even the Zeri is going to struggle to burst him down quickly in that fight. She wants to be super far away from him, so even if he gets on top of a single target, Viper can't punish necessarily. It's going to have to be a team effort. You need more CC. It's really Delight's job to splat that Kai'Sa when she goes in, but with the Zhonya's, Delight's just kind of sitting there going, I've got my stun prepped, but there's nothing to do. It's just so mobile.
Aiming. Just let Kingen kill the wave. You do not need any money.
Yeah.
Okay, they're just actually parking to try and get themselves a pick, but I was really worried that he was going to beeline to the minion wave. That's going to be slow pushing in, though. They're going to be able to clear out the jungle here. And we are getting well and truly deep into the late game.
What if he wants to change his items later, Atlas? You might need some extra money for that.
Yeah, I could just hear Orcs, you know, talking about Lucid just not being able to pick up any money ever because full build aiming is just wiping out all of the minions. In goes Kingen, finds a slice and a dice as the Void Seeker. Going to sail wide.
All right, 10 seconds.
Yeah. That is going to be Peanut carried towards Kellen and Showmaker here as Nature's Grasp not getting a whole lot of value. There's a Glacial Prison connecting. Peanut kind of out of the fight for the moment. Void Seeker not going to connect. Now Hummer Life Esports finding themselves some time with this Dragon. Oh, could we have a 7 Elementaler? That could be pretty fun. There we go. That's at least 6. Is this fight going to work out though? Is Delight already down so incredibly low? Void Seeker, they're all of them so incredibly dangerous. Shock Blast now connecting. Doran on the side as Kingen is now looking for an opportunity. Keeper's Verdict not going to be in range of anything at all as Lucid still just corralling as best he can. Hanwha, they're just going to get out though.
Yeah, looks like they do get out, but trying to engage here could be a bit of a disaster.
Yeah, wanting to be able to get themselves a red buff here as well as Viper has just thrown down the ulti. Kellen finds himself on the wrong side of the fight. The slows are massive from these saplings. Extendo Beam's going to get so many flashes, and the Boomerang's going to connect from Doran. Showmaker, will he be able to keep himself alive? The answer is no, because Viper is flashing after him, and there's only 50 seconds left on this Baron.
And Showmaker's not going to be alive for it. His teleport will be back up, but he is going to have to go in instantly there with the rest of his team, but they need time to poke. And you can see in these fights, if D+ aren't set up exactly the way they need to be, if they're not in full control, if they're not dictating the pace, if aiming is not landing poke constantly, if 5v5 is just not winnable for their composition, it starts off really well for D+ with the poke landing, but they can't actually get through this vision quickly enough, and the damage is so high on Viper at 40 minutes in this game that it's taken out instantly. And then, yes, Delight insanely low here, but look at what happens next. Hanwha kite back, Delight heals up a little bit, they use some of their CC to bail it out, and then Viper is the one who actually goes in for the engage as D+ are split. And he's hitting so many of these extendo beams. His poke is so real. They say, oh, Kingan's left side. Not a lot of CC for Viper here.
That extendo beam was nuts.
And then he's just like, who's the poke comp? Is it your comp or is it me?
And now they're on the Baron. It's getting taken down very, very low.
Remember STP?
Yeah, we have to be very careful of Kellen, who now has his ulti interrupted. There is the Baron going over to Hanwha Esports. That's going to be their first of the game, but now the flank angle from King, and can he find Viper? Is the question. The answer is yes, and aiming's going to be able to execute him. Now they're looking for more. Zekka is still an AD carry in this fight, but he's pushed away. Delight going to be punished as well, and D+ Kia in the clutch. They find the pick they were looking for.
The Baron still goes over to Hanwha, but it was so clean. Kingan sets him up, now interrupted. Risky call here from Zekka, but it is going to be relatively valuable here. Now, they do end up getting the pick there onto Viper. His cleanse is now down as well. Could be seeing some follow-up here, but the Baron push is going to be really frustrating to deal with, as it feels like this game is on such a knife's edge that every time you get Baron, there's a very heavy cost, so your Baron isn't as massive as it could otherwise be. It's still a living Tristana with a Baron buff, and there's a lot of ways that if they just stack up here when the Zeri respawns, they can take out an inhibitor. But it is a good interrupt here. You mentioned it in the play-by-play on Delight's, or on Kellen's ult by Delight. And Kingan's angle here. He's like, look at Viper's spacing, by the way. He's basically equidistant from all the threats, but yet still Kingan flashes on him, gets his cleanse, and then aiming explodes him as the rest of Hanwha are knowing they're not going to win this fight without the Zeri. They need to retreat. There's nothing they can do to peel for him. So close. This game, it is just unreal.
Yeah, no, it's ridiculous. And I actually thought that that was going to be potentially game over, right? But then you look at the wave states, and there's nowhere for them to go to actually start pushing with Viper and Delight dead. So I may have got a little bit too excited about D+ in that last fight.
I mean, we might be going
goes
to
on. Yeah. And it's going to take us an extra 6 minutes at least to get to it.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if they can just stack up with Viper back. This is what I was saying, like, this is where you get the inhibitor, right? Well, now that he's here, he can just continue to poke with Extendo Beam, stack some waves. They should be able to, if they group, actually get at least one, but kind of playing it real slow here, very respectful. And this is going to allow D+ to group up here and try to offer back some of their own poke.
Yeah, the Shock Blast starting to land. Edge of Night here from Showmaker to keep him safe as he steps forward.
Flank from Kingan.
Yeah, on a control ward here as well. Peanut senses it as there's a Glacial Prison. Delight goes in, a little bit split on the call here for Hanwha Esports, and Kingan now just going to walk over a sapling. Hanwha just staying grouped though, wanting to make sure that they don't make any sort of positional mistakes. Any mistake, and the game could just be over.
Absolutely. And Viper doesn't have cleanse, so he really needs to respect this Renekton flank, but they just kind of kite back towards Kingan, prevent him from getting into the angle. Now with no vision here, they can actually hard commit to at least pushing and threatening these Nexus turrets. Zekka's here, and slow backs here from D+.
280 carries.
Yeah.
I mean, like, if they get any time at all, these just explode. You can see it's already dead. It was just looked at, considered for a moment or two, as there is two missing from this fight. Now Doran and Delight out of position. Viper trying to be the hero, but I think Doran's going to go down. That's another one for aiming, but in goes Delight. They find the kill under Showmaker. Can Kingan get any CC down? The answer is not quite yet. As Killer Instinct, there's the 1v1 between the 280 carries. Viper's down to his GA. And Zekka, he's going to be eliminated as well. Aiming goes into his Sonya's, but then he's taken out from the grave as Viper is still alive. And he's able to get the double, and Hanwha Esports, against everything, are going to be able to take the series over D+.
high value lifesteal there from Viper as he is able to survive through everything. The GA means you gotta kill him twice. Aiming got it done once. But man, what a great game, especially from our two AD carry players. Again, playing completely different roles in this game. Yes, both AD carry, but the big explosive Kai'Sa damage, the poke versus the Zeri, then also being a poke champion later on, being the big damage dealer in a real 5v5 fight. Both of these teams showcasing they are absolutely top teams here at the LCK, but it's Viper and Hanwha Life who will solidly take that second place lead here. They still have, of course, that tough matchup against Genji later on, but this is the win they needed to feel very confident they'll be skipping that first round of playoffs. A huge win for them, but man, what an insane game.
Yeah.
I voted for Showmaker right in the previous win because I felt like Aiming was more of a passenger. Yes, he got a lot of kills. He followed up. His performance this time on the Kai'Sa was so good, so skillful. Way more things he had to actually do and make the outplays in this game, but a really decisive call by Hanwha Life, knowing how much damage they had to try to force the Nexus fight there. Finally forcing a fight onto their terms. What a good game. I can't even get over it.
No, it's incredible. You can imagine how heartbroken D+ would be feeling in this moment as well. It felt like that last fight, the positioning from Hanwha Life Esports, it was so meticulous, but then when that Keeper's Verdict comes in, you're thinking, all right, we've seen this play before, right? You split up the fight, Kai'Sa is in a great position, but then Hanwha just seemed to have the answers in these late game team fights. Absolutely beautifully done, and once again, Viper just proves that in these clutch moments, he is just so consistent, able to utilize that GA perfectly, the build working out for him in that moment as well.
I feel like every single one of these 10 players had a fantastic game. Like, that's the crazy thing to me.
Yeah.
You know, there's no one you can point your finger at and say, well, he really messed this up. Sure, there was some mistakes from some of the players as well, but overall, the level of play we saw here was just insane. I mean, Delight with his overextension that one time, right? Kellen getting denied by Delight as well, though, on one of these Baron calls, denying the Keeper's Verdict. These are the big moments where you see each player has a big role to play. The main characters were the AD carries, absolutely, but it's the other four players who are setting them up for success at every turn, which is what makes an enjoyable game like this so fun to watch. Is there were kind of two other AD carries in the Jace and the Tristana. Yeah. Tristana was PvE and Jace was blasting shields. Let's be real, this game was all Viper versus Aiming, and in moments like this, you can see what Aiming can get done. Blows up the Tristana, has his Zhonya's, super snowbally, but in a closer fight, even with the Keeper's Verdict on the Nexus that Hanwha forced, I mean, that's when Viper has more agency, and it's so fun to watch this back.
Yeah, it's making me think that, like, is Peanut ever going to lose on Maokai? Because, like, if there was ever going to be one, like, this probably should have been it, as we're having a listen now to Hanwha Life Esports as they're just trying to figure it out. They're like, just ignore, let's just go and try and win the game.
Yeah, calling out they have no vision, so they have to respond late. They do all back here. If they're a little bit later, they just win the game instantly. The Keeper's Verdict is what makes this really interesting because you end up having 5v3 here, but Viper's like, I carry these. His ult is fantastic. Doran buying a ton of space here.
It's his spacing as well. The fact that Viper is always just on the edge of threat the entire time. Tagged by that Void Seeker, and that felt like it might have been the angle for Aiming to start this one up.
And then during the GA, Zeka actually does so much damage.
Yeah.
That it's actually just insane, and then he comes out, look at the lifesteal coming through from the shield bow.
Oh my god.
This is one of the closest games I have ever seen in the LCK.
Yeah, no, seriously. 51.5k damage from Aiming and 47 from Viper. You mentioned the fact that these AD carries were the main characters, and I think even the numbers are telling us that that is exactly right. And, I mean, once again, it's one of these moments where you've got D+ picking these Sejuani compositions. I was almost a believer in it this time, but Hanwha just shut them up in the end.
That was one of the best Kai'Sa performances I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Zeri, play by Viper there. Matt, I'm at a loss for words. I wish this was actually a best of 5, to be honest with you, Atlas. What a good game that we just watched.
Incredible stuff. And now we've got some gentlemen standing alongside to break it all down. Take it away, boys of the space.
Now, that's a Saturday showdown, as we've had several Saturday showdowns with really big titles in it, and it doesn't go 3. This one definitely delivers here, Ox.
That was the most Saturday we've had in our showdowns, for sure. That was absolutely a banger, you know, and I feel like the first 2 games, we talked a lot about the impact of draft, the impact of blue side. This game 3, the draft felt a lot more even, and it made it so hard to call who was going to win. Literally to the last second. I mean, even to just that final moment, it was still looking like DK could bring it back until, obviously, aiming fell.
It's very clear that... nice one, Ox. It's very clear that this is our second and third place teams, right? I don't even think that BNK Fearex can touch these guys. Even though BNK is looking really good right now, it just feels like these 2 teams are always so closely matched every time we get them, and this one also delivered. So just a really fun game 3.
I think as well with HLE winning, obviously great odds from getting second place, but this doesn't give you security going into playoffs. You're going to be like watching your back with DK chasing you. You're not confident in this matchup with how close it was.
Yeah, again, I mean, I think that Hanwha Life Esports did such a great job because it felt like D+ were so much further ahead than what they actually were. Even after like the Baron, they were still in the gold lead. Then after the couple of Drake takes, they were only like 2K down. Like Hanwha Life Esports always did a great job of making sure they were mitigating their losses and keeping it close. As we take a look at some of the highlights here. Oh, we'll take a look at the draft first. Yeah, let's draft because we got a lot of highlights to go through.
Yeah, so I think, you know, we talked a lot of how previous drafts felt a bit more one-sided. This felt more even. The Maokai for Peanut was massive, paired up with the double 80 carries, gave a lot of peel, a lot of strength, and they had the Gnar, so they had even another damage threat. The DK composition, though, a lot of poke threat from this Jace and this Kai'Sa, which did work for a point, but I think one of the problems they had was both 80 carries in the enemy team got a Bloodthirster, both the tanks in the enemy team got Warmog, so the poke wasn't sticking as well. I also want to mention this Poppy pick for Kellen. It kind of feels like he's bringing out these picks like the Renata, like the Alistar, where they're just becoming he's so proficient on them that it's really hard to deal with them. Like his Poppy play, even though he died a ton, it didn't matter. He got some massive ultimates that nearly won the game for them.
Yeah, for me, I felt like Hanwha Life Esports were winning the draft up until the very end where the Poppy came in, and then it became very even. And everything that Ox said about, you know, the poke, and then we got into the late game, and it felt like there were some angles still where they were able to find like Poppy engages, able to find Sejuani engages, and get their Kai'Sa into the backline, and that was the way they were going to engage. But eventually, you know, just a really well-rounded comp from the side of Hanwha Life Esports came out to win in the end, but it easily could have gone the way of DK as well.
Very much. Now, let's take a look at some of the highlights here from this last game. It started off with Eamon getting very, very fed on the Kai'Sa.
And I think particularly Viper and Delight have looked really up there in terms of 2v2 bot lane performance, and they just got outclassed in this 2v2. And honestly, I think Aiming's performance in this game, we know he's very proficient on this pick. We saw KT rely on him on this heavily, but it just shows why. Managing to come out and get these 2 kills in this 2v2 in the bot lane, but constantly finding angles just to pick up kills, using the ult. And I feel like, you know, he always has such great timing for when to go in and just pick off targets who are potentially isolated.
Yeah, he really did a fantastic job. I think that Viper kind of messed up the early duel, but he just reacted so fast that it just missed everything, and then Aiming was able to pick up the 2 kills, and then we eventually got to this mid-team fight where, you know, Aiming's getting really fed. Eventually, he picks up a couple of kills in this one. But also, if you look on the other side, Zeka's picking up kills as well, even though it was very messy, you know, very scrappy in this fight. The Tristana just hopping all over the place, and both the 80 carries were just getting so much value.
Yeah, and I think part of the issue ended up coming along because there were lots of fights where they would take down one of the 80 carries, but the other one was still a problem, and usually they would focus Viper down, get him, but Zeka continuing to be an issue. This is beautiful. We saw in the replay, we saw Showmaker calling for that, saying, be ready with your ultimate, loving the tandem between the mid and 80 carry.
Yeah, again, and those are the core damage dealers for this squad. They need to be firing on all cylinders because it does feel like it's Lucid setting them up. Game 1, we didn't really see that. Here in Game 3, it was cool to see the best punch against the best punch. We take a look at our next highlight.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big one because this isn't even really like Viper messing up. It's just a massive Poppy ultimate. Gets 3 people away, leaves Viper alone. They wanted to go for a full-on fight, but they couldn't because Poppy existed.
Yeah, and then this Baron play, as a result of Viper being dead, ends up going in favor of DK. You know, I just talked about how they'd usually take down one of the carries but couldn't get the other. Here, they only have one to deal with. They managed to take out the Tristana. Aiming dives in really well. So on the back of that big Poppy ult from Kellen, they get this Baron as well. And honestly, at this point, I'm like, oh, you know, D+ can have this. They can have this in the bag. They have the momentum. Aiming still hadn't died. but didn't continue that way.
Yeah, because this is what I was talking about earlier. When I watched it, like you, I was like, okay, maybe this is the ending push. But almost every time later on in those late game team fights, the lane states were never quite in the right spot because of the split push capability that Hanwha Life Esports had.
Yeah, I think the Gnar had so much value in setting up the side waves. So even when DK did win fights, they didn't get as much as they'd hoped for or weren't able to end. Here, they end up trying to go for this flank, but you see Kingen spotted. And once again, we end up seeing, it's a bit later than this, but the Poppy ult comes in huge once more.
Yeah, I think the fact that King in a spot, I mean, they knew he was on a flank, but even so, I really like this call from Hanwha Life Esports to say, okay, well, you want to try to tunnel in on the dragon, we're just going to take your base. So everybody has to back, and it just sets up this insane team fight, the absolute cinema that ended this game.
Yeah, that's the massive Poppy ult comes in, splits the team completely. The big thing here is that we actually see Doran survive long enough to get Mega, and even though he dies quickly after, he gets the stun down, he gets a bit of damage, and then the ensuing fight ends up being really hectic. And unfortunately, you know, the Jace doesn't have as much pressure at this point in the game. It's kind of aiming against both Zeka and Viper, and now Viper has GA, so yes, he goes down, but he's burned all his cooldowns, his cleanse, his ult, his combo to take out Viper. He starts getting hit here by the Tristana, takes that out, but the Zonya's unfortunately a little bit early, and then he dies to the bomb. I'm going to be honest, even if he had Zonya's to dodge the bomb, it's hard to say how to pan out. He was so low anyway, he might have just died to Peanut, but in those moments, it's really going to come down to like tiny things that make the difference.
It was too late in the game as well. It was like 45, 48 minutes in that, as you mentioned, the 280 carries with full builds up against Jace, and then aiming, who just had way too much pressure on himself that even in the 5v4 it wasn't enough.
All right, well, let's see who the POG is for our Saturday Showdown game number 3. It's the man in the mid lane on the Tristana with the game-saving charge there to close it on off. Zeka gets his 3rd of the season.
Yeah, and I think he had a really strong performance throughout the entire game, but particularly I feel like Viper, there was a lot of team fights where he was the focus point, and we've kind of seen Kai'Sa historically and more recently be a good counter to Zeri because so easily can you get on the Zeri and burst her through, and that kept happening, but Zeka stood above as like the remaining carry, so often, even when a fight was won by D+, Zeka would survive so they wouldn't lose the game, and when it came to cleaning up, he was always there, ready to do so.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear that especially for players like Zeka, Tristana is in a very fine place, especially if the game is going to go long enough. It's us and media right next to each other.
And the end cast.
A lot of votes for Viper as well, and then one for
the most based there that we could possibly have. All right, we'll talk more about this in a second. We have the interview standing by right now with Deer. Deer, take it away.
LCK Summer Split. Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POG interview translation, joined by Doran and Zeka on the side of Hanwha Life Esports, who get to continue their win streak by securing their 7th consecutive victory. Congratulations! Zeka, you got your revenge on D+ Kia, and you get to take the lead in the battle for 2nd place. How do you feel? I think winning is just such a great feeling. And I feel like we had such a great match against the enemy, and I think we had so much fun today. Doran, lately, whenever you win, you keep getting POG, and this is your 3rd POG in a row. So how do you feel? I feel like whenever I get a POG, it's just really whenever our game goes really smoothly in our favor. And for today's match, to talk about today's match, I feel like I had so much fun just playing overall. I feel like it would have been such a chaotic match today. How did you feel about that? Yeah, it was such a long match. Yeah, and at the very end, when it ended, I just think that it was just very relieving in the end. And with D+ Kia performing so well lately, was it alarming to you guys at all? How did you prepare for today? In the opening summer opening match, we lost against D+ Kia, which was pretty disappointing. So we came today to stage and practice for today just to get our revenge. And Zeka, everyone expected that this match would be intense, but no one could predict how how intense it would be and who would win until the very end. So what difference gave you the decisive edge? I feel like, at the very end, being able to take Baron and taking the initiative to make a good decision was what really gave us the decisive edge. And Doran, in game 1, the enemy picked Gnar first, and you picked K'Sante after. So normally, it's easy to understand that Gnar is stronger in the laning phase, so did you consider a lane swap while picking him? Yeah, in terms of swapping, I think we were the first ones to lane swap, and I think everything that we prepared for until today actually worked really well until now, so I think we're just pretty confident with our picks. And let's take a look at the next highlight. You got a double kill here, so how did you make this decision here? So the Gnar at first was overextending, and he was actually forcing a lot during the laning phase. And I think we were able to catch it out really well with a good setup with our team. And Zeka, how did you feel? I was taking the bot wave here, and I really just listened to my team, and I just pressed TP, and it went really well. It's just really all up to my teammates. And Zeka, in games 2 and 3, the Kai'Sa had so much damage, giving you guys such a hard time. So how were you able to overcome her? Yeah, the moment he picked, Aiming picked Kai'Sa, we knew that he would be really good. But because we knew how strong our team fighting is, that I think we were just really confident that we would win no matter what. And so was that because you guys thought that, no matter what pick the enemy picks, that you guys would be confident? Yeah, we really didn't. We weren't really picky with whatever the enemy picks because we were so confident with what we would be able to do with our team fights. And Doran, Peanut's Maokai is on a 15 winning streak, which is a must-ban card, but it was left open in game 3. So how did Peanut react? Yeah, this is a pick that Peanut hasn't been able to play often because it's always banned. But he's always ready to play Maokai whenever, so I think he was really happy to play him today. And Zeka, you picked the recently nerfed Tristana against Jace. So what strength were you looking for? So Tristana, this patch got nerfed a lot. I think the most impact was in the early laning phase, so I told myself that as long as I can sustain myself in the late game, she's still just as strong in team fights, so I think I just tried to make sure that I can maintain my form. So is this why you were so certain that you'd win late game? I think in the same circumstance in game 1, I feel like we ended up losing because we weren't able to keep our head in the game with the team fighting. So I think just being able to fix that and improve and make sure that we knew that we would be able to win the team fight until the end. I think that's what really got us the game. So can you walk us through this last match-ending team fight? Yeah, oh my god, the enemy was so good here, and the Kai'Sa had so much high damage. And here, Peanut and I flew away from the Poppy ult, but Doran was able to maintain and survive for so long. And I think that's what really led us to actually clean up and then end the game.
기쁘셨던 것 같습니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 오늘 하나생명이 디플러스 기아를 상대로 1라운드 복수에 성공하고 매치 7연승을 이뤄냈습니다.
So with Hana Life Esports getting their revenge and securing 7 consecutive victories, for your next win, you'll face KT Rolster. What is your resolution? I feel like we have a great start in round 2, and our confidence is actually pretty high right now. So we want to make sure that we come back with an even better performance and gameplay. And Zeka, KT, they're in the peak form right now, and I want to make sure that we maintain our form just as much and make sure that we win the next match. And that's the end of the interview from Doran and Zeka, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, dear. Yeah. Someone needs to let Zeka know that KT lost their last game. That's okay. Also, while we're at it, Based Media, by the way, right? Like, media's been voting super
Absolutely.
well.
Yeah,
you know,
alongside
lining
of
up.
us, you know.
Yeah,
the
end
Echoes,
cast as
Supremacy
well.
There,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
I think with this win, HLE now on a 7-win streak, 7 game score, and now 2 series at a D+. It becomes really hard for D+ to catch up and try and get that second place spot, because not only do you need to match their series, but catching that game score is a big effort.
All right. Well, that was our Saturday showdown, but not the only series that we have today. Gen G and Kwangdong Freaks do battle to close out Saturday. And for now, we'll leave you with an episode of Replay. See you in a little bit.
일만도 하긴 했는데 아쉽네.
근데 패치를 갑니다.
살았어요. 순간 잡히고 말았습니다. 이런 순간 이동 없는 그라가스 어떡하나요?
일 세트는 진짜 그냥 한타로 진 거 같고, 이 세트는 그라가스를 다이브 칠 생각을 할 줄은 전혀 진짜 상상도 못 해가지고.
스크림 양이 적다 보니까 이런 다이브 구도 정보량이 많이 부족해서 저희가 당할 때도 좀 너무 쉽게 당한 것 같고,
저희가 팀워크를 많이 맞춘 팀원들이 아니어서 연습 과정도 그렇고 뭐 나아지고 있는 중인데 아직도 좀 부족한 것 같기는 해요.
지금은 솔직히 다들 이 마음 저 마음 좀 떠 있는 것 같은데 어찌됐건 마음을 하나로 해야 되지 않을까.
팀들이 막 그런 게 있잖아요. 킹티비티를 하고 잘해줬다.
왜냐면 이게 게임이라는 게 결국 5명이서 게임하는 건데 합이라는 게 꼭 인게임 떠나서 외적인 것도 맞아야 되잖아요. 그래서 그런 것들은 굉장히 긍정적으로 작용할 때가 많긴 합니다. 근데 아마 싫어할걸요. 나이들이 다 차가지고.
그게 좋을 것 같은데요? 그냥 펜션 같은 데 가서 고기 구워 한번 먹고.
아니 이 아저씨 그냥 먹고 싶어 하는 것 같은데. 아, 집에 계신 아저씨 속하지 않을까요?
놀러 가는 거 아닙니다. 놀러 가는 거 아니고 일하러 가니까 한 번만 봐줘.
어떠셨어요, 정규 경기 끝나고?
경기가 끝나고요? 그때 지고 너무 2세트 지고 너무 화나가지고 그 다음날 몇 판 했는지 모르겠는데 새벽 5시까지 하다가 정신 나갈 뻔했어요.
와, 최고요. 하나가 될 준비는 되셨어요?
준비했습니다.
형들이랑 같이 자는 거는 괜찮아요?
괜찮지 않을까요?
침대가 하나야. 침대가 하나야.
에? 혹시 그 하나였어요?
진짜 어렵다. 국건님 어디서 나왔어? 갑자기 어디서 튀어나왔어?
죄송합니다. 네.
지금 몇 시죠?
지금 2시 4분? 4분 늦었네요. 볼지만 아니면 지각이 아니지. 아니면 뭐 하는지 알려주지 않아가지고 놀러 가겠죠?
졌는데
뭐 할 만한 게 있을까요? 훈련 여름인데 진짜 하겠어? 또 왔네. 지가 와. 안녕하세요. 친구들 진짜 놀러 왔나 봐요. 굉장히 놀러 가는 거 아니었어요? 저건 어디였어요? 그러니까 저기 찍었나? 여기 두 명이.
하다가 접었는데 재미없어가지고.
우리가 꼴등은 아니네?
저희가 문제가 아니에요. 땡이 안 왔어요.
방금 일어나신 것 같은데.
반성은 안 하고.
그러니까. 그래서 죄송합니다. 거만한 거 봐요. 알람을 그래. 내가 한시.
네, 저희 정규 경기 끝나고 다들 잘 지내셨나요?
군에서 잠을 못 잤습니다.
제가 하고 싶었던 말인데.
다 해서.
맞아요.
저희가 정규 경기 0대2로 아쉽게 지고
아쉽게지.
이긴 판이었는데.
그래서 어떻게 하면 전력을 끌어올릴 수 있을지 관계자분들에게 여쭤봤어요. 액티비티를 가야 되지 않나라고 말씀하시더라고요. 그래서 오늘 액티비티로 떠납니다.
와! 너무 설레.
뭔지 절대 안 알려주네.
아니 그래서 어디예요? 바다?
배 타는 것도 아니지.
이동 수단이 오늘 따로 있어요.
보디보드?
서핑보드 아니야?
PPL이다.
뭐 저희 PPL인가요?
뭐만 하면 PPL이요 이제. 빨리.
6분이 하셔서 부장님이 탈리아 궁을 키시면 돼 있을 거예요.
6명이 이게 시도해본 거죠? 6명이 설 수 있는 거죠 일단?
해본 거죠 이거? 이 사이즈로 해보셨어요?
나 생각보다 얇아. 내가 모퉁이 살게 모퉁이. 아니 이거 충분히 타는데 진짜.
가운데가 얇은 사람이 가야 되는 거 아니야?
그냥 이렇게 해가지고 딱 6명 따라 써도 되지 않을까?
진짜 우리 이렇게
재훈이 가고
가운데 서로가 하나 되면 돼.
지민
우리 불편하지만 서로가 하나 되자고. 야 참 좀 빡세다 이거.
아니야 이거 원으로 이렇게 발만 넣으면 될 것 같은데? 발만 넣고 이렇게 잡으면 되잖아.
좋다.
이렇게.
노발령. 하나 둘 셋 하면 다 같이 하는 겁니다. 하나 둘 셋.
우리를 잡은 시간이야. 우리를 잡은 시간이야.
와 벌써 하나가 된 것 같아.
와 좋겠다. 와 도착한 뭐야 여기 어디야?
색다른데?
스트리밍 벌써 왔다고?
좋은데?
여기 어딘데 근데? 잘못 온 것 같은데?
타고 방금 왔는데 이
잘못 왔는데
뭐야 이거?
뭐야 집에 왜 그러는데 갑자기 뭔데?
주인공이야 사실상. 근데
아니 무인기가 떠다니는데 이게 벌이야 무인기야?
아니 표정이 만족스럽지 못한 표정.
아니 카메라 한번 돌려보면 알 것 같습니다.
주위에 산밖에 없어 일단.
아주 자연 친화적인 표정이
좋네. 저희 예산 안에서 최고의 선택이었나요?
아니 뭘 기대하신 거예요?
호화로운
내가 이겼으면
전택형 펜션을 원했던 거.
영대이 벌 받은 거예요.
내가 이겼으면 원래 낫겠죠.
맞네. 그게 맞다.
맞아.
저희 잘못이죠.
네, 여러분도 아까 들으셨다시피 오늘 무관중 경기에 대비한 액티비티를 하게 됐습니다. 자, 먼저 팀을 포지션별 단합을 위해 상체팀과 하체팀으로 나눠서 게임을 진행하겠습니다. 감독님은 하체팀에 속해서 경기를 진행해주시고 패배팀은 오늘 승리팀의 저녁 시간에 하인이 돼서 밥수발과 설거지 수발을 드릴 예정입니다. 좀 벌어야겠는데. 설거지 좀 크다. 설거지 빡세다. 괜찮네. 설거지 좀 많이 크다. 네, 뭘 하는 거죠, 구체적으로? 자, 게임은 총 3가지가 준비되어 있는데요. 첫 번째 게임은 피지컬 공룡입니다. 오, 피지컬 공룡. 여러분, 같이 공룡들이 많은 이 올판에서 힘없이 쓰러지는 동물이 그건 안 되지 않습니까? 그렇죠. 양팀은 3명씩 각각 정해진 부큐에 올라갈 거고요. 부큐에서 1명이라도 떨어지지 않고 제작진이 제시해주신 동작을 플레이하겠습니다. 멘트 받았어. 자, 한번 도와줘. 와, 나 진짜 이거 예능에서만 봤던
엑스맨 뭐 이런 데서 나오는 거 아니야?
맞아, 엑스맨. 너무 재밌겠다. 센터에서 중분이가 아니야, 중분이가 아니야. 거기 지금 집을 쏠리는데요. 내가 오른팔, 얘가 왼팔이야. 집을 쏠리는데요. 내가 오른팔, 얘가 왼팔이야. 아니야. 미안해. 야, 말로 하자. 미안해.
재밌지?
원래 아저씨들이 더 좋아해.
그냥 방송이 재밌지. 그것도 맞지. 내 가방이 있으면 절대 넘어지지 않아.
자, 준비됐나요? 네, 호루라기에 맞춰서 동작을 수행해주면 됩니다.
예.
자, 첫 번째 동작은 멤버를 전부 일어서 주세요.
야, 이건 한 명씩 아니면 둘씩. 제가 제일 보니까 제가 제일 보니까. 뛰어나게 낫지 않을까요? 그래.
일단 하나 가자. 일어나. 서로 잡아. 서로 잡아. 나 너무 안정적이야. 일단 하나 가자. 일어나. 나 너무 안정적이야. 일어나. 영화겠다. 다리를 잡지 마봐. 차렷! 그만. 나 너무 안정적인데? 이거 괜찮은 거지? 다들 잡고. 됐어. 굉장히 안정적이야. 일어나. 영화겠다. 다리를 잡지 마봐. 일어나. 영화겠다. 다리를 잡지 마봐. 차렷! 그만. 일단 다들 잡고. 됐어. 굉장히 안정적이야. 됐어. 굉장히 안정적이야. 그만이 커. 괜찮아. 우리 이게 아, 이거 옆에 일치려서 같이 못하고 왜 이렇게 땡글거려 집에. 자, 이렇게 게임 1은 승리로 하겠습니다.
방금처럼 한 명씩 일어나는 거야?
오케이. 좋아. 올렸습니다. 자, 준비됐으면 가겠습니다. 멤버를 다 같이 일어나 주세요. 이렇게 점점적으로. 뭐 할래? 가나요? 가나요? 일단 내가 많이. 이렇게 점점적으로. 뭐 할래? 가나요? 가나요? 일단 내가 많이 벌리는 게 좋아. 일어나. 됐어. 일어나. 되죠? 일어나. 이건 좀 할게. 일어나. 되죠? 일어나. 되죠? 일어나. 이건 좀 할게. 발을 크게 잡아. 가나요? 일단 내가 많이 벌리는 게 좋아. 일어나. 됐어. 일어나. 이건 좀 할게. 발을 크게 잡아. 나 안정적이야. 야, 웃지 마. 우리 안정적이야. 제가 팀 승리. 다시. 아, 원래 게임에 일어나서 스쿼트 하는 거였거든. 한번 해보자. 이거 스쿼트로 우리로 빠뜨리고 싶구나, 이거. 자, 한번 해볼게요.
너무 깔짝충인데요? 에이, 쉽다. 그만하죠.
다리가 아픈데요, 이제는? 다리가 아픈데요, 이제는? 다리가 아픈데? 잘한다.
너는 안 된다고.
진짜 잘한다. 목표가 방금 움직였던 것 같은데? 첫 번째 게임 피지컬 공룡은 역시 단단한 학생의 학교팀이 예. 학생가 든든해야 된다. 진짜 든든한 거 봐라. 이사님 뭐 어떻게 된 거예요 이거?
아까 젖었어요.
아니 너무 우슬거리던데?
거의 단단하다. 되긴 하네요.
두 번째 게임을 진행할 건데요. 저번 QX와의 정규 경기에서 디아블 선수의 이즈리얼 샷을 다들 잊지 않으셨죠? 네. 감지형 없어. 오 맞네. 나 상관없어 일단.
좀 세다. 아유. 오케이. 트타 코르키 다 없는 구도잖아 이즈리얼.
이즈도 빠졌다.
그 상태도 없잖아.
상대를 압박하기 위해서는 역시 스킬샷. 여러분들의 스킬 명중률을 높이기 위한 시야의 연발 게임을 시작하겠습니다. 와. 쏘는 거 아니에요? 야, 쏘는 거. 한 명은 대포 미니언의 탑승에서 물총을 쏘는 역할을, 다른 한 명은 튜브에 타서 물총을 쏘는 역할을, 그리고 마지막 한 명은 반대편에 서서 공을 최대한 많이 담아주시는 팀이 승리하는 게임입니다. 게임은 총 3분 동안 진행할 거고 더 많은 스킬샷을 맞춘 팀이 승리하게 되는 게임입니다. 전략 3시간 드리겠습니다.
전략. 예. 그럼 너가 태워. 내가 불 받을게. 일단 둘다 나한테 쏘면 내가 이렇게 받는 거야. 근데 내 생각에 이건 어떨 것 같아? 지민이는 나한테 쏴서 나는 받고 있고 너는 정량으로 나가서 쟤네한테 쏴서 내 받고 있어. 내 생각에 이건 어떨 것 같아? 나는 내가 이거 쏘는 걸 받는 거 같고 너가 다 있을게. 쟤네를 공격해. 그것도 나쁘지 않게 나 쏘는 거지. 아니다.
점프. 와 이거 왜 이렇게 세 이거? 와 모르겠다 이거 뭐야 이거? 자 준비됐나요? 레디. 아형 이거 이때 안 되거든. 형이 알아서 잘 받아요. 너무 원사이드 하면 얼굴에 쏠게. 아 일부러 뒤집어 놓은 거예요? 아니 우리 준비.
빨리 와, 지민아.
아니 이거 어떻게 안 풀어요?
머리. 지민아, 너는 저거 타이밍 좋았대.
넘어갈게 그러면은. 아니 조필님이 얼굴을 보고 해야지. 아니 조필님이 얼굴을 보고 해야지. 앞으로 오는데 좀만 아래로.
안정적이야, 너무 안정적이야, 너무 안정적이야 이거.
아, 저 뭐야 저거. 아, 이거 반칙이야.
왜 반칙이야? 이런 거 아닌데. 너무 안정적이야, 너무 안정적이야.
인정. 야, 빨리 넣어. 계속 그냥 거기다 같이 넣어. 저기다 같이 넣으면 돼.
살기 밀어. 심하네, 이렇게. 세계 반칙이 없어. 야, 동민아, 바꿀래? 아니, 이제 바꾸지 않은데?
아니, 이거 어떻게 오케이.
아까 잘 나갔다는데?
이거 대포가 와야 돼.
아니, 이거 대포.
아니, 이거 아니야.
뭐야, 이거. 앞으로 안 가져야지. 빨리 여기 달아. 빨리 넣어.
정신 차려! 야, 경기 좀 합시다. 와, 씨.
아니, 우리 대포 개 못해.
막혔어. 안 돼!
대포 정신 차려.
아니, 저기 왜 이렇게 많이 쌓였어?
망했어, 이거.
안정적이잖아. 알았어, 지금.
야, 대파. 기능 도장 했어.
아니, 뽑아서.
이거를
압도적으로 상대팀이 승리했습니다. 어떻게 된 된 거예요? 왜 이렇게?
준이가 방송을 알아요? 1대1 만들라고.
원산하면 재미없으니까.
이처럼 미역은 안 당하잖아.
아, 원래 게임 상체가 더 좋아. 준이 괜찮아요. 단톡들이. 너무 좋아.
괜찮아요. 괜찮아요.
네. 좋아요. 자, 그럼 다음 게임 가보도록 하겠습니다. 한타에서 승리하기 위해서는 우리 팀원들의 합류가 무엇보다 중요하잖아요. 여러분들의 합류 속도를 높이기 위해 준비했습니다. 무리를 달리는 자 게임입니다. 난 무리는 달리는지 안 찍는데. 자, 게임 방법은 양 팀은 첫 번째 주자부터 마지막 주자까지 순서를 정해주시고 한 명씩 서핑보드에 올라타서 다음 주자가 있는 곳까지 이동하시고 마지막 주자가 꼬린 지점에 먼저 들어오는 팀이 승리하는 방식입니다. 오케이. 잘하시는데? 잘한다,
저기 미끄럼틀 있는데.
근데 이 위치가 좀 불편합니다.
이것 때문에 계속 움직여. 여기 물총 이것 때문에 이게 제가 안 먹었어. 진영정하기 게임을 뭐하나요 근데 진영정하기? 어떻게 정하는데?
나 절대 안 돼. 나 절대 안 돼.
나 숨 잘 참아. 나도 숨 참아.
오케이, 숨참기. 락스 듀오. 가자.
뭐죠?
자, 우리 주단팀 자존심 대결 한번 보시죠.
나 미친 압박감이 지금 숨이 잘 안 쉬어지는 거 같아. 나 불렀는데 아니라면 머리 잡아 당겨줘. 나 간다 이대로.
자, 호루라기 불면 바로 들어가는 겁니다. 자, 준비. 야, 방해하는 게 뭐야? 그렇지 뭐.
답답해서 내가 뛴다 약간.
나와 그냥 내가 타는.
아예 왜 할 거 다 했잖아 지민이도.
뭔가 나도 어쨌든 정글한테 요구하는 게 많았지만 그냥 정글이 제일 힘들다고 생각하긴 했어.
상대가 정해졌는데 DRX란 팀이 어떤 팀이고
지표로 봐서 할만하다.
할만한데? 오케이. 은퇴양난 유관중 마지막 경기를 승리하라. 은퇴양난!
저희 은퇴학년 바로 열심히 죽겠습니다.
보러 와주실 거죠?
seen the darkest of the days, where the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow, even when the storm hits and hell is abound.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2024. I'm Atlas, still joined by Wolf here as we're ready to dive into our second series of the evening. Gen.G taking on a floundering Kwangdong Freaks, who are unfortunately on the end of a 3-loss streak.
Now, if you believe in curses and magic and things that continue to be the case in the LCK, some trends, Kwangdong have sometimes actually caught Gen.G in a bit of a trap game in the second round robin. It was Bro who did it to them last season, but we'll see if it's going to be Kwangdong Freaks this time around.
Maybe it's contagious, and because Bro just beat Kwangdong Freaks, they've given it to them. And so now they have the blue shell, because at the lower you are, the more likely it is that you're going to get blue shells.
Yeah, I mean, you and I have to resort to a little bit of mysticism and kind of curses and stuff to try to make it look like this one's going to be close, because it's an 11-0 Gen.G on the longest series winning streak of the LCK history, of the history of the LCK. They are 21 games ahead of Kwangdong, and of course, that's not counting Kwangdong's current form, which is much weaker than it was in the first few weeks where they're occupying top 4. Now slid down to 6. A loss here will put them on 7 losses, where KT actually moves into that playoff spot, potentially, depending on how the rest of the week goes for them. As, Gen.G, longest winning streak in LCK history.
Yep, and they'll secure a place at the World Championship as well with any sort of victory here today. Of course, all they had to do was get it to playoffs, and they guarantee top 6 with a win here. I think they were probably all guaranteed just anyway, but this is the formal, official, they're going to Worlds. So there you go.
Yeah, and here is the unfortunate losses Kwangdong have had. It's starting with round 2, so they lost to Bro, Hanwha. They face Gen.G and D+ back-to-back, and then they get some reprieve against Nongshim and KT. And they have, of course, B and K, which is a strong team right now. And then T1, yeah, it's the round 2 woes. Because they got some upsets in round 1, but
if they lose to Nongshim, then it's completely doomed. But I think that the Nongshim and DRX matches are right now, with the current form of Kwangdong Freaks, looking like the only winnable ones. It's actually kind of crazy because they've already lost to Bro. And who knows how far they can fall from there. As Lehens, if this series goes to 3, He could be sitting on 600 games. That is a heck of a lot. And we remember, you know, when he was debuting on Griffin all those years back, and is now 600 games in. Like, it's crazy, the legacy that these players have put forward. That is such a historic organization, making their way into the LCK, really revitalizing Korean League of Legends, and Lands being a big part of that.
That sign that was shown just before, a Gen.G fan saying Gen.G doesn't lose, while also making a pun and a play on Gen.G in the sign, was very creative, and it's very true. They do not lose. This team is the longest win streak team in the LCK. They also had the best, you know, set of wins. Like, they had like the game streak win until D+ took that away from them as well. So that one is no longer going, but the series streak is still going. Ever since they lost to KT in spring, they just do not lose here at the LCK. They lost one best of 3 at EWC, but that feels like such a small blemish on their record when you consider the format of that tournament and how important it is to be able to find that consistency here domestically. They also won MSI. It's one of the most impressive runs we've ever seen from a League of Legends team.
And I think the only series that they have coming up that I don't think that they very comfortably win is the very final series of the season. Harmalife Esports are going to be taking on Gen.G in the last match of Summer 2024. So maybe there's a chance that Peanut and the gang are going to be able to get it done, but that's a long time from now. And Kwangdong Freaks, they're going to try their hand at it. Everything is an upset until that point where I think Hanwha are kind of getting to the point where people think that they're strong enough to maybe challenge Gen.G for a game.
Yeah,
it's nutty how good that team is. Kwangdong Freaks, let's see how they actually do here. Once again, it's going to be Quantum making his way out. No Andal, which makes me a little bit sad. I honestly think that like a lot of the heart and soul of Kwangdong Freaks did come down to that man in the bottom lane. But he is once again going to be sitting out. We'll see whether we are going to get any substitutions moving in. But Bulldog versus Chovy, this is basically to show off how good Chovy's stats are outside of kill participation.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Bulldog's stats, I think, really falling off in a few of those last losses. The loss to Bro being the big standout one, of course. But yeah, Bulldog's, his stats are pretty average. Chovy's stats are often the best. Highest CS difference at 14, and not just across mids, but in the LCK. An insane DPS per minute number as well. When you look at what he's able to do with his gold, he is extremely efficient. He's taking less gold than he used to, but he still takes a lot. And
I think that he needs to put some complaints forward against the rest of his team for getting too many kills without him.
Yeah.
It must be very frustrating to have everyone winning. This guy in particular, Keen, is just an absolute monster. On the top side of the map, we know that him and Canyon have been playing even better together. I think that like that's a further story. We'd already spoken about like Chovy and Canyon really developing very quickly as far as that mid-jungle synergy is concerned. I feel like Canyon is now starting to work really well with Keen as well. And
Gen.G, they just...
Yeah, it's scary.
They just draft for a composition, doesn't even have to be S tier, but a composition that allows some element of synergy between the champions, but they have winning lanes. And they usually draft for winning lanes, and then they smash said winning lanes so hard that it's very common to see Gen.G have 3 winning lanes, and then Canyon's like, well, which one do I...
what's my bevy of choices?
Exactly, and that's the problem with facing off against a team like Gen.G. Then when you start going to east side teams and you start going down to where the gap between players is insanely high, when you have the best team in the LCK who's on an insane streak against a struggling Kwangdong Freaks here in the second round robin with what felt like inevitable collapse this team always shows us. We're in that. That's the you are here right now. It feels like even if you do pick a counter matchup for one of these Gen.G players, you might lose lane anyways because the gap between Chovy and Bulldog is so massive, right?
Chovy picking a counter is him picking a champion, I think. And that's not even a slight to Bulldog. That's just him in the LCK at the moment. It's kind of nutty.
We have been really critical of CV Max's drafts over the last few weeks.
Yeah.
And it feels like it's gotten more and more extreme with each passing series. This is a series, I think, where because you are so the underdog, you're such the underdog, the Gen.G are so favored against you, I feel like it does allow for some experimentation. And this is not a must-win series for Kwangdong, that is for sure. It would be a massive upset if they did, but I am really curious to see what angle he brings to the table today.
Yeah, and I think that CV Max, I've been trying to figure him out for a really long time. I think the best way to describe what he does is he adapts really well series to series, but within a series, he fails to do so completely and utterly.
Yeah, and if you have a bad read in game one, if you have a bad read in game one and you run it back, it is where some of these upset losses come through. As we'll see Ashe Tristana taken away here. Gen.G not going to allow Bulldog to play one of his signature picks here. The Ashe makes a lot of sense. Rumble is taken away with the Nidalee here for Canyon.
Yep.
The one player where you definitely want to ban that Nidalee away.
Yeah, and we saw him wielding it in their previous series as well. And I was looking over the drafts. I'm like, after not watching Gen.G play for a little while, you go back and look at their drafts and you're like, why is Nidalee here? And then you see like it's a big fat W at the top of the screen. You're like, all right, well, I guess it works. So banning it away, I think, makes a lot of sense. Chovy's Lucian as well has been very, very strong, and that gives Ezreal to Pays. Somewhere, there's Chronicler saying, yes!
Well, this is basically Kwangdong's way of saying, the Lucian ban is their way of saying Bulldog is playing Corki, and we are going to be playing an AD mid in this game. As
is that Chovy's Ezreal? Imagine.
It could be.
It would be fun.
It would be fun. I'd love to see it. We're going to see Leaper go back to a little bit of comfort here on this Zeri.
Yep.
Love the Zeri and the Ezreal. The Corki is a must pick here. And Ivern's still available.
Maokai as well.
Maokai.
I kind of do like just slamming Ivan Jace.
Feels really easy here.
And then you can flex Jace between Kayn and Chovy, flex Ezreal between Pays and Chovy, or you pick Zyra and go that way. That is another one as well. Canyon definitely has his Zyra license.
That's definitely been the pick that he's loved to play the most when the Nidalee is taken away. They're actually just going to push Lehenz's Leona way up, though, in priority. They'll probably still get the Zyra here.
Yep.
As there's so many picks that Chovy and King can play with their Master Champion pools. Other teams, you'd be like, well, that's an expensive choice to bring the Leona up here. But for Gen.G, this means they're pretty confident in how their bottom lane is going to go.
And the jungle and top lane matchups are going to get absolutely obliterated as well. Because, like, one of them, whichever one they don't pick, is going to be really struggling. Bottom lane and jungle now locked in for Gen.G, in theory. And now you can see, cuz, like, please, let's not allow them to ban all of my champions. So the Ivern is going to be picked for him, perhaps.
The Ivern.
Yeah, I think it might
That's
be the
not
Ivern,
the right AP champion.
I think that perhaps AP Shyvana is going to be the way to do it. Breathing fire
on
the plants.
Block in the Rakan here because the Leona is already shown face up. And even though in the past it's been a pretty strong matchup for the Leona and it's considered a soft counter, Rakan has been doing pretty well into Leona, especially when you have follow-up engage or set up for the Rakan. We don't know what that's going to look like just yet, but they will take away Chovy's Yone.
This also means, this also means that Gen.G has to sort of split the bans between jungle and top, but I don't know. I think I would have probably tried to shore up a jungle matchup at least, but not wanting to show their hand, I guess, completely, wanting to lock away that bot lane that I guess Quantum Freaks are comfortable with.
I do think that there was a possibility, instead of locking the Corki, that you could have tried to... I mean, you could have not locked Zeri at that moment and maybe gone Ziggs or something like that. Could have been quite interesting. I'm just thinking about different angles that Kwangdong could have done because this is starting to feel pretty scary. The Jace that we've spent a lot of time talking about here, about how flexible it is a very strong ban. Same with the Yone. Can technically be flexed.
Renekton?
Yeah, definitely looks like a pretty good angle, especially with the Gnar ban here.
What is Kane's choice into the Renekton, though? Because I think it's almost a guaranteed doo-doo pick here, right?
I mean, it feels insanely powerful. I mean, GP has been a pick that Keen has played into the Renekton and felt pretty good.
Echo, of course.
I don't know about that one, but it is interesting. It is AP. It is Zac. Okay, very tough to lock down an Ezreal with this pick, however.
This is one of Cuz's old favorites.
Yeah, that's very true.
Of course, likely going to be a top lane pick as well. We have seen it there more recently, but I do want to remind everyone that Cuz kind of debuted at a time where, he started playing Zac before many others. That's Draven.
That
means
mid.
that Ezreal mid is coming on through. A big giggle coming out from Bulldog here as well, as we're going to have a Trinity Force off. That's a bit fun.
It is going to be fun to see how the Draven does into the Rakan Zeri lane, because that is so much power down there. It really hurts the Rakan pick quite significantly, because if you get stunned by the Leona and the Draven is autoing you, it hurts a lot more than when the Ezreal is autoing you. Yes, Ezreal has a Mystic Shot, so very strong on this patch. The Cassante does kind of feel like it locks the Zac into the top lane. That's kind of been the counter lane for, or the reason why Zac is picked as a counter to Cassante in the top lane most of the time. However,
the Dudu Aatrox, and this is a pick that he has single-handedly won a game on. Some of his flank angles have been phenomenal, and the Aatrox is something that he's piloted very, very well. I do like the amount of comfort here for Kwangdong Freaks.
Chovy as Raven mid?
Oh, okay. We're doing that thing where we just play every single AD carry in the mid lane. Is that what's happening here, Chovy? Is that what we're doing?
Really not what I expected, but it is great in terms of the trading against the Corki. It's the same reason why Lucian is strong into Corki, because he has that really nice trading pattern, and once the Gatling gun is down, you just kind of harass and push in and use the Lucian passive to double pap that Corki in the face. The Draven is going to be quite good with his early base AD stats at doing a similar thing.
Yeah, there's also the fact that Whirling Death, True Shot Barrage together means that wherever you're standing, if you get stunned or snared, and then 2 global ultimates fly over the top of you, I mean, the amount of, like, cash-ins that Chovy might be able to just orchestrate for himself sounds a bit scary.
Gotta make sure that, you know, the True Shot Barrage is timed correctly so that the kill goes to the Draven. You know, it's very tricky.
That's very true. That is very true.
It's very interesting to see how this is going to shake out. I really, in my head, I was like, oh, Ezreal is mid. We've seen that in other comps. That's definitely what's happening. It didn't occur to me until we didn't see the swap come through that the Draven actually could be a fantastic counter here to the Corki, similar to Lucian. It's only about that laning phase and how well Chovy plays this, but they banned the Lucian away. Chovy had an answer.
Yeah, he certainly did. And let's see whether it works out. Playing Draven into Zac does not sound like very much fun to me, but it's Chovy. So let's see what happens.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
And to go back to the point, we do need to have a look down the roster, right? So what is going to make Draven's time difficult? I think, you know, Rakan, he can definitely get on top of a Draven without cleanse. Zac, big problem. If you close the distance with an Aatrox, then maybe it's going to be an issue.
That's one of the things about Draven mid is that he's much more gankable than he is in the bottom lane. So you really need to have constant control and a lot of vigilance from Canyon in order to make sure that doesn't happen, because that's how you lose your adoration stacks. The counter argument, though, is with mid crashing faster and having more money and more minions, that means more adoration stacks, and you build them faster as well. So
shorter lane as well, so you are inherently safer in mid. So that's I kind of like the vibe. You also get to, you know, scale your spinning axes more, and of course, like, the thing about mid lane is you get more levels. The thing about bottom lane is less levels, but you can get all of that money, extra safety in the early game with having a partner. As Chovy going to start spinning the axe and then walks over to Bulldog and starts throwing them at him.
Yeah, Bulldog is not going to enjoy being auto-attacked by the Draven.
No. Well, Lehens has already flashed on top of Leaper, who is taken down to about 300 health. Welcome to Gen G versus Kwangdong Freaks, everyone.
Welcome to Ezreal lanes. Ezreal Leona, so oppressive. Look at this win rate for both of these players. It's not about the 0 Ls, it's just how many games they played of it already.
Wow, I can't believe Keen lost a game on Cassante.
Well,
it's so disappointing. They've got 1 L, by the way, guys, on any champion. There's only 1 game that they've lost. This is the first Draven mid game that we've had in the LCK.
And it might be the last.
It might. All right, there's the Zenith Blade. Lehen's doing some barrel stuff, picking up some turret shots, as Pays just trying to follow up with these Mystics. And yeah, Chovy has flash, and Bulldog is almost in like 1 spinning axe to kill range. And we're going to get that zoom in. Chovy looks for it. There's 1.
Yeah, and Bulldog now might just have to back. Like, if he gets flashed on, he just dies. If he doesn't perfectly react, Chovy actually has all the power here.
And if you start lining up the auto, like, it goes off. So if he is in auto range, then he definitely needs to just get out of there.
Yeah, and that's exactly why he's going to back. That's going to be TP down for Bulldog. Will cost him a little bit of farm. He's already down significantly down here with the play from the Hens and the health trade early. And the constant poke from Pays. Yes, Quantum's back up to full, and his Qs will offer some sustain, but this is a rough time for Leaper.
Oh, wow, yeah. Lehens coming on over. Canyon down here as well. Good Ward is going to spot the fact that Canyon's in the area, but the sweeper is going to get rid of it. And will Leaper and Quantum be able to keep themselves alive? That's the question. Or will this blue buff be kept alive also? As Cuz I think realizing that it's going to be quite difficult for him to actually get on in here. Ward goes down, Cuz sees it. And Bulldog, he's rotating in as well. Gets the secure of the blue as Canyon now going to have to be forced to flash out. Didn't have the grasping roots, I guess. As he didn't follow up with that one. Oh my, okay, Lehens, if you had have landed that, I don't know whether that's what you wanted.
Yeah, he might have been sent to game 2.
Yeah.
Plate does go over. Looks like solo here to Pays during the interim, so that is going to be a lot of money in his pocket. And yes, the Zarya has maintained, decent CS parity considering what happened with that flash play from Lehens, but the Plate gold stacking up here. A little of extra ability haste for Pays picked up with the extra money he has. Is going to feel nice, and then he's going to continue to put that pressure on. The boot spy for Leaper will at least help him try to dodge some of those Qs, but not a great start.
Oh yeah, Keen's in trouble. Does manage to push Dudu back, but has to flash still. Cuz good first gank on this Zac, as you can see. Certainly still got it.
Yeah, while Zac shows topside, Chovy is ready to throw some more axes, and it doesn't get better, by the way. As he gets a longsword, you get a ward.
3 points in Q is actually just so painful.
It hurts so much, and when you have the refillable pot, it really just gives you like one more axe worth of damage, and then you're like, well, I'm still losing. And Chovy's like, well, I'm still winning.
Yeah, and he takes turret shot and also like cares even less.
Yeah.
All right, Cuz is going to jump on top of Canyon here. Finds himself the stretch Armstrong as well. Still Canyon able to stand his ground. Plans coming in. Dudu on a ward right now as Canyon, remember, doesn't have flash available. Grasping Roots is going to stop them both. I don't know how that one hit Cuz. Didn't know Grasping Roots was that wide, and I play Zyra all the time.
Yeah, well, if you're really good at Zyra, like Canyon is, gonna make it happen.
All right, speaking of making it happen, Lehens going in once again. Quantum gonna have to get out of there, but there's the Arcane Shift forward. Grand entrance, and okay, Pays. Quantum, one more auto attack, and that's going to be first blood going over to the Ezreal. There's a Zenith Blade, and Lehens is going to lock down the second. A 2v2 double here for Genji.
And not only does Leaper make the mistake of thinking he can go back in there and win that, risk judging Lehens' cooldowns, but also flashes and cleanses, so he's now even more vulnerable when the follow-up comes through when he returns to lane. So big mistake there from Leaper, getting nervous, I suppose.
Oh, Canyon
he's
going to be able to steal this away. This is level 6 to level 4. Oh my, you were talking about the Jungle Wolf. That's so silly.
And Chovy also, you saw how that 2v2 looked when Dudu, came over. Chovy's like, I do so much damage. Okay,
Cuz? Remember, he does have the Bloblets. Well, he is also not going to have to use them just yet. Able to pick up a whole bunch of extra things that he left strewn on the ground. And Canyon still, I mean, everything is still fine here for Canyon, of course, but not going to lose out on his cell division.
He's going to push Cuz out of the jungle, though. We'll have to back. He's got his cooldown boots now and a crystal, but that's all he's got. Chovy is sitting on that Vamp Scepter, and so trading back is not an option anymore for Bulldog, who's getting further zoned out of farm. And because Cuz is level 4, if he comes over to try to gank Chovy, what am I saying?
Jank Chovy.
Yes. If he tries to come over and gank Chovy, then he just dies, actually. He's level 4, and Chovy just kind of kites back and is like, well, there's your passive gone.
Not to mention, and I didn't even think about this, and I feel dumb for it, but Stand Aside is an incredible interrupt for Elastic Slingshot.
Yeah.
And I don't know why I didn't figure that out, but it's kind of genius having access to that ability when there's a theoretical Zac that could come on over. It just stops any sort of engage potential.
It's so easy if played well, and
oh man, more plates and grubs just being picked up.
I don't think this Zac pick, I mean, I kind of alluded to this in the draft, but it's hard to lock down the Draven, it's hard to lock down the Ezreal especially, and then
but killing Cassante is really easy.
Sure, and if you're losing all of your lanes, you can't really go anywhere anyways. Yeah, this is a nice attempt here by the Rakan to block the Qs, but he can't block the autos as it turns out. And then this play here was a real rough one.
Yeah, the flash cleanse from the grave situation is not great, but we're going to go back to live as Pays is going to get a second. I'm pretty sure we just saw that in the replay, and it happened again.
Yeah, this time on to Quantum. And, yeah, I've been on the space a lot for these games.
Yeah.
And then I see the classic chronicler. Take it away, Valdez! I'm like,
yeah.
or Valdez saying, take it away, Chronicler, rather.
I don't want to take it away. I don't want to take it.
Yeah.
I need you to stay, okay? I need help.
I don't know if there's a way out. Now, the good news is Chovy hasn't gotten any kills yet. He has a lot of stacks, and he has a lot of CS advantage. So it could be worse, you know? It could be worse.
True. His kill participation is also getting hammered by this.
Yeah, it's super low in this one.
Yeah, it's really low. All right, let's see whether the stand aside is going to work. And Cuz is like, oh yeah, dumb ability, I guess I'll leave. Of course, Chovy was out of range. That's just my little head narrative that isn't actually correct. As Bulldog is at least still able to farm somewhat, but he's 30 behind.
Chovy is doing this basically on his Vamp Scepter and his base AD stats alone. And it has been a while since Bulldog is back, but he hasn't backed yet either. He will be huge when he gets back. That was like the one chance I feel like Cuz had to maybe do something there. As even if the stand aside is there, maybe Bulldog's damage is enough. You hit him with the slingshot, or rather the
I feel like
flop.
Everyone's playing League of Legends while Canyon's playing like Elden Ring or something like that, you know, just going around and killing monsters and stuff. There's a stand aside. And flash out from Chovy, so still has to use that. But we do at least demonstrate the power of that particular ability, being able to press E. Okay, a bit of a punishment here as the ulti from Leaper does come on through. Good barrier timing here from Pays, though, to mitigate that damage. And Lahen's back just in the nick of time.
But now you've made Bulldog's life worse because Chovy backed and he has items now. He picked up a BF sword.
Oh dear.
This is unfortunately Quantum trying to check the river and walks into Leona and dies. This is part of the reason why people say that Rakan is a little bit weak into Leona. It makes it hard for him to escape when she stuns him and then launches him the second time. Chovy has that BF sword, so Bulldog will also back. Let's see what he is able to buy. A Tear and a Sheen.
Honestly, the steel caps feel like a pretty good buy here as well, as now Cuz making his way back in once again, but Lahen's is here as well. Chovy not even going to need to press any buttons, and Cuz just turns up and takes an axe to the back of the head. He's going to vacate.
Going to set up a lane swap up here to the top lane as well, and this is a very scary moment for Dudu if he does not react. His teleport's coming back online. He's going to back out, so this back timing is going to allow him to be safe from death, although you can see Lahen's on the minimap is actually trying to find him and stop his back. Is unsuccessful. That's just going to be the lane swap. Look at the wards they have, too, on Raptors and Krugs, so they know exactly where Cuz is, which is not topside, so they can actually push this lane during Dudu's walk back here pretty hard and grab some additional plate gold. With this wave coming through and Ezreal's W, should be able to secure at least one here, and they know that Cuz isn't coming up because they have that important vision.
Yeah, and with 3 grubs as well, able to get a whole bunch of extra damage, and okay.
Make that 6.
Yeah, there's even more grubs, and I keep getting distracted by the fact that, you know, Lahen's and Pays are picking up duo kills and catching Quantum out, and then Chovy's playing Draven, and that's crazy. And then we look at Keen for some reason as the drive-by smite almost coming on through here for Cuz, not going to be able to secure it as this Strangle Thorns has really buffed up these minions, and okay, Bulldog taking a lot of damage from the Whirling Death. Canyon still alive, the quickness comes down, Arcane Shift as Pays gets rid of Bulldog and is going to be able to kill him even from over the wall. Dudu, he's trying to end the world, but I think it's his world that's in trouble, and Lahen's just looking for that Zenith Blade angle. He's going to be able to get on in there, and that's a Q landing from Canyon. Canyon now 1-0-1. He's already had his Leandry's completed. That's probably some Zork shoes and maybe a turret, as they have 6 grubs now.
Yeah, it is probably just going to be all the plates here, and then maybe they'll swap back bottom and see if they can get all the plates that are remaining there as well. As it does, I mean, I don't think they will, but it's actually crazy what he's able to do. Now, Chovy has a Bloodthirster at 12.5 minutes, and that means that he can also start building up a shield and is even tougher to trade into for the Corki now. The Aatrox, forget about it. And if he gets engaged on by Rakan, he just like 2-shots the Rakan. I don't know. I don't know, Atlas. This is like the saddest thing, okay? Because it's like, I'm going to get one. And then Canyon just ults and walks away, and then Quantum is actually unable to really do anything here. He gets the knock-up, and then this is that combo you were talking about with the Whirling Death and the True Shot barrages. Canyon may die.
Yeah, right? Canyon down to 50 health.
They got one!
Cuz is able to pick it up, and I was just about to say that Genji were on track for a perfect game, and that is all over now.
Oh.
So there you go.
That's all we had. That's all we had. But at least Kwangdong got one. I don't know what happened to lead up to that, but we'll get the replay.
Well, what if they also manage to? Okay, I'll hold that thought. Is Chovy going to cash in?
Okay, but wait.
And Pace gets 1-2.
Maybe is it the full 15 plates angle? Oh no, that's not.
No, not quite. We've got 25 seconds. Dudu is also able to take some plates here towards the top side.
I asked for co-streamed a Challengers game where they almost got 15 plates. They're like 2 hours away, and they could have flashed for it, but they were like, nah, I don't want to flash for that. But 15 plates!
Yeah, it would have been really
All right, so
cool.
we'll watch this again. The main thing here is that he gets pulled back by Cuz, and then that's that. Okay, this was pretty self-explanatory. Bulldog's damage here quite important. I thought we were going to
flash as well.
I thought we were going to replay the fight earlier where we had the True Shot Barrage and the Whirling Death. But
no, I think we did that already.
Yeah, we kind of got to most of that one. This is just burst damage layered here with, again, True Shot Barrage, Whirling Death, and CC. It feels nice. That's what he said. It feels good. Feels good to see that one, and that was satisfying.
It was just chilling out because he was playing the game prior to that. Had a little bit of a rest in the Death Chamber, and just got to watch his team pick up a couple of extra kills. As Keen just doing some wandering away, getting some attention that he wouldn't really like. It's an 8,000 gold lead.
Yeah, at 1440. Oh, it's really like 7,600.
Well, Keen is now looking for Bulldog. He's going to dash after him, does get the Valkyrie out. That means that he's not going to be able to quite catch up.
It's only a 7,500.
Oh, I take it all back. Yeah, no, it's fine.
And it's bounties available earlier than usual, so there's always some comeback potential, Atlas.
True.
Draven did get the cash-in, so that's a bit of a problem, but they are down 2 dragons and 6 grubs.
Chovy playing a champion that you get a benefit from farming a lot that seems not okay.
So he was able to get a 2,100 gold advantage over Bulldog. He's sitting on a few extra stacks after that kill, so it could be getting up to 100 bonus gold right now.
Yep.
That's going to grow, as he is going to get the turret bottom lane, so more money. He's trying to figure out how much money. He's like, aiming Gold King, not this time.
And he's looking for IE second, and that's going to be a massive amount of extra money.
He's just going to kill this turret. Like,
yeah, this inner should just be dead.
Yeah, they're losing some stuff cross-map, but as it turns out, they're getting closer to winning the game. It's kind of a speed run.
Well, now Leaper is in trouble. Going to have to fly across that very short wall, but this is a second inner. So they managed to get out of turret in the top lane. That's all Quantum Freaks were able to pick up for themselves.
And
is Cuz moving over. Lahens is pretty tanky, but Pays trying to get himself out of the way of Cuz here as in goes Quantum, looking for Pays with that quickness, but he's a little bit overextended, and he's still going to die. The axe traveled so incredibly far, and now Dudu looking for that angle, looking for the opportunity. Cuz goes in with almost no health. He'll be down to the bloblets in a few moments, and Lahens still just kiting it out. Chovy 1 versus 3 just walking after them, saying you aren't going anywhere. And Bulldog, he realizes that there is nothing that he can do. He's just going to be more food for the Draven. And Lahens.
It's okay. It's okay. It's fine. It's all right. It's all right. Lahens, give him a chance. Give him a chance. You know, you can have one freebie. That one's gonna get dodged as they get both mid and
no. Depth. Okay, Leaper is not quite there.
So,
it comes back.
Yeah,
it's all right.
So they got both the.
Look at Chovy's face as well. He was having a giggle.
Oh, he certainly was, and he had this like sheepish look on his face after he got the 3rd kill. He was like, "Oh, well, could I have gotten some like minions? I got some stacks between the 2nd and 3rd kill. It's really not efficient for me to pick up a double in this fight." Yeah, the Zac value is I'm not feeling it in this one. They're massively behind, so in situations like this, it looks obviously even sillier. But look at Lahens just press Eclipse and stand in front of 3 people while Chovy just 2-shots people in this fight. It's insane. As Leaper's in trouble.
Yeah, and Lahens is running really fast. That was pretty cool. As Leaper's really dead, Chovy's going to cash in again. Like you say, inefficient, but sometimes you just can't help it. You're just killing everyone. That's kind of how it is. Infinity Edge is done. 4-0-2 for the Draven. Is it the greatest mid pick of all time? I don't know.
It does seem
Probably
like a
not.
counter to Corki, but I think it's really just a Chovy exclusive. We have a lot of those.
We explained that some champions are win more champions, and Chovy by default wins. So I think it is like a good champion for him.
Is K'Sante a counter to Talia? If it's Chovy, the answer is yes. You know, like
oh god, I remember that.
Yeah, that was in the finals. Yeah, Quantum.
He is quicknessing.
He
the plant made him do slowness immediately after.
This is real. This is real.
Yeah,
it hurts, and this is not what you want to see as Kwangdong in this first game. I mean, it's a rough time. I don't know how else to put it. It's hard to cast. It's hard to watch.
It is. We've got Cuz in the bottom lane, finally making his way back to try and defend. But I think Kwangdong Freaks, I mean, I think they know sort of the state of this. And it's probably a bit of a foregone conclusion. Quantum takes so much damage as Chovy just walks towards Bulldog and Quantum and Leaper. Some more of these going down as Whirling Death connects onto Bulldog. It doesn't do very much damage because he just doesn't have very many stacks. Too many kills, Chovy. Maybe it's not his champion after all. As Pays chasing down Dudu, not going to be able to find a flank here as Solar Flare comes in. True Shot Barrage goes down. Keen is able to get himself a kill in this game as well. And Gen.G with these minion waves starting to stack up. They're going to get to work on these Nexus turrets. This was utter domination. We need a word more than shellacking because this was not close at any stage at all as Canyon just dies to the turret. Almost seemed like he didn't even know he was getting hit by it as Bulldog is at least able to get that one back. This is 19.5 minutes in the game. So it is kind of hard to finish it off as Pays flashing, finds that last auto, and the burn from the red buff is enough to get it. That was pretty sexy. 7-0 and 6 Pays on this Ezreal, by the way. I think, yeah, I saw you just put in the POG vote. I think I know which direction it's going.
I mean,
the Draven's cool and all.
Yeah, I mean, don't show it to me again. It's just a lot of CC and a lot of big damage on 280 carries who are massively fed. There's just nothing even really to say here. Like, Lehens just has free reign. Like, the inhibitor is down pre-20. They're just walking into the base and taking names. And there's just, they can do no wrong. They have a great comp. They have a huge lead.
Canyon did tank the turret 7 times or something and died.
Yeah, I mean, Canyon was the victim of this game for Gen.G. I was spending the last few minutes trying to figure out like a term we can have for what this means that's related to Gen.G.
Oh, that was sick though.
Yeah, that was clean. Calculated red buff there.
I looked down though, and like he's sitting on like 2.2k gold.
Yeah, he's not even at his. He wasn't at his full form. Now he's got a Shojin's.
Oh, okay. And they also have Baron. That was what was taken while we were checking out some of these replays.
They were a little bit annoyed they weren't able to break the fastest game record, so now they're just going to do it as fast as they can.
This is going to be the record, right? If they finish it within like 3 minutes or something like that. I think that it is sort of in front of
20 minutes was the fastest.
20 minutes. Never mind. So not going to quite get there. But still, it is a pretty fast game. Quantum Freaks looking to try and desperately defend, but there's the Stranglethorns. They're going to get the knock up onto Cuz. He's out of there. He ain't tanking anything right now. Solar Flare going to connect perfectly onto Bulldog. They all pile in. That is going to be Lehen's sacrifice, but I mean, which game isn't a game with Lehen's getting sacrificed as Leaper now just really struggling. There are piles of minions there as Dudu being treated like a ragdoll. Chovy going to cash in again. The last Nexus turret will be going down though. Let's bounce, says Cuz, and he is going to bounce from this game as Gen.G will clean out the Nexus. And it's not looking like the Gen.G slump is happening anytime soon, Wolf.
I don't think so. I don't think so. To call that a game of League of Legends feels dishonest. To call that a professional game feels dishonest. It was just Gen.G with, by the way, a champion we have never seen played in the mid lane, a new Corki counter. They bait the Corki out. They pull out the Draven answer. It looks fantastic. The Zac pick just didn't hit. He wasn't able to stop Chovy in the mid lane. Chovy got so big so fast, even without a very early cashing or anything like that, just from his lane advantage, from his plates, push the Corki out. Cuz can't, he can't jump on an Ezreal. He can't jump on a Draven. He can't gank a K'Sante. And I feel like the Zac just didn't really belong in this composition. Let's take a look at the numbers. Pays wins in total damage here. But I feel like the fact that they can both just layer their ultimates on top of Lehen's CC over and over and over again with Canyon's ult, sometimes in the mix, sometimes not. It was a cool comp. It actually seems viable even against strong teams, but Kwangdong did not look like one in this first game.
Yeah, and Canyon did more damage than anyone on Kwangdong Freaks, but couldn't do half of what Chovy or Pays did. So that's just that's the state of the game. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, Space is going to break it down, and we'll have game number 2. See you there.
탑 보인다. 이거 볼게. 가비. 타워 쳐도 돼, 타워 쳐도 돼. 타워 쳐도 돼, 타워 될게. 나 묶었다. 오케이. 앞에 집 갔고. 이거 아래 타워, 아래 타워. 그렇게. 빨리지 말고. 우리 두 분 노플이다. 타워 쳐, 얘들아, 타워 쳐. 그냥 천천히 하면 될 듯? 천천히 하면 돼. 뒤에 묶었어. 아트. 빨리 오자. 잡을만한데? 낙클. 낙클이 잘 안 맞았어.
So after the Saturday showdown, we have the Saturday show off as Gen G just really asserted their dominance against the Guangdong Freaks here. The gold lead, the Draven, I don't know, Ox, even more.
I'm just wondering, like, what angered Gen G? Like, what in particular? Like, maybe someone cut them off in traffic. Maybe, you know, they stepped on like a Lego or something, or like an electrical plug, but something seemed to have annoyed them, and they took it out on Guangdong Freaks, because that was pretty brutal.
I almost feel like they don't even, it's like they're not even trying, almost. Like, you hear their voice comms at the end, they're just like, yeah, oh, okay, end the game. Like, yeah, we did it again. Like, we just stomped another team. Like, they don't exist in front of us. And this was just game 1, by the way. Like, we're going to have another one of these, probably, unless Guangdong Freaks can do something different. And we have to say that the Zac is not the something different we were looking for, Ox.
Yeah, I guess maybe the thought process was like the immobile Zyra, you can get on top of it with a Zac, but you know, you're still going to get shredded by the plants. The Ezreal Leona letting that go through was a bit of a rough one. I don't think Rakan Zeri is the answer they're looking for. The Draven pick was pretty cool. You know, Corki often just walks up to people with his Gatling gun, out trades them with the empowered autos. You can't do that against Draven. And, you know, it was an interesting pick brought out by Chovy. I do think maybe there is stuff other teams could do to punish it, being that it's immobile and vulnerable to CC. But in this game, they just dominated bottom mid, and there was a massive jungle CS lead as well.
Yeah, I think on the flip side, we know that Bulldog can play the Tristana, and it's imperative for this Guangdong Freak squad to show another look in the mid lane. So if it's not Corki, what is it going to be for this team?
I don't think Corki was the problem. I think the problem was that you're playing in a Chovy. You know, I think, you know, I
champion, not the pick.
We can criticize the draft a little bit. I think giving over Ezreal Leona was the main thing, but I don't think Guangdong Freaks can plan for Chovy whipping out Draven and just dunking on your mid laner. It is what it is.
All right, well, we start our highlight package off with 2 early pays. That's what it says in the prompter.
Yeah, so, you know, this is the Ezreal Leona. I think that Pays plays this pretty much perfectly to get this kill. Just barely skirts by on that one onto Quantum, and then unfortunately Leaper's trying to trade it back, but he's just in range of the Leona, who gets her CDs back, so you're just dead.
Yeah, so much damage between these two champions, and, you know, in next patch they are planning to actually nerf both Ezreal's Q damage and Leona's passive damage, because you can see there, like, the cleanse was available to Leaper, and he just kind of got one shot. There wasn't really anything he could do when you're playing against a Ezreal who doesn't miss, and a Leona who's landing all the Zenith Blades.
All right, after this at 11:35, that was our next play, and around this point, gold lead was pretty massive, and it's only 3 kills.
Yeah, so at this point in the game, we were like, you know, maybe we get another pick that Ezreal's going to get, and that can be part of Highlight 1. But then this fight happened, and we're like, no, the game is just over. Because after this fight, I mean, they just lined it up perfectly, right? They're trying to pressure, they're trying to get in on the grubs, and it just doesn't work. Everybody takes damage from Pays, who once again is playing this pretty much perfectly. He pushes everybody out, does insane damage with the True Shot Barrage.
That Mystic shot at the end.
Missed a Mystic shot.
That one at the end.
Sorry, I cursed him.
Yeah, not quite perfectly. I mean, so much damage is done. It's only Zac and Rakan who jump on the Zyra, so yes, they can get on top of her, but they just don't have enough damage to kill her quickly. The plants do 1 million damage. And at this point, you know, a lot more happened in the game, but it was just Gen G styling on. The game was over at this. And I think a lot of teams are struggling against Gen G because Gen G are a team who have such strong mid-game, a lot of control there, they're great at scaling into team fights. A lot of the teams don't even get to that. They just lose lanes so hard. It's like, well, this game's a write-off.
Yeah, a couple of false finishes there as they were pushing into the Nexus and then stopped, picked up kills, did it like 2 or 3 times to see who would get the Pog because they were stat padding there. And yes, it is the man piloting the Ezreal. Pays 600 Pog points this split.
Yeah, I wasn't sure who to go for between Lehens and Pays, but then I actually went back and watched on our Observer PC, and pretty much just the way that Pays was playing these all out, just not missing Qs, except that one time. Thanks, Ox. Not missing auto attacks, weaving it in perfectly, always in the right place to do damage. Just had to give it to Pays.
Yeah, there was a lot of discussion in the last series. Who's the best Ezreal? Is it Viper? Is it aiming? No, it's Pays. I think he is displaying right now. And I think, honestly, votes for both Pays and Lehens are probably justified. Canyon also, I mean, everyone had a good game. I think Keem was a bit quiet just because he was in Cassante, but I don't think there were necessarily bad votes. But definitely, to me, Pays stood out, as did as did Lehens. That was pretty slick, getting the kill with the red buff on the back end.
Yeah.
Bot laner in the POG standings.
He's in it to win it. There are so many people tied at 600. Who is going to break into the 700 club? Might be Pace tonight, or could be Canyon to break into the 800 club.
Canyon going it alone here, as
there was a mid vote from Wolf. That's fine. I mean, he played Draven. That was
no. I think it was fine. Like he dominated lane. He had a really good laner phase. I think
played Draven.
The stars of the show were definitely the bot lane, but I think the Chovy vote completely valid by Wolf. You know, I just think it's cool. We finally have a bot laner. You know, start of the split, but a couple of supports sprinkled in. Then it was all jungle. Then it was jungle mid, and now even a bot lane showing up.
Yeah. All right. Well, the freaks of Guangdong are now going to the blue side. Can you give us some hopium here?
Well. They shouldn't get Ezreal Leona again.
Yeah. I don't know. I just feel like Genji's in a tier of their own. It's almost like they are more than one tier ahead of Homolife Esports and DK as well. So what I'm trying to say is no, there's no copium, there's no hopium. And Quantum Freaks, I think you just got to come into this one, try your best, do your best job, try to learn as much as you can, but I don't think there's a great chance going into game 2.
If I'm being honest, you know, we've seen teams be more successful when they've leaned into their own style. You know, BNK, FearX have obviously had a lot of recent success playing this like really dive-focused compositions. I think potentially you go for like a really strong mid-jungle duo that's good in skirmishes maybe, and just challenge Canyon for minute 1. Maybe go for like an invade or something cheesy. If you play standard League of Legends, you're going to get trounced because Genji are just far too good at that.
Well, they tried with the Zac. Didn't quite work out there. They're going to have to pull something out from, you know, I guess in the States we say the YMCA days when you're just kind of like, you know, playing around, playing some basketball. So we're kind of wondering here on the desk, hey, what YMCA village people would you be? Casters, take it away.
I would probably be the M.
I don't understand the question, but
yeah, I don't remember the village people enough.
Neither of us are young men either.
Yeah, no.
I don't really. I mean, I guess you might.
I think because we understand that song, we're definitely not young men.
Yeah.
But anyway, I don't know why we're talking about basketball. This is apparently a series of League of Legends, and hopefully, in this game number 2, we have a game number 2, Wolf. Because last time it was kind of a wash, and we'll see. Blue side might be the answer, and it might not.
Well, it'll. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens, Atlas, because
the response was just actually.
CVMax was pretty heated in the coaching booth, but. And I'm no coach, but if it were me, I'd be like, all right, boys, let's just try our best. Like, you know, they either have a really sick plan than to do something unorthodox, like what Ox said. And they did kind of do something unorthodox in the first game with the Zac, but it just didn't work out. And the more unorthodox thing was just playing Draven mid and crushing it. And they took that away from Kwangdong as well. Same ban on the Nidalee, but this time they add the Zyra, which I do think is wise here, into Canyon. Tristana taken away. Rumble has to be banned on red side. That's a given. We'll see what this final ban is going to be here for Genji, as Leaper, I think, would be happy to first pick Ezreal if that's left open.
Yep, I would agree. I think that, you know, he's already proven his proficiency on that champion already, as LeBlanc going to be banned away. We did see this in our previous series. Of course, Showmaker piloting the LeBlanc very, very well. Of course, Chovy can play it also, but kind of comes out of left field just a little, as maybe that gives away what one of these mid lane picks is going to be.
It just feels like they're setting up for, if you ban the Sejuani here, we just go Ezreal first pick, or the Renekton. You go Ezreal first pick, and then if they go Corki, you have the Lucian. This time it's available. So maybe that's the angle here. Guangdong Freaks are just feeling confident that they can put Bulldog in a position to have the counter matchup into Chovy's Corki if he opts into it. And then you're just saying with the LeBlanc ban that you probably have to play Corki. You don't get to play a fun pick. That's the hope, I guess, on the CVMax camp.
I guess could be an option, theoretically, is there is the Zeri, other side of the matchup here for Pays if he wants to go for it. I wonder whether they do, once again, just very highly prioritize the Leona, because Lehens was very good at it in the last game, but instead it's going to be Canyon on the Sejuani.
Could have gone for the Ashe Sejuani if they were going to lock this Sejuani in. They did not feel comfortable.
Aurora seems like the choice here in the jungle. For Elyordian as well, you know, Boar versus Bunny.
It does seem to be globally banned, though, Atlas, so I don't...
What gives you that impression?
the
the globally banned.
It says
thing.
banned right there above match 58, and in Korean it says the use of this champion is banned.
Oh,
directly translated. It turns out they're going to pick Leona again with the Ezreal.
Huh.
Now,
Well,
if it's
I've heard this is good, and that's a Poppy.
If it's a Rakan lock in here, I will be very concerned.
Everything is bad about the Rakan lock-in if it does come through.
I will.
Oh God, Lahans, please no. Like anything else.
But it is very fun to see what Gen.G will do with this duo because they can prove that it is playable and actually like. It's so respectful as well to be like, yeah, you know what? Actually, you guys' draft wasn't that. We're just better than you.
I don't think it's respectful at all. I think that's what.
You think it's a little grief? You think it's
I think
a wrong choice?
I think you should try to
it has
do something that's good.
Synergy Atlas.
Yeah, right. But it doesn't have like I can go through Poppy at all synergy.
It's like it's not in isolation. I don't like it, but it is going to be fun to see how the 2v2 goes. Because
I do like hearing you positive.
Yeah,
I like that part.
You know, I'm trying. I got another coffee, and it's not helping yet. But Azir is going to be taken away from Bulldog here, which, you know, with the pool thinned out as it is, I think this is pretty wise.
Yep.
Corki is still available, which is he's going pretty deep down the priority in this draft.
I'm still reeling, man. Picking Rakan there is so weird. But it's also probably not going to get punished, right? I don't know. It's wacky. Okay, Yone going to be the ban here. And one more to be taken away by Gen.G. Do we turn our eyes towards the top lane? Do we try to allow Kane to play something fun?
The Gnar is still available at the moment. Renekton's gone, obviously, so doesn't feel as necessary. The Cassante matchup is good for the Gnar, but that could be something that Kwangno Freaks try to go for here. Lucian banned, so looking like it's probably going to be traded for Corki. And then Chovy's got something planned. We'll see what it is. You know, Malzahar sounds fun.
Oh, Malzahar does sound fun. You're also not wrecked by Poppy playing Malzahar because he has no mobility.
Yeah,
I like that. Is it just a Corki ban? I actually think Corki probably has to ban here.
Yeah,
and there it is.
It just has to be. Like, you trade the Lucian for that, that's fine, but Chovy's like, well, next to Faker, I think I have the biggest list of things that I play well. I just played the first debut Draven. Let's see what his plan is going to be. They can save counterpick for him as well and just grab Gnar for Keen and be like, we win that lane, then we win the top lane. Or you can grab the Kennen instead, which also feels pretty safe, blindable.
Yep, I like Kenny. Because, of course, the Poppy is a flex, and it's even more of a flex on Kwangdong because Dudu has played it more than most other top laners, I'm pretty sure, here in the LCK. So, an understandable one. That's Sion. I hope Leaper is just hovering that, just hearkening back to the
wait, hold on. Sion, Senna with Ezreal mid?
And Leona somewhere.
Yeah.
I like it.
It's just going to be Gnar.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. They're expecting the Gnar. The Kennen feels safe into this. So you already have the preset blind, strong range top champion here for Keen, and then whatever this pick is going to be, Chovy will have an answer to. Is he just going to lock Hui? Is it going to be a scaling mid pick? I mean, that's the thing. You know, we were talking about how do you play to Kwangdong style. Their style normally was a strong
Aurelion
duo,
Soul,
and then a scaling pick like Aurelion Soul.
Ziggs, that fits.
But it's blind, so that's a little bit concerning.
Could be countering Ziggs isn't easy, I guess.
True. Let's see what Chovy's answer is going to be, because this will be really the first time Ziggs has been blinded here in a very long time in the LCK.
They have a bit of experience. I'm pretty sure that they beat D+ when Showmaker played the Ziggs in Game 3.
Yeah, I think that was Azir. Aha.
Right. Yeah, just pick an 80 carry, I guess. Fair enough, Chovy. Fair enough. He's like, oh, that's a long-range mage? Well, I can do long-range 80 or short-range 80 carry if he's just going to play Zeri.
It's going to be Zeri. Yeah, I don't think you want to play Jhin mid. Fairly vulnerable, even though it is the short lane. Still can be having some problems there, and can also just be, because you don't really have the opportunity to trade with Ziggs, just eventually chunked out. The Zeri will be able to actually, use her attack speed and try to potentially all-in the Ziggs. There's some stuff the Zeri could do there. To be our second mid Zeri, it was Bulldog, I believe, actually the first to play it mid ever in the LCK, and now Chovy is going to play it against him.
I wanted the Jhin. That was going to be more fun. Well, I didn't want the Jhin. I wanted the Jhin to be played mid instead of bot lane.
You were talking about the beverage. I understand now.
Yes, yes. To be perfectly honest, I take it. I take it over watching what happened to Quantum Freaks again. It was pretty painful in game number 1. Let's hope that they can utilize this draft to get themselves to at least a playable position in this game. That's what we want to see.
I do think that there's a lot of good things about this composition for Kwangdong Freaks. It's a real comp. It's got a lot of poke. It's got a lot of power around objectives with the Poppy. Genji is the far stronger team, so it's hard to analyze, but I did like the safe Gnar into swapping Chovy into the Zeri mid. A clean draft here for Genji as well, but less classic.
Yeah, and also less range. They shouldn't be able to necessarily play in the neutral all that well, but it's Genji, so who knows? Let's jump into the Rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Onto the Rift for game number 2. As Chovy going to be trying his hand at the Zeri mid. Bulldog playing the right skin. Pretty sure Orcs has an account where he only plays Pool Party Ziggs. I'm pretty sure. So I think Orcs would be pretty happy. It's not his birthday anymore. That was yesterday, so it's a really long time before his birthday.
It's very appropriate to play this skin in summer, though.
Yeah, very true.
If you do it in LCK Spring, it doesn't feel as... Yeah. It's still a good skin, but it doesn't feel as poignant.
Imagine if you were playing it in winter when we used to have a winter season.
Yeah.
Absolutely illegal.
The pool's got the cover on it, and Ziggs is just having a sad time.
Yep.
Though his water balloons turn into ice balloons, you know.
That would hurt more.
Yeah.
Less explodey.
Less splash damage.
Yeah. But would do more single target, you could imagine. As all right, Chovy now going to do the same thing where he just walks up this little pathway after warding and just fights the enemy mid laner from behind the wave.
Yeah, I mean, Bulldog has an empowered auto, so that's what he's got. Chovy's otherwise going to win this one.
Oh. He's going to find the empowered auto attack because these minions are getting frustrating. Chovy using the barrier very early.
Yeah, this looks like a pick that Chovy is not that experienced on, just based on that. But it's his 61st unique pick, so we'll let it slide.
Yeah, I think we can let it slide. We're giving him a little bit of a golf clap here as he loses the trade somewhat. Has eaten his potion though, so he should be fine. And still has control of the wave. We'll continue pushing things in. It is a fun champion to farm on, and of course we know that Chovy just really likes farming, so...
He does like to farm a lot, and, you know, after you get through these first levels, it's going to be a little bit more annoying to deal with, and he does have that all-in level 6.
Oh, somehow that bouncing bomb missed? That's rude.
Chovy, because he went barrier, does not have teleport, by the way, and nearly has his back. So, okay, backstop the second time. And Bulldog is feeling pretty good about this. And when we saw the Zeri, I was like, okay, well, this should be fine once you hit 6. But I didn't think it was going to be as much of a struggle for Chovy this early on into the Ziggs matchup. But that empowered auto does hurt pretty hard. Utilizing the minions very well to block some of Zeri's Q damage was pretty clean.
He does indeed have a short fuse as Pei's trying to walk this one off. You can see Lehen's bouncing around the lane. Will absorb most of the damage from Leaper.
It is a little bit sad that we didn't get the exact same lane rematch with Pei's on the Ezreal to see how that one would go. Because now you have all the caveats of what Jhin does, his damage, and you know, his range, and how he operates as an AD carry. So we don't get to talk about, like, could Rakan Zeri actually beat this Leona lane? As Bulldog still has his teleport, still hasn't backed, so Chovy has the health advantage for now and was only able to pick up a ward and a refillable. So Bulldog is still feeling very comfortable.
Yep.
Well, Bulldog is a player who plays a lot of eclectic mid picks. I am, not surprised to see him play the Ziggs here once more.
He certainly fits the Quantum Freaks vibe, where they do like to do things a little bit differently. As Deadly Flourish going to connect, and Pei's going to have to cleanse pretty early on in this one. There it is.
All right, 2 summoners down. The heal expended as well by Lehen's.
Yeah, nicely done. Quantum actually holding on to his Ignite as well. Now looking for a rotation over. Canyon going to discover him as Lehen's comes in, finds the grand entrance. Permafrost, and that's first blood. Oh, man. All of that good work.
Yeah, it's all just washed away now, and it's Canyon. And he had a lot of vision in the river, and Chovy is starting to get back control of this lane. Bulldog still hasn't backed yet.
Oh man, they should have given him the Zyra, then he would have been busy farming.
Aww.
Oh, disaster.
He was very aggressively ganking instead. And unfortunately, Cuz was nowhere to be seen on the play, is, speaking of farming, doing just that here, but hasn't been really involved. Took his first back as well. And we're getting closer to level 6 for Chovy. He does not have a lot of mana, but has his barrier back, so we'll see Bulldog back, see if Chovy wants to match that and buy a real item, not just a a bunch of soup or whatever's in that refillable.
Yeah, not quite the best first buy, as we did see. This minion wave sort of just balanced in the mid lane right now, as Cuz going to move on over and try to just dissuade Chovy from going home. So the back timings have been kind of messed up for this Zeri so far. It is going to put Chovy in a rough spot. Well, let's have a look at this one once again. Pretty good position for Canyon.
Quantum just wants to clear that ward because he's scared of what would happen if Canyon was here. He was here where the ward was, so unfortunately that is his demise. Cuz was relatively nearby, but obviously isn't able to help out on the play. Keen is having a good time up here. 15 CS up, and now that the teleport's been burned, let's see what happens when he doesn't have teleport and he has to come back to lane.
Yeah, let's see whether Cuz is going to be able to get here in time as well to save this guy, as I don't think it's going to happen. Permafrost comes down. He is hopping around, but Slicing Maelstrom comes in. Cuz is going to look to try and get rid of Keen, and Mega Inferno Bomb's going to be able to lock it down. Who's the better Yordle? Right now, it is Bulldog. He is going to miss a whole bunch of his buttons, but that's fine. Quantum's moving over, looking to try and help Chovy out. Bouncing Bomb going to be coming on through, but the Honey Fruit should be eaten here as Chovy just going to dash his way out. Nice little Extendo Beam. Not actually going to be able to land it just yet, as Lehens was in. So nicely done here by the Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah, and with Chovy not having level 6 just yet, he can't really punish Bulldog there on the play. If he has his ult, maybe he can all in after Bulldog tosses his top lane, but they are able to save the play top side there. Dudu does have to flash, doesn't have his teleport, and is now running out of Mega Gnar. Oh, it was so good until it...
Lehens is pretty close to being dead, but it's okay. The stun comes through, and now you've got Grubs that are attempting to be taken. First one is going to go over to Cuz, so he does at least secure that, but now Canyon gets in there. Should be able to grab the second two.
Paze still doesn't have cleanse, but they're just not confident enough that they have the damage here, even with Leaper having his ult to actually commit to a play to punish him, while they know Lehens is topside. Now back, of course, but was for the moment topside. And so even though it's a really nice bomb there for Bulldog and he picks up first blood, they still end up killing the Gnar that was trying to clear the wave out so he can get that back. He is punished for it. And, you look back at this play again, Dudu does not have Mega Gnar, does not have 6, but is able to flash the knock-up here. And the Slicing Maelstrom actually stuns him on the edge here during his hop, but Cuz shows up and ends up healing extremely well. And then the Ziggs Bomb is there to punish. Really good set of plays here for Kwangdong, but he wants to shove this in so he can get it back and not lose anything because he doesn't have his TP. And unfortunately, Lehens stuck around. Keen is still going to be able to set up CC even without his ultimate, so bit of a rough one.
True Shot Barrage not quite going to find Paze there, who is able to get himself back home. He's ahead by just a little bit of farm, and pretty impressive that he is so as well, given the fact that he has been playing in a 1v2 for quite some time. Lehens just doing that Lehens thing where he just leaves his AD carry by themselves.
Man, this is really going to do some denting to Chovy's gold difference at 14 stats, his CS stats. This is the worst thing I've seen from him in a while.
Yeah, Keen in a lot of trouble. I've seen this one before as well, as Mega Inferno Bomb comes down, avoids the drill, but now Mini Gnar comes through. Oh, Dudu, good sidestep, but that means that Keen will live. Canyon putting out a fire in the top lane.
Yeah, at the same time, though, this does mean that this is going to help stabilize Dudu, as Keen does not have teleport, and the Gnar is going to be able to push this wave through. No way to follow up and punish him this time, as Lehens is back in the bottom lane, so Cannon can, get back to the lane fairly quickly. But let's see what happens with Lehens setting up a dive now onto Leaper.
Yep, 2 versus 1. Grand Entrance is going to get the Arcane Shift out, as Lehens will just carry a turret shot towards Paze. Gets the Demolish there as well, as Quantum does make his way back. And now the ulti from Chovy is going for it, looking for the fight here. Gets the slowdown with the Extendo Beam, is now Bulldog going to be able to at least force Chovy to take a turret shot. It's looking a little bit dangerous, but both of them looking a little worse for wear. Should be fine on either side.
Yeah, finally the all-in comes through, but Chovy does not quite have enough as Cuz wants to stop the spec. Not quite able to get into buckler range, but he does get the back off, which is pretty important for him as,
Yep, Zenith Blade coming down here as Cuz moving in. Uses the Steadfast Presence to speed himself up, and that means that he won't have that one to stop Lehens from being able to battle dance around, but just a little bit too far from the plate. Anyway, just going to keep his bottom lane safe. Quantum Freaks. This is much more of a game of League of Legends, though, Wolf. This is only 1,000 gold to lead.
Yeah, no, it's
for Gen G.
It's definitely a pretty big lead in the mid lane with the kill going over to the Ziggs. CS advantage pays.
Yep, Captivordians comes down as in goes Lehens, and this is not a 1v1 anymore. There's the curtain call as Leaper, he's just going to seal his own fate by pressing the R button.
Yeah, there's a bit of an animation on that one, as everyone knows. And, that does allow FaZe to guarantee the shot there, and this is going to be likely Dragon.
Well, there is also a kill on a Poppy angle, and that is going to come on through. So, as I was saying, this one's over.
Yeah, no, actually, never mind. Yeah, no, it's... we were so close to an interesting game, and then...
We really were.
Man.
It's all right. Bulldog still has a lead. And
True. That's one place where it's not completely on fire.
Yeah.
Everything else is... No two other lanes are not completely on fire.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, touching distance in the CS for Leaper as well versus FaZe.
Yeah, it's CS advantage, cuz.
True. There you go.
Yeah. So let's watch this again because, you know, it's really greedy here. Leaper isn't aware that he's on a ward. Goes in with the Arcane Shift, and
Quantum went back.
Quantum also just is like, you're dead, man. It's Genji, sorry. And I mean, True Shots, and then he's completely dead because that first one slows him, and the second one is easy to follow up on.
Yep. Dudu is also just dead as well. That's a solo kill for Keen.
Yeah, I think we have to ban replays for the rest of the series.
Yeah, the context on that one is strange because I feel like Dudu was in an okay spot.
Well, I don't even mean just because like it's like we missed the action. It's just too painful, and also in this case we missed the setup, but it's also just like people are dying all the time. Speaking of.
So Lehens is a champion that isn't very happy about being into a Poppy, but Grand Entrance is going to come on through. Keen is very, very strong as Quantum misses the Solar Flare entirely. Good sidestep from Keen, though. But that was only ever going to slow.
Okay, so no one actually died there on Genji, but it looked a little bit dicey. The Poppy into Rakan situation was feeling pretty positive, but really nice knock up there for Lehens, and he wasn't really alone.
But also, there was...
The Solar Flare wasn't great, yeah.
Yeah, it's the grubs. They could have just, instead of chasing after some kills, just killed the rest of the grubs. Might have been a good way of doing it.
I mean, Keen also didn't have ult for the play on to Dudu moments before, so yeah, I mean, there was an angle. Speaking of angles...
Well, there's a curtain call. Let's see whether Leaper can actually avoid all of this, and the answer is no, and I don't think anyone could have. That was just too many things that looked like they hurt flying towards the young Ezreal underneath the turret.
Do you guys... Okay, hold on. Bulldog may also be...
Assault does not actually connect there, as Quickness is going to help out. Bulldog going to be flashing here as Chovy turns up. Mega Inferno Bomb might be able to line something up here, but not enough damage. The Ignite now ticking, but not actually going to result in anything at all. So that is just Bulldog being taken out as well. And now everyone has died at least once on the side of Quandong Freaks. Gen G just making the rounds, making sure all these lanes are fine.
Yeah, the wave is just frozen against him. He can't do anything. He's not allowed to play the game. And he tried to, and then Keen was like, well, you know the reason why I froze this was so you couldn't play the game, and you tried to get it, and so I'm going to put you in the Death Chamber where you'll also not be playing. Over here, just a really nice play, and then Bulldog really trying to get some value out of the Ziggs, hoping that with the skirmish bottom side, maybe he has enough of a leash to actually go for this. He doesn't. Chovy also comes up. Good flash from Bulldog, but he still ends up getting all into here. Has the barrier as well to absorb a lot of this damage, and that is that. Cuz and Quantum are both very tanky, and Chovy can't tank the turret anymore, so does have to leave. But what I was going to say before that last fight, and hopefully we'll have a breath here before Genji strike again, was, do you remember the first episode of Pog State this season?
Yeah.
Where I said, what if Genji just trivializes the LCK? And you guys kind of scoffed at me, but I did warn everyone that this could happen. I did tell everyone that if they just become so good because they haven't even reached their peak format, and I still believe that, that the rest of the LCK might just be fighting for second, which was the other series we had today. It was very interesting.
It was.
It feels like we're living that world a little bit. We're not fully there, but we're kind of there.
There's also sort of, it's pretty stark when it's between these two teams. So I'll hold that thought. That is going to be Lahen's getting punished, giving Leaper a kill here as well. That's actually a big deal as Kuz throws his buckler around, projectiles being traded. Ignore the fact that the top lane just exploded. Kane is gigantic.
That's a first brick on a 2-kill Kennen, who is 40, CS up.
Bulldog does not manage to find the satchel, and so Chovy is just going to kill him and dies himself.
Oh, 200 gold, the advantage for Bulldog on that play.
There you go.
Shut
no
down
more
gold.
bounty.
No more bounty. And Paze is going to get this bottom turret, it looks like here, because they have 3 grubs, which is enough to help him burn this one down. A little bit pushing the wave, though, as Leaper is going to show up. Cannon goes down. Yeah, he's still just barely going to get it. And
yep, local gold comes in as well. He might also be able to get himself a kill as W goes wide there from Leaper, but Quantum, I think, should be able to keep himself up. Yep, able to avoid the deadly flourish. That is certainly good. They get themselves out. Quickness comes in. Curtains have been called. That is a dead Leona. Swings the sword around, but otherwise not too much happening there as Leaper going to take that last bullet. Now Canyon's here as well, and his pet Rift Herald, and Kane's down here. What's Kane doing here? As that's going to be a Glacial Prison connecting. There is also going to be an inner turret being taken down.
Chovy also able to get topside here to deny the Gnar push, so they're not going to be able to really cross-map too much. I mean, Bulldog is coming up, though, and Kuz is here, so maybe they get this kill and get a turret. That would be, something. That'd be something back. But
how many yordles does it take to kill Chovy? It looks like 3. 3.
Yeah. Yeah, don't need the Tootsie Pop Owl or anything like that for this one. It's just going to be quite simple. Now, they don't have a wave, so
I didn't need an abacus at all.
No. I mean, you didn't need to, like, putting your rocks down or counting your fingers for this one. I don't think it was pretty simple.
You didn't see, but...
oh, okay,
yeah,
sorry.
Yeah.
I was just focused on the very intense gameplay.
Yeah.
Over here, this is just Lahen's... he's recon into this composition, and as it turns out, that is very punishable. Bulldog.
It's okay.
He's like, I'm going to go for the kill mid. And
he died. He's going to...
Shows the summoners and ult on cooldown. This is what happens, in the interim over here. It's... Unfortunately, Quantum just a little bit disconnected, and a really nice ult from Lahen's. Does have flash, but does not need to use it to connect this charm into knockup. And then Canyon comes down, so Leaper is like, oh, thank God I lived. Well, bad news is he didn't. And he saved his Arcane Shift, which is smart and good, but Canyon, he's one of the junglers who doesn't really miss the...
no, not as many. And people having a lot of fun with Glacial Prisons recently. This was just Chovy dead.
He does clear the wave, though. Doesn't save the tower, but delays the take of that bounty topside. Gold's still pretty heavily favoring Genji, but at least they're getting some stuff back. The Ziggs is at 1.5 items. Maybe we'll eventually be able to set up.
I think we've been gaslit by game 1 thinking that this isn't a massive lead, though. Because this is like still
by comparison.
Exactly. Oh, man. I know exactly where you're coming from. As Quickness comes on in, Lahen's throwing abilities around, doing some stuff. Deadly Flourish is going to miss. And Bulldog stuck between the base gates, and there is a good flash to get himself out of the way. And it is a Cloud Soul. Oh, maybe.
You ever just get camped by a Rakan outside of your base? That's the Jhin follow-up, though, is so long range. It's so easy as Quantum.
Oh, another Glacial Prison comes in, and that is going to be Quantum getting locked up. He is still Leona, so he does manage to tank for a while. Who didn't manage to tank for a while was Canyon, as Paze takes a little bit of a journey. The longest turret shot of all time is going to hit him, but it's not going to be enough to kill. An inner turret is going to go in the mid lane as well. So it's now 6 turrets to 1 at 18 minutes and 20 seconds into the game.
Yeah, it's not a lot of map left for Kwangdong Freaks, as all of the turrets outside of their base have been removed from the map. This allows you to make very aggressive plays like this one. This was before the turret was gone, but step up this far. Quantum is ulted. He goes in and actually buys a decent amount of time with his Eclipse, but unfortunately, not going to be much they can do after that. Cuz ults the Jhin away to try to delay this, but it still goes down anyways, and that means Keeper's Verdict is on cooldown, so... Yeah. Probably not too relevant, but unfortunately not the greatest usage there, but at least it delayed the take of the turret, and
yeah, something like that. Crypt Bloom has been completed here by Kane alongside his Leandries. It's a very scary cannon.
Yeah, he may, after this Gnar bar is done, try to go for a kill onto Dudu because he's so big. Now the Gnar has been used, and he's trying to push this turret. Now, this is kind of tricky from Bulldog. He's going to try to satchel his way forward, get here as fast as possible, and try to bait this. But Keen's like, nah.
Also, it's I think it's almost guaranteed money because I think this turret is down pretty low, as you can see in the bottom side. So it might just be satchelable.
Yeah, looks like that is exactly what he's going to look for. Wanted to maybe grab Keen as well, but Keen realizes what's happening and is able to get away. So good reaction from Keen. Still some bounty gold going over.
Trading that outer turret in the bottom lane for an inhibit turret in mid would be bad, but they are able to at least keep it alive for the moment.
Trading it for 2/3 of an inhibitor turret is factually advantage Kwangdong for gold.
There you go.
There you go. Especially with the bounty. Whew, big.
Nailed it. And this is all part of the game plan, you know? It's go really, really far behind and then bounty your way back into the game.
Quantum is going forward.
Yeah. True Shot Barrage also going to get a fair bit of value here as Heroic Charge into the wall. That is going to lock down Canyon. Aftershock not quite working, but takes a while to kill him as it's 1-for-1. And the quickness value is revolting from Lehens. It's then just going to be an instant quadra kill for Chovy, who's just not able to get a penta because Pays has to finish it off because Chovy was dead. So that's going to be the ace, and Pays and Keen left alive.
Pays and Keen, the two of them, without Keen having teleport, will not be able to do anything huge. Not going to be able to two-man a Baron. It would be pretty funny if Keen just ulted the Baron and they tried, but we'll be able to push this wave in with a nice ult. That was kind of cheesy from Pays. Like, aha, now the minions will be denied by the turret. Maybe we'll take it out.
Oh, Quantum walking towards.
Yeah,
let's have a look.
Yeah, instead.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that.
Because this is where you see a ton of value from Lehens, right? He's playing into the Leona, he's playing into the Poppy, but as they all advance into the choke point and use their buttons, Lehens has a really insane angle. Gnar goes down here for Dudu, and then it's just boom. Double quickness onto really key targets here. Bulldog is taken out. Leaper trying his best here to make sure that Chovy cannot penta, and at least he'll be able to get that. So small victories, that's what this whole game is about.
Let's listen to Chovy here.
It's the whole team.
I didn't even really see how it happened. We're going to go back to exactly the same spot as Canyon once again going down low. Is this another replay?
No.
Am I in a replay?
Lehens only has a few seconds left for his cooldown, so he's waiting to make it a replay. Hold on, just give it.
Got it. Okay, we'll give it a sec. As Keen is desperate to not make it a replay. He wants to be part of this one as, oh God! That wasn't even a fourth shot.
Yeah.
That was, I think, a shuriken.
Well, you know, Lehens got his ult a few 2 seconds late to give us the classic double replay situation, but it's up now, and they're on the Baron, and maybe a bounty gold situation here with Bulldog Satchel on this mid turret.
Yep.
Small victories.
There we go, nailing it. Ignore this.
Big victories over here by the
ignore this. Yeah, we don't need to worry about that one. The inhibitor turret was also already taken in the mid lane. I don't remember when that happened, but it did. Pace also just back towards mid. We'll be able to clear that one out. Teleport to come on forward. And Pace not going to be resetting just yet. He already has his 3 items completed.
Can they end off of the Baron push with the lead that they have is the only question
why
left.
Quantum Freaks are sort of milling about the dragon.
Yeah, I think they might end here because Slicing Maelstrom is up. Chovy has ult. Lehens has ult.
And now Canyon and Lehens are over here, so they can't back. So they will take the dragon. So there we go. More dragons for Quantum Freaks, nailing that. And Leaper is also here. The rest of Genji are distracted by the fact that they could just walk over and try and kill everyone.
They could. Okay, that was very close. Okay, that was also close. But let's see. Leaper, I think, might just be destined for death.
He might. Canyon going to be here as well, so it's not just Lehens. I think Lehens loses that 1v1. Pace is going to turn up, and that is a very, very dead Leaper.
I haven't looked at the... We're going to watch this again.
Oh, yeah, we need this audio. Let's listen to Chovy.
Specifically Chovy. Watch Chovy. Hold on, he's gonna... Okay, so we can do this, we can do this.
When does he start calling for Penta?
Here we go. Considering what's happened in this Penta so far this season, he's probably pretty annoyed with this one.
It was just, I love the reaction was like Chovy just going, oh, and then everybody else just laughing. Oh, man. You can tell that the morale is relatively high for Genji at the moment, as you can understand.
We can't say the same about Kwangdong, though, I wouldn't say.
No.
This series.
Especially not when you've got Pays approaching a Flame Horizon on Jin.
Yeah.
That's right, Quantum not going to be able to find too much. Pace just walks too fast. Heroic Charge also not connecting as Mega Inferno Bomb not doing enough. Didn't hit the sweet spot as now Canyon able to reposition. Keen! Oh dear, he gets thrown back by the Gnar, but it's into the Poppy. And now it is Pace's turn to attempt a Penta, but it's not going to work out. The pesky Yordle is going to be able to deny it. Now the curtains have been called and none of the bullets are going to connect. But that is fine because Genji are just inside the enemy base.
Yeah, this is looking like it's going to be a second inhibitor at worst case for Genji. Looking like they might be able to get more as Pays hits that big shot on the turret.
Yeah.
Kobe still has ult.
As Deadly Flourish Leaper is just executed. Quantum goes in to try and defend, but he was already dead as the Zenith Blade started going out, and now both Nexus turrets are going to be taken out. The Gatekeeper, Lahens here with a very large health bar, is going to just make sure that this Nexus is going to go down cleanly, and Genji, they're really good.
Yes. Well said.
Yeah,
Very
thank you.
strong team.
That was my poignant comment at the end of the game.
No, it was...
I often have those, Wolf.
I mean, we've only had, like, I don't know, what are we up to now? 12 series to showcase it this season?
Yeah.
They are, with this win, going to Worlds. They are, with this win, going to playoffs, which was never in doubt for anyone.
No, not even a little bit.
But now it is 100% guaranteed.
Mathematically confirmed.
I don't even know who to vote for this one. Maybe we just...
Be a Jin voter. Like, who?
Yeah,
maybe Kane.
Yeah, no, I'll be a Jin voter. That's fine.
Oh, maybe it's Lahens for picking Rakan in that spot and actually still winning and actually having a really good moment in the game.
He did get caught a few times, but, I mean, it is what it is. You can't win everywhere all the time on the map.
Canyon also hit ults.
He did?
And that was pretty cool. That hasn't been a theme this week.
I'm just a Jin voter. I think you can do whatever you want in this series, but, man, Genji... They showed us some wild drafts, and they played fast and loose, and Chovy did not look great in the first few levels of the Zeri versus Ziggs matchup, but he looked very good after that.
Yep.
And
we're going to have to wait, by the way, for Lahens' 600th. He is very, very close.
Shocker.
599. Yeah, it's crazy. We didn't make it to game number 3, but there we go.
I do think, you know, for Kwangdong, this is a series you just have to ride a bet. No.
Best drive.
I think he's probably like, in the LCK, probably like top 50.
Yeah, how many players are there in the LCK?
Just over 50.
He's definitely top that many.
Yeah, I'd say just over 50 players.
Yeah.
I'll give him top 50.
Best drive for Lahens. It's fantastic.
For Kwangdong, I think this is a series you just have to write off.
Oh, yeah.
You cannot
don't think about it. This is like... CV Max needs to go full Little League coach and just say, like, guys, it's totally fine. Just, like, let's make sure that we learn from this and all that sort of stuff. Like, that's how it has to be treated. It can't be that, you know, you can't be really yelling at people for mistakes made in this series.
Because you cannot reasonably expect to be the first team to beat Genji. It's not going to be you. You're in a slump. You're struggling. And maybe there's a lot you can learn from this. Maybe you can break down a lot of the replays. There's a lot of macro decisions and some really cool clutch plays we saw from Genji. Even when they put themselves in a risky spot, they clutched out like fights like this one with Lahens. These are the moments that you could study and learn from with your own tape and say, oh, wow, look at how they played this. Look at the draft they did. And there's a lot to learn. There's a lot to improve off. It's a wild game, and is it standard drafting by either team? Not really. There are some pieces of that, of course, but you take this as an L you already knew you were going to get.
Yeah.
But if this really puts you down in your momentum further, then I am worried about Kwangdong, but I don't think it should.
I don't know why Chovy pressed dash instead of just Q.
I don't know.
Because I think that was the Penta, but I don't know. We remember what he said as, yeah, we're looking for the Penta again. He's still very
calling for Ziggs.
They want to be able to kill Ziggs.
Set up the waves. Getting the Warmogs activated. Wow, man, he just died so fast.
Yeah. They're calling out no flashes and things like that. Just some standard stuff from Lahens. Just doing that thing where he stands around, and they were talking about whether they could get some more kills, but realized that the game is over.
That's some Jin damage. I think it's okay to be a Jin voter. You know,
Jin damage bar, like I mean,
over
that's
1,000
over 1,000 DPM as Jin.
As Jin, yeah.
What?
Would
maybe
those...
I'm not a Jin hater anymore. Maybe that has cured me of my Jin anti-ness.
Let's, we'll talk about, you and I will have a conversation about that after this. But that first sign that we talked about was like Genji doesn't lose. That sign says, would Genji lose? Like, come on. That's the new Genji sign. Until they lose, you just got to keep asking. Well, in my case, I'm pretty much not going to be asking. I don't think it's going to happen. I think they might go perfect.
Like I said,
season.
there is one match. It's the last one of the season. That's the one that's possibly up in the air. Otherwise, nope. Let's hear from the space on what they think about that particular topic themselves. Take it away, boys.
You wouldn't steal a penta from me, would you, Piranha Clear? No, you wouldn't. No. Great cast on the day, guys, as it is a clean 2-0 from Genji. Probably one of the most dominant performances we've seen this split. Gold leads almost in double digits before 20 minutes. It was just great to see the best team in the world playing like the best team in the world.
Yeah, I think the last time I saw a performance that dominant was when Genji last played against a team that wasn't D+. That was also pretty dominant. So I feel like this is just business as usual from Genji. They are, I would say, very good at winning, I think is my conclusion.
Ox during this game, he's like, well, at least, Quantum Freaks didn't lose as bad as the first game. So it's an improvement, right?
Yeah.
It's good. And it's not as bad as when Bro played against Genji either. That was worse. So, yeah.
I think
it's pretty good for Quantum Freaks, I think.
We saw this time Genji took the Zeri Rakan, and we saw that, the Ezreal Leona is strong. Not strong enough to overcome the gap between these two teams, though. The early game was a little bit better. There were some moments. The Ziggs got a cool ult at one point, and then the good news stopped. The good news stopped.
It wasn't even Zeri Rakan, it was Jin Rakan because the Zeri got put in mid. But at the time, it looked like Zeri Rakan. It kind of made sense in the draft. And then at the time, it was essentially like a blind Ziggs pick because they were like, oh, they're probably going to pick their mid laner. But then I think that Quantum Freaks should know, especially CV Max, that like, okay, Chovy will definitely, he will at some point pull this out in the mid lane if he wants to. And they ended up doing it here. I mean, the draft doesn't really matter at the end of the day. It was pretty good. Like, you can only ban so many things as Quantum Freaks, and Genji are still going to absolutely maul you.
The one funny thing with Ziggs into Jin is when he ults, right, he's stationary, and you can just throw your ult on his head. It's very funny.
It's hilarious.
I got nothing else to say.
Yeah, Sausage Ox, Sausage, the Ziggs player here. Let's take a look at the highlights. So early scrapping started off okay, or at least getting kind of okay for the Kwangdong Freaks, but once we devolved, it was not great. It was not great.
Yeah, I mean, actually, there were some good skirmishes off the bat. I think playing Rakan and Leona Ezreal can be really dangerous, as they actually can just base you down. But then as the game went on, Paige just decided that he wanted to murder everything that moved. And seemingly, Jin is good if you just hit your ult shots consistently and also do 1 million damage. Who would have known?
Yeah, I think it does help that Pace played it excellently, and, he got some help from Canyon, he got some help from Lehens, and then eventually he just became this just wrecking ball machine. Even Chovy came down and ganked as Zeri and picked up the kill there. So by that point, we kind of knew the game was over. That was just highlight one. We're like, okay, well, they just absolutely destroyed them in the bottom lane over and over and over again and again.
What you even learn from this situation is Lipa there. Like, what is... Oh, the enemy Zeri mid roam down. Yeah, play safe bot.
Play safer, come on.
There was a clip after this where like 4 people came down bot. There was, we didn't want to show it because it was too brutal. But yeah, Lipa had a rough time. He got bullied a lot. And not just by Paze, but the collective of Genji.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I take from this series beyond it, as we take a look at our final highlight, it was the penta that was not meant to be, is that even in a win that they were super comfortable on, they still throw that little draft wrinkle of Chovy saying, hey, I can play this, so in the future for playoffs and beyond, they can have that in the back.
Chovy's just like, look, AD carry's broken, I want to get a pentakill, let me play Zeri and Draven and stuff. But unfortunately, Chovy didn't end up getting the pentakill, so I guess maybe he's just not good enough, you know? If Chovy was really that good, he would have got a Penta here. That's all I'm saying.
After this, I think, honestly, he should shelve the Zeri mid. I think not quite good enough, and Pays had to help him out there at the end. That's why we voted for Pays in the POGs. Just a little bit of a spoiler. But no, seriously, I think that he, as long as the items are still crazy as they are on this patch, he will play literally anything in mid lane against anyone. So good luck drafting against that.
Let's see who gets that POG. Spoiler already here. What about there? It is Pays in the bot lane getting it. The boom damage, 8-0-9.
Yeah, I'm sorry. No Penta, no POG, Chovy. Unlucky on that one. Pays did insane damage in this game on the Jhin. I feel like really good use of the fourth shot in these early skirmishes just to execute people, get that burst of damage, but also consistently open up with these huge ults and just not being challenged on them and just essentially free hitting and doing a million damage. I mean, here, not the most damage in the world, but the setup was there in a lot of these plays. And this was the clip I didn't want to show where Lipa... I'm sorry, buddy.
Well,
just play safe, bro.
Why didn't he play safer?
I
really
like that
this clip where he just utilized the walk strategy and evolved it into the run really fast strategy away from the Poppy that you think would be good into Jhin, but not when you're down 11,000 gold.
What I liked about this is when we had the listen in, it wasn't just Pays that like reacted and saying, what happened? It was Lens too. It was the bot lane duo in sync against the troll top laner on that one as Keen took that one away. 700 POG points here for Pays as he's now tied at the top with Canyon.
He wasn't even on the POG, like the top scores, and he's jumped all the way to the top in this one series, so... VN Cast VN Cast though is just refusing. What has happened? Did you not speak to them?
VN Cast have, you know, they
heard us
themselves. They've listened to the feedback and they said, you know what, I'm gonna mix it up a little bit.
This is too far. Is that like a maximum amount of bot lane votes that they get a season and they
use
them all up?
It's because it was very mid. There was a bot laner in mid. That's
right media as well. They haven't changed their vote in like 8 games. It's just always 80 carry like every single game.
Got stuck.
It's just stuck. They forgot. Yeah.
All right, we are getting our interview ready here in a second as Deer will be with that one. But again, what do you take away from this, Ox?
Well, I think as Quantum Freaks, you really have to not let this series get you down in the dumps. We've talked about the potential collapse of Quantum Freaks. Everyone loses to Gen G, right? Only D+ have made it look remotely competitive. This shouldn't shake your mental at all. You go in the series, like, we're probably going to lose this. You play your best, you lose it, you go, cool, let's look at our next series. So hopefully they don't take this one too heavily.
Oh, go ahead. There's our friends in the VN.
Ox, go ahead.
I mean, I'd love to ask them.
All right, yeah.
The voting
you can ask them after the interview as Deer's standing by right now with the interview translations.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POG interview translation, joined by Pays on the side of Gen G, who just defeated Kwangdong to secure their 12th consecutive victory. Congratulations! Pays, with today's victory, you secured a spot in the playoffs and qualified for Worlds. So how do you feel? I didn't know we would secure it so earlier on, and being able to get a clean victory and being able to qualify for both Worlds and playoffs makes me very happy. Yeah, so along with qualifying, you're on a 12 winning streak. So how does it feel to keep on winning? You know, I don't really care about the winning streak. I don't know. I don't really have any much thoughts on that. And with the solo POG, you have gotten 700 POG points and you are tied at the first place. And there hasn't been an 80 carry at the top of the POG standings until you made your mark. So, what are your thoughts on this? You know, it feels great to be the only 80s carry on the top of the standings. So I hope that I can keep getting more POGs in the future. And in game 1, Chovy picked the very first LCK's mid Draven. So we noticed that he had a smile on his face. So what were you guys talking about? Honestly, being such an uncommon pick, I feel like that's probably why he was just smiling. I think we were just really waiting for everyone's reaction to it. To be honest, I don't really understand what the meaning behind his smile was, but I feel like I would have smiled because no one else has played it ever. And Pace in game 1, there were so many kills at 13 minutes, and by 20 minutes, you had a 12k gold difference, creating such a one-sided game. So, what are your thoughts on this big snowball? So, I think we were playing Ezreal and Zyra.
상대 입장에서 막기가 힘든 조합이라고 생각을 해가지고.
You know, as long as we're just scaling normally, I think it's just really hard comp to deal with it from the enemy's perspective. So that's probably why it ended up snowballing so hard. So we got a highlight ready. Not even 5 minutes into the game, you leaped across the wall for this kill. What are your thoughts? Yeah, I think we just had a really good setup. I think at this point, because of my items, I was just so much stronger than the enemy AD carry. So I think we're just talking about the matchup and just like the whole situation about how I was probably the situation. I was just in a more favorable position. So Genji actually brought out new picks in both games today. In game 2, we had Chovi's mid-Zeri and Yurjin to top it off. So was there any preparation before? I think there are other leagues that play mid-Zeri, and I think we've always thought that mid-Zeri is really good, and given how good Chovy is at mid-Zeri, I think we were talking about maybe flex picking her too. And in the end, just looking at the comp, we noticed that it would be really good to top it off with Jhin, so that's why we went with Jhin. And so Chovy in both games played AD carry champions, the Zeri and the Draven, and as a skilled Zeri and Draven player, what do you think? How did he do? I think Chovy happens to be a really good AD carry player, but you know, it was really disappointing that he couldn't get the pentakill. It was very hurtful, and you know, it gave me a heartache just to look at that. So that means that he needs some work, right? I guess so, you could say that. So in the next highlight is the pentakill, the Chovy's almost pentakill moment right here. Ezreal's coming. Oh, penta?
굉장히 아쉬워하시더라고요. 이때 상황 어땠나요?
You guys seem to be so disappointed. What was going on here? Honestly, I really wanted him to get his pentakill, so it was the first time he got to a quadra kill, so with it being so close to penta, I think everyone was just so heartbroken. And the very end, you got your penta stolen, so what are your thoughts on that? You know, the first highlight was definitely a very good moment for a pentakill, but the second pentakill, it was maybe a little too forced, so I'm not too concerned about that one. So Pace, your Jhin is solid too, so what can't you play? And can you tell us how satisfied you are with your Jhin gameplay today? Out of 100?
100점 만점에 100점.
I'll give myself 100.
만족스러운 플레이였다라고 인정하시는 것 같습니다. 이제 현재까지 12연승을 달성한 젠지입니다. 어디까지 올라갈
So you guys are on your 12th winning streak. How far do you think you're going to go?
아직도 완벽하다고 생각하지 않아가지고 그냥.
You know, we don't believe that we're perfect yet.
실수들 또 그런 걸 잘 보완하다 보면.
Like every match we play, we have a mistake and points that we mess up, and we have to always improve and refine our play. So as long as we're able to do that, I think we'll reach that point. So any resolution in the future? I think with today we advanced to the playoffs and qualified for Worlds, and I really want to make sure that we don't keep our guards down, and I really want to be able to keep it up and keep it going for the future as well. And that's the end of the interview from Pace, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear. As it was great to hear from Pays and get the insights on the Penta. It was as we thought. They're all on the same team. No one had malintent there. And you would need to do that to be number one.
I'm just going to say he took the Penta after Chovy died. If he took it before he died, maybe you wouldn't see so much Pays anymore. All I'm saying, dangerous move.
All right, to close out the week, we've got matches tomorrow. DRX versus T1 and KT against Nong Shim Red Force. It's going to be a big one to close it on out. Thank you so much for spending the Saturday Showdown and the Saturday Show Off with us today. It's been a lot of fun, and we have one more day to go in the week of action. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK. See ya.